that we're stuck in our little.
This is a picture that was captured
worlds,
in
and
Turkey.
now everybody's got pods in their ears, and I mean, everybody's shrinking into their own little
beautiful shot,
little eggshells.
And it shows the light,
and
but
we are
gets
animals.
down like that.
And
He is slightly boomerang
when I
shaped.
teach this,
If he
when I do
turns, you see him
workshops,
changing.
first thing I make everybody do is say, "I am an animal,"
because of
and they have a lot of trouble with that.
Okay,
they have a lot of trouble.
The low part right there that sticks down, that's his battery compartment.
We are literally
that's where the power is
in the phylum,
Do they ever change
the
colors
biological
with?
phylum?
Yeah, they're like cuttlefish. They can look like
we
anything.
are considered underneath the great apes.
Picture.
We are one of the great apes.
All righty,
Homo
hold
sapiens.
on.
There's
We
no
are
disputing that
animals,
photo.
and our whole life we've been told we're not
here we
animals,
go,
that
getting
animals are
another one
bad and we are
going.
good and we can do anything we want.
Hello,
And we're
Susan,
above.
welcome.
And they have no feelings and we can kill them and we can slaughter them and they're just things.
Bam,
We
just
matter.
wanted to make
We
sure,
have
that's why I
souls.
asked
They don't
you.
have
Wow.
souls. Yeah,
now
they
this
do.
is Talata that
Yeah, they
night.
do, David.
Yes, they do.
Especially
Doris, I'm just going to read this for you. Doris is just saying it's great hearing Danny Sargent
Oh.
talking. I believe in animals and what they know.
Oh, thank you, Doris. You're awesome. I mean, you know, if we don't reconnect with our fellow animals and with Gaia, we're doomed. I mean, this isn't even, I'm not even joking. I mean, I'm not being.
I agree. And I always call it the meat suit. Like you have to, and when I'm teaching about connecting with your intuition, I always say it's in non-thinking moments you're going to hear that intuitive voice, and it may sound like yours, but when you lean in, you know that vibration and that voice is coming from outside of you, even though it sounds like yours inside your head. Right. So it's having those experiences in different ways, eyes open, eyes closed, inside ear, outside ear. You have to lean in and feel and be willing to feel.
Yes.
That's willing to feel.
True. That's absolutely true. That's why I wrote a book called Your Holy Guardian Angel and You, because I did an entire working on connecting with that inner self. And as a tantric, it's the same. It's called the Atman, or the Guru. Guru actually means light removed, darkness removed from light. A guru can be a teacher, but the Guru is the spark of God inside you, right? It's the light inside you. So meditation. Every time I meditate, every time I do werewolf magic, whatever, I'm both basically opening myself up to the divine in me, you know. However,
yeah. So that leads me to another question about breath work. Is it about breath work? Like how important is breath work? And does so when you're in that altered state, if I'm incorrectly phrasing it, then please correct me.
No, that's fine.
When you're in that altered state, does your breath change? Does your breath change when you're doing just a regular meditation to when you're doing a full moon connecting to that wolf side of you?
Good question. No one's asked me that question. That's a great question.
I ask lots of questions that other people don't think about. Good.
You and I are going to be friends.
Yes, I know we are.
When I'm doing every night I do my tantric meditation, I do pranayama, which is intentional. You know, I'll breathe in, hold for 7 seconds, breathe out for 7 seconds, hold for 7 seconds. I do breathing exercises to relax, open myself, open my mind, and I do visualization. When I'm doing the werewolf magic stuff, every full moon, I'm not intellectualizing at all. You read my books. I have a technique. I hung out with shamans who gave me a bunch of ideas, and then the wolf spirit gave me some. I rock. I spend like about an hour rocking and growling. Now my chest is really opened up from the growling, right? And then I move to other things like growling, up growling, down growling, howling. Oh, right. And then I reach. I have a whole technique in my books on how to reach that state, that state of consciousness where you're sort of in a trance or however you want to put it. And then my breathing changes radically, but it's not conscious. It's just because once I flip into animal state and my brain, my upper cortex shuts down, all my thinking stuff, my cognitive stuff, I'm activating what Carl Sagan called the dragon mind, the lower cortex,
Mm.
And there was
I
actually,
always called it the mouth of God. I thought that's what that was called too.
sure, why not?
Yeah.
But in terms of biology, we contain all the animal genes. We contain all the animal stuff. Yes, I absolutely did growl as a youngster. I still growl. In fact, I had a moment. I was teaching university, and this guy came up to me. I was doing my werewolf magic stuff, but this student came up to me with a really bad homework assignment. Like, I teach graduate level. I taught graduate level stuff, and it was supposed to be an essay, 10 pages or something really, and it was garbage. And I'm looking at it, right, and I'm going, and he goes, Mr. Sergeant, are you growling? And I'm like this. I'm like, no, 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 I'm not growling. I have a cold, so I'm. So,
Thanks, Howie, for asking the question.
yeah. So Howie, my friends all basically call me like the werewolf guy or my feral friend, because when I'm driving and I get aggravated, which we all do, I don't swear as much anymore, but I do growl. When somebody cuts me off, I'm like, "Rah!" but
Right.
but
Howie's just following up with that, saying same, that he did as well too. Good to know I was not alone. I even stuck my tongue like a cat
uh-huh,
over people. Sucked my tongue like a cat.
uh-huh.
Over people who suck their thumbs. No lie. Isn't that fascinating? Right?
Well, it makes perfect sense. Our whole culture, unfortunately, and I've hung out in tribal cultures in Thailand, in Cambodia, in Guatemala, in lots and lots of places. And tribal cultures accept that we are animals, and we behave like animals, and we have these instinctual things we do, like what he just said. And 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 it's our culture that has sealed us off, like put us in a brick walled area where we are not animals and we can't act like animals. And even as a kid, if you act like an animal, you get yelled at. You're eating like a pig. That we have all these things. Stop acting like an animal. It's a zoo in here. Like, we have all these negative animal things that we get hammered with as kids. And instead, we're supposed to go to school and sit still for 8 hours at the age of 5, which no culture, no tribal culture would do that. They would think it was really, terrible thing to do to a child.
Right.
So we've been boxed into these things. So much of my werewolf magic stuff is to tear open the box and be an authentic
Yeah.
being.
I always say feral children are my favorite. I had 4 of them. 4 feral children. I'm like, let's go. And yeah.
Yeah, no, it's the way it is. And I've been in
Feral.
tribal cultures where the kids just run amok, and you think, oh no, are they safe? And the people there are like, they gently show them what's important, what's not, what's dangerous, what's not. But same in Japan. Japan's a Shinto country that even in Tokyo, the kids were allowed to just play and be who they were. And that's how my son at the age of 2 started picking up Japanese, because the kids would just come up and start yattering in Japanese and English, and they started picking up. It's like, our job is not to like put them in rigid boxes. Our job is to let them, like trees, grow to who they're going to be. And like your child saying, oh, I see Kuan Yin. When I was a small child, I used to leave my body and fly around the neighborhood.
I have a kiddo that did that too.
And my mom, after, and I mean, it was really clear. It was absolutely astral traveling, because it wasn't like dreams. I saw the neighbors, I saw the car, and I was just like, this is so cool. Until my parents sat me down and said, no, honey, that's not real. That's a dream. It's not real. And then it stopped. I couldn't.
So my coming out of the witchy boo closet was with an online parenting radio show for parenting kids that were intuitive, so we didn't shut them down. Like, that was what drove me, was to make sure that the kids had space and parents could be educated to support them and not shut them down. It was so important to me. I just wanted, there's some comments here I'd like to get
I
to.
did see, yeah, from Doris.
Yeah. So Doris is saying breath work is crucial. Having just lost my beagle, whom was shown my friend and my aunt their cancers. Oh, sorry. We're just going to finish and then I'm going to move you over. Okay, Lori Lee.
Well,
Sorry.
She had a very good comment about breath work, and
yeah, my experience was when I stopped breathing, he somehow got me breathing again. He passed, my chest was so heavy, and I felt him and heard him. We're still connected. Thank you very much for sharing that, Doris.
In Tantra, it's considered that every breath is part of your life, and that they actually say you have X number of breaths in a lifetime, and that's why we need to slow down, and we need to like honor every single breath, because breath, prana, they call it pranayama. Prana is energy, and that breath and energy are the same thing, and that breathing deeply is breathing shallowly like most Westerners do because they're stressed is toxic, and you basically plug up the lower part of
your gut.
Your gut.
Yeah.
And people don't breathe like they don't breathe deeply. They breathe like that, and the lower part of your lungs is never cleaned out. Breath in most esoteric cultures, breath is crucial. Breath is life, they say.
Yeah.
So,
and I tell people, once you practice mindful breathing, you can roll it. You can pull it up and roll it. Open up your third eye, your crown, roll it down your spine into the earth and back up. So you're intuitively connected to all and grounded at the same time. We don't have to be all airy fairy.
Right. And it circulates energy through your body as well. A lot of stuff there.
Exactly. So Laura Lee is just, she has a question for you too. She's a question, Denny. I noticed how your gorgeous pup settled at the start after you howled at him, after you growled back. Do you connect on a special level with him as per the werewolf part?
Absolutely. So I have a werewolf pack. I have a group of people who tried this sort of stuff that I've got in my books, and they got really into it and had deep experiences, and were able to shapeshift down into like a non-verbal trance state. And for the first, I'd say 5 months, my dog would sit. I have an old trampoline in my backyard. During the full moons, my dog would sit on the trampoline and watch us. Watch us as we were like growling and rocking and going into the trance state. And then when we got to after about an hour of this, we'd reached this point where we had entered this primal non-thinking state. And then we'd all come together and we'd go, oh, all of us together. We made this incredible harmony, which kind of opened up and changed everything. And my dog would just sit there and watch there. And after about I don't know how many months, 3, 4, 5 months. One night we were all in our circle, and we were starting our thing, and he got up, walked over, and sat down in the circle. And from then on, he was a member of the pack.
Oh, that's awesome.
So but he knows this. He knows all this routine, and he actually is our guide dog, because he's in that state anyway, Anyway.
Victoria, I just wanted to let you know that I've read this message about you being at the Crown Harrison last Friday. I had an event at the Crown Harrison, asking your divine team to protect you and keep you safe. I feel, your dreams have been crazy. Well, and the dreams could be kind of all sorts of energetic things that are going on at the moment. Haven't had your connection. I'm very sorry about your uncle. And I'm glad that we have a date for December. So I'm looking forward to connecting with you then too. I just wanted you to know that I did see that comment. Thank you for coming to the event. And then I do look forward to connecting with you later. Laura Lee's just saying thank you very much for responding to that.
Oh, wonderful. No, I'm having a great time. We could do this forever.
Yeah. So, okay. there were so many comments and questions that I had on this paper. So one of the things that I noticed with the way that the book is laid out, the first book, so Wolf Magic, we'll start with Wolf Magic.
Werewolf Magic.
It's Werewolf Magic. It's
Magic with a
it's
K,
very yes, which is correct in my thinking too.
Thank you.
Um, it's very personal. Like you really do you practice what you preach, you practice what you are putting, and it's a journey. It really is a journey. And
It is.
if you follow, it leads you up where you can push it past your comfort zone edge and just wait a little bit before you go further. Like it leads you to that state should you choose to want to go there.
Yes. And I have to say, when I first started doing this, I thought it was just me and my own insanity, and I started writing all this stuff down, pages and pages and pages of like what the wolf spirits telling me, what I'm experiencing, what worked, what didn't work. And I didn't plan, I think I told you, but I didn't plan to write a book at all. I went to PantheaCon, which is the biggest, it's now gone, but it was the biggest pagan and occult gathering in the United States in California. And I went down there to sell other books that I wanted to write. And my friends told me, no, you've got to push, you've got to write werewolf magic. I said, nobody's going to want this. It's crazy. Nobody's going to want this. And I sat down with two acquisition editors from two of the major publishers. And both of them did the same thing. They went, no. Oh, we want werewolf magic. And I was like, are you out of your mind? Like, why would you want this? They go, no, it's great. It's perfect. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
and why were you talking yourself out of work?
Because I'm because I'm a fool. I'm not very good at promoting myself, obviously. I mean, I've always been this way. So, which is why I'm not, rich and all those other things. But
rich is all depending on your perspective as well, too, right? Like it is.
I just didn't think. But anyway, it pushed me to do the book.
Right.
And I was shocked actually when it was published. I've had hundreds of people. I've been on podcasts. I don't know how many podcasts I've been on. And every time I did the same thing, I'd be like, really? You want me on your podcast? And then I got offered to go do a festival in Ohio with 1,500 people. And I didn't know whether this werewolf magic stuff would work for anyone but me. I mean, I really didn't. I thought, is this going to work with other people? And I got 200 people, many of whom were very, kind of wondering whether this was real. And
they had to be open-minded skeptics to at least be there, right?
Yeah, that's correct. They were like, oh, this sounds like fun. Hello, we'll try it. Yeah. And I put 200 people under. They all went into trance state. And my favorite thing to say is that a bunch of them, they're younger than me, were running around the circle on all fours. And I didn't know that was humanly possible. And we're howling.
Like Mowgli from Jungle Book.
And ripping off their clothes and howling. And there was a full moon. And after a while, I was like, I have to bring this back down. Like, I have to pull them out, And I gathered them all, like, got them all to come in. And I started to do when we're doing this stuff, we're nonverbal. The minute you use your language, you use your upper cortex and it stops the whole thing. So I'm like, and I'm trying to show them like, okay, let's start rocking and bringing it back down again. And they were like, no. And they ran off. And I was like, oh my God, I have 200 people here. If they run amok in this campground, I'm going to be in so much trouble.
How badly their spirit needed to let loose.
Yeah, that's what they said afterwards. So I finally got them down, and about 50 of them left, and like 150 of them stood there and wouldn't leave. And they said, we want more. We want more. I said, no, we're done for tonight. And the woman who ran the entire conference, the entire, event was there. I didn't realize had gone through it. And she was like, she said, no, this is real. Like this is real. This is a real thing. So you know what? We're going to do it again tomorrow night at this place. And I was like, and then she looked at me, she said, is that okay with you?
Like, yes.
Okay.
That's being in the moment and rolling with it.
You
So
mean I
Lori,
get to be a wolf again? Yes. Oh, I'll do that, you know.
exactly. Laura Lee is just sharing my eldest son when he was 14. His friend's mom did a past life regression with a group of them, and he told me the most incredible experience he lived in the past as a black wolf.
Okay, that is fantastic. And let me tell you something. On Facebook, I have gotten hundreds of people writing me saying, I know exactly what I am a wolf. I was born a wolf. In the past life, I was a wolf. I'm into werewolves. I've watched all the werewolf movies. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with werewolf movies. I collect werewolves. And your book, all of a sudden, like, oh, there's actually something to this.
Yeah.
And my response was, okay, let's start with, I like to go back to science a lot. We are 98% genetically the same as chimpanzees. We are 86% genetically the same as wolves. It's in our blood.
That's fascinating.
It's in our body. What we're really doing is shutting down this upper cortex part, which only developed over the last 200,000 years, and we're shutting this down so that the rest of our body knows what to do.
Yeah.
And so once we start howling and growling, and once we go into this mode and we've shut down all the stuff that says no, you're a human, you can't do that, then we're in a different place, and we're in a place where we're connected with the earth, which
yes,
and you feel it. I swear, when you get into that state where you have shut down your upper brain, all of a sudden, like, you see the energy going up the trees, you see the water going up the roots, you can put your hands in the earth and you can feel the heartbeat of the earth, and you can go, I'm no longer scared about going into the woods. We have primal woods, like I said, an hour from here.
right.
I'm not afraid of the pumas, I'm not afraid of the bears, I'm not afraid of these things, because I'm going in as like one of them. I'm with you guys. I'm not with these people that are trying to shoot you. And I'm not one of them. I'm one of you. Is what I kind of say to myself.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Last week I had David Barreto on talking about karma and reincarnation within the animal kingdom, and he had made that comment about people reincarnating as animals. And I've always thought I was a pretty open-minded person. I have had all of these experiences, a little bit on the woo-woo side, just a wee bit, and I'm like, I had never even thought about coming, because I hadn't even thought about it. And that was one of the things that I wrote down to talk to you about today, was like ancestral lines having that reincarnation as animals in that, like tapping into that animal ancestral line.
I have found at least a dozen lineages in other countries, like Turkey, for example, that trace their original beginning with wolves. In Turkey, there's a myth that the Turkish people are descended from a blue wolf. I mean, other places, if you go into the Norse countries, I've traveled in Sweden, I traveled in Finland, and I traveled in Iceland and Denmark. There's a lot of conversation about that the wolves, like, they come from, if you think about Odin and a lot of the stuff in Norse mythology, that the wolves were the beginning of the lineages. So,
right.
I mean, we are animals. We came from animals. I mean, it's within us. I mean, whether it's like, the idea that it really, a wolf gave birth to the first humans is maybe a little odd, but it's in our blood, and we know it. We know it when we go into a trance state, when we have dreams, when we sit in deep meditation. If we look for that side of us, it's there. These genes are in us. We all came from we evolved from these animals, and people think, oh, those things are gone, but they're not. They're all here in the lower cortex, in the dragon mind, the animal brain. It's right here, and I just try to figure out a way to shift from my normal, like, overheated,
right.
brain down to getting into that place so that my dog and I can be in the same, like, relaxed state of simply existing and and breathing and smelling, and my senses open up. I mean, we can open up, like my sight, which sucks. When I'm in this state, I can see at night really clearly. I can hear things I can't usually hear. I can smell amazing things and figure out what they are. And it's not magic. I mean, it's not, I mean, I guess it is in a way, but it's just that I've shut down all the stuff happening in my brain so that my real body, my intrinsic body, can simply do what it's always done for hundreds of thousands of years, which is be able to smell the things that are important and feel water and all that sort of stuff. So
how did you research? Like, there's so many different aspects to the book, not just personal experience, but there's just, it comes from so many different areas. So could you speak about that?
I'm a nerd.
I appreciate it. The nerd in me honors the nerd in you.
My master's degree is ancient history,
Yeah.
And I became obsessed with this as a young child when I first went to I'm from New York, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and I saw the Egyptian stuff, and I saw this, and I believe in past life stuff, and I know, like I saw stuff when I was 6 years old. I first went to the museum, and I said, "Oh, I've been there. I know what that pyramid is. I know." I mean, I couldn't articulate it, but I've always been deeply interested in ancient stuff, and like I said, I've traveled around the world. I'm not rich, but that's just what I spend my money on. But I've been mostly, I go to ruins. That's like Angkor Wat and Machu Picchu and the pyramids of Giza and Tikal in Guatemala, and I go to find these places to try to remember and connect with how things used to be and how things should be, where nature and us are working hand in hand instead of destroying the planet. So.
Can we talk about I want to be mindful how I'm phrasing this, because usually I'm just like a squirrel on Red Bull with no filter and it just all falls out.
I am with you.
So I just tried to be mindful.
Guy, you just go.
Okay. In your research, finding evidence of during witch trials and witch burnings, if you could talk about that. Hello, Denise. Thank you for joining us. It's okay that you're here a little bit late. We're glad that you're here.
Indeed. So when I started doing this werewolf magic stuff, people were like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "All right, let me do some research, because that's what I do. I do research. I'm an academic, as weird as that sounds." And I realized, like, oh my goodness, I went all the way back, and I found, and you've seen the book. I found, in ancient Greece, the beginning of werewolfism came from Mount Lycaon. Apparently came from Mount Lycaon, where there was a werewolf cult, and it goes all the way back into prehistory. They're now figuring 5 to 10,000 years ago, and these where people would shapeshift, or they would go through shamanic trance states and go into a wolf state and let the wolf energy come through. And so, and what I was finding was like real historical research. I mean, and anthropological research and archaeological research. So I'm a real stickler for that stuff, and Llewellyn really made me. They really held my feet to the fire. So if you go through the book, you'll see more citations than you've ever seen in any occult book. And I'm going to say that I have probably something like 500 citations, and it's all vetted. And they'd say, "Wait a minute, this is not the best citation. Find another one," and then I would. So when I got to I went through different countries. I went through the Norse cults. I went through ancient Greece, ancient Rome. In ancient Rome, everybody knew what Vespellus was, the word they used for a shapeshifter, and that everybody knew in ancient Rome that like there were werewolves everywhere, and there was all kinds of stories. And my book has all these great stories by legitimate historians at the time, like Roman historians. And then I got down the Norse, the berserkers, and the berserkers are basically werewolves. Bearsark means wearing the bear skin. Ulfsark is wearing the wolf skin. So the werewolves in that area were called Ulfsark. So let me see, where am I going with this? So then I got down into the Middle Ages, and I was like, no, I'm a witch. I was when I was 14, I was initiated as a witch. It's a long conversation, but anyway,
it's a fascinating one. Like your story is fascinating.
I am an eclectic person. I try everything. I try it all, and so I've always been a big fan of. I'm a Welsh, technically a Welsh traditional witch, and so then I started looking at witchcraft and going, I wonder if there's there's got to be connection between that, because I've seen lots of images from medieval images of witches as wolves or as werewolves, like riding their broom to the Sabbath or whatever, and I'm like, I wonder if there's a connection. Well, I started digging deep. The books about witchcraft don't have a lot, but the witchcraft trial documents, which are hideous and horrible and scary, have an awful lot of important stuff in there. And I dug deep into them, and I found that
you have access to them and just
it's all online. You can find it. You just
but you took the time to do it. I appreciate that.
My friends, I'm like, look at these ancient witchcraft documents, and they're like, Denny, just really
take a deep,
have a beer, relax, and so what I found was that 50% of all the people who were accused of witchcraft and who were burned alive or who were tortured were also accused of werewolfery, one of my favorite new words, which means being werewolves. And I had no idea, and I had read tons of books on witchcraft, and I was like, really? Half of the witches were accused of being werewolves? And then I started digging deeper into it and found that, yes, indeed, many of these people, when they confessed, talked about their witchcraft coven, and that when part of the initiation was to learn how to shapeshift by rubbing these psychedelic salves on themselves and then going into a deep trance state and then leaving their body in the form of a wolf. And I found, a dozen of these exact same stories. And that helped me sort of formulate what I was doing with because I was trying to reconstruct this werewolf magic. I was trying to reconstruct this idea of going into this trance state. I was obsessed. Plus, this wolf spirit was like, "Come on, you're on the right track. Just keep going." So I told my witchcraft friends, and they were like, "What? No!" And I was like, "Here, look," and they were like, "Oh, damn! Look at this. I've got cred. I've got werewolf cred."
That's funny. And moving it past, because a lot of the stories that are mainstream, that are accessible for people, when we talk about that salve, psychedelic or not, and it's also attached to fear-based negative stories, right? And having to kill somebody in their family in order to be initiated into this, and whether that happened or not as well. But like there's always that flip side to it as well. Hi, Sandra. Thank you for joining us. Sandra's just saying hi, everyone. And Michelle was saying indulge us with your background and your history. I personally like the story of you being dropped off at age 14 at
the Adirondack Mountains. Yeah, that was when I encountered the god Pan, but that's another long conversation. But I just went in the woods and one night, and I was 14. This is the 70s. You could get away with anything in the 70s. I'm sorry, but
drinking from the hose.
Oh no, not just that. Like no seatbelts, and I mean, I hung out with my friends here. I had to get a letter of permission to be initiated as a witch. That was hilarious when I was 14, and my mom. I asked my mom to drop me off at 14 in the Adirondack Mountains on the trail, so I could go hiking for a week, even though I'd never been hiking in my life. And she was like, "Okay." And then she told me, "I'll meet you here," da da da. And I was like, nowadays, nobody would let their kid do that.
And not just in a couple of hours; it was a couple of days.
It was like 5 days, and I had an encounter with the god Pan. I was lying in my sleeping bag, and beautiful night, and all of a sudden I heard this noise, and I look up, and there's this huge shadowy figure with a guy with this. Like I couldn't see it well, but he had goat legs and he had big horns, and I knew exactly who it was. And I went into a complete shock. I was in a panic mode, like I was frozen. and I thought I was going to have a heart attack, and all of a sudden, there was this kind of like orgasmic bliss, and he was gone, and I felt completely free, and my brain shut down. I mean, all my thinking shut down.
So
and then the next 5 days, I just went hiking in that state of consciousness. So
my thought is, as an adult, when you had that experience where the wolf spirit was coming to you, did you put that connection that you've been having that kind of experience at the time you were little? So this is exactly where you're supposed to be and at the right time. But that connection to nature is what
my
path and purpose, how it presents itself, right? Path and purpose.
All my friends said to me, or a bunch of my friends who are into stuff said to me, they go, "You realize that the God Pan, he's the manifestation of nature, was all that he started you on this road, right?" And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. And by the way, I wrote a book about Pan, and that was 30 years worth of work on that book, because he's my tutelary deity. But the werewolf thing is slightly different, but definitely okay. When I do my werewolf magic stuff, and you've read at least a chunk of the book,
first book. Yeah.
We use really basic deity forms when we're shapeshifting, and the first one is the Earth Mother, and we don't use words, so we use ma, like we growl like ma to invoke her for quite a long time. But then the next one is we reach our hands out and we invoke the Lord of the Forest, which is what the witches called him in the witchcraft trial documents, and we use ha. Now, ha is a vibration that the god Pan gave me. So ha, and then we invoke the full moon, which is ah. So it's ma 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 ha 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 ah ah ah, and then the werewolf spirit is rah. And then we build this up, and then we're like rah, 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 oh. And when there's like 5 of us, it's awesome. And we get this tone that all of a sudden it opens up the gate, and we can go right under when we do that. Meanwhile, I'm in Seattle. I have people living on all 4 sides of me. And I have been waiting for the police to show up, and they have not. and we talk about it afterwards, because we go, we go into this whole thing. And then we spend a lot of time sitting on the ground or going, and just kind of like existing and enjoying, right? Playing with our dog. My friends like to run after the dog and chase them around the yard. So we talk to each other. You'll get a kick out of this, I think. And we're like, well, what do we do if the cops show up? And then we were like, what should we tell them? I said, I know. We'll tell them that we're LARPing. we're doing live action role play. And they're like, well, what should we tell them we're playing? I go, Werewolf the Apocalypse. Which is a great game, by the way.
Right. You could also just have a signed copy of a book going, yeah.
My book. We're okay.
Yeah.
We promise not to kill anything.
Exactly. Michelle is saying, what a great expression.
So yeah, I think the people around me, I mean, I do live in Seattle, which is very, very liberal. But I think the people around me are just like, oh, there they go. Okay. They just like, let it go. Doing my job to keep Seattle weird. That's my general thought.
Do you think that maybe they're just practicing along with you and doing it quietly because they haven't been able to outwardly dig deep yet, but they're enjoying the vibration that you're creating? Like, even just in this, like Michelle said, what a great expression. And those of us that are sensitive would have felt that pull up just from you doing that, right? That tonal vibration is going to affect all of us if we're open
I think so.
to our senses. So maybe your neighbors are playing along and you just don't know.
Well, their dogs
If they're
are
not
generally,
dodging you when you're getting out of your car, then they must be open to it.
they don't really. I don't know. They haven't really come up and talked to me. I don't know. Maybe they fear me. I don't know. But their dogs love me. I'll tell you that.
That's so funny. Okay, so you said something that triggered another question for me. Because you said it was like 30 years of research when you were talking about the book regarding Pan, but
Right.
how, because I'm getting the impression that you like information. So source information is all coming, stacks
Sure.
probably piled all over the place.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, that's okay. That's how beautiful minds think, right? In organized disorganization. So how did you know to edit? Was it a feel? How did you know what you wanted to be in that book? And did that lead to the Pack book? And is it leading to the next book?
Not necessarily. I am really kind of all over the place. I've got a whole list, a complete list. I've written about 20 books, but each book is an obsessive compulsive thing. I mean, like I do a deep dive on something.
Yeah.
Like I wrote a book on Naga magic, which are the Nagas are spirits in India, of snake spirits, and for some reason I got obsessed with them, and I wrote an entire book on Naga magic. And the Pan book, though, was more a compendium of my own personal work. And I wasn't planning to publish it, but then somebody came to me and said, I will publish it and I'll make it a hardcover. And then I had another friend who's an incredible artist and offered to do the art. And I finally said, okay. But a lot of my books are just things that I get obsessed with. Like the werewolf magic stuff I was going to do on my own and not publish it. It was just for me. And then people are like, oh, I want to publish that. I'm like, all right. I did one on Shinto too.
And I mean, you're giving other people permission to be transparent about their own personal journeys as well, too.
Oh, thank you. That's a really nice thought. I hope
well, but it's a truth because you've had people come up and saying, just even Howie saying, I thought I was alone in that. And,
that's true. Yeah, you're right.
he's feeling very comfortable to be transparent about his personal truth. And
Yeah.
that's a gift that you give to people.
Oh, well, gosh, thank you. I don't think that highly of myself, apparently. I don't really
apparently there's some healing still. We all have it. It's a never-ending journey.
I don't know. Well, thank you. That's like a really sweet thing to say. I hope that's true, and I'm starting to feel that I'm doing something positive. But I also think I'm kind of nuts. But I enjoy very much. I enjoy very much doing all these different things, and they all. I mean, I'm a tantric. I'm a werewolf. I'm all these different things. I'm a witch. But they're all really the same thing for me. It's just that I'm growing and expanding and trying to do as many things as I can while I'm alive on this planet. So,
right.
So the new book is going to be coming out. I'm going to be due in February, which is Feral Magic. I'm going all the way back with that one.
I think that's brilliant. I'm just going to do a quick shout out, and then I would like to come back around to that if I can. So if you are just joining us, thank you for being here. You are listening to Spirit Switchboard. I am your host, Carrie Lynn Shellhorn, and you are listening to us live from the United Public Radio Network and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 and 107.7. And we have Denny Sargent on today talking about werewolf magic and other things.
Oh,
yeah. This is so brilliant.
Horror movies too. I'm totally down about it. I've seen every single werewolf movie, but
do you have a favorite? Is our top 3?
I'm gonna actually go with the very, very old school first werewolf because it affected me deeply as a small child. But my favorite right now is the brand new on Marvel Werewolf by Night, which is brilliant. If you haven't seen it,
I have not seen it. I will make a note.
Short, unfortunately, it's only an hour long, but it's really, really good, really clever, and really fun. And I really love the werewolf. He's just great. So, yeah, I mean, I've seen there's others that I kind of like, but that one I really like. It's a little bit more human, and there's a bit
right. Ginger snaps is my kickoff to Halloween, no different than Die Hard is to my Christmas.
Yeah. I get it. Ginger snaps is great. I mean, if I was a woman, I totally would like have a Ginger Snaps poster on my wall. I mean,
yes,
Ginger Snaps is has some wonderful, powerful stuff behind it, and it's really good. By the way, I recommend another werewolf movie that almost nobody's seen because it's French. It's called Were, W-E-R, and I highly recommend it. And it's really intense and actually, I don't know. That's what you and I talked about. The Northman.
That's where I wanted you to go.
Yeah. The Northman has the best, because my friends, two of my friends, they kidnapped me. They said, you have to watch this movie. I go, oh, I don't know. It's a movie about Vikings. I don't know. No. They literally drove me to their house and wouldn't let me leave and made me drink beer and watch this movie. And I got into it until we get to the scene, and you know the scene.
Yep.
Where they are initiated into being berserkers or berserk, right? And as I mentioned, there's two kinds. Everybody knows what a berserker is, but they don't realize that berserk means you're possessed by the bear spirit, and ulfsark means you're possessed by the wolf spirit. And in that show, in that scene, you get to see a full-on Norse shamanic initiation into werewolf magic. And I went nuts when I saw it, because it was like everything I had thought would be how it would be in ancient Norse and ancient medieval and ancient Roman and ancient Greek. And they did it so well.
Did you research to see who they consulted?
I did. I saw at the end of the movie, they actually have their consultants. And I was just like, whoa, they actually did a serious work on this. And
it's intense.
It's intense. And here's the thing, I've seen it a couple of times now, obviously. But what I love about it is because I read an interview with the director, and because I was fascinated by the fact that it's told from the point of view of believing these things. And when he was interviewed, he said, the movie is shot from the point of view of Vikings and that era, in terms of what they believed, what they saw, the magic they did. And there's a scene in it, I'm not ruining anything, where somebody dies and the Valkyries come down and bring him up to Valhalla. It's a very intense, I mean, I'm getting chills.
It is, me too.
And it just made me so very happy to see, because I was like, vindication! That's... we don't
because you are asking people to move past their conditioning and be open to a different perspective.
That's it. And I'm getting more and more radically, and you'll see in Pack Magic, I talk more and more about how crucial it is that we release our animal self. That's the term I use for all of it. We release our animal self, which in most tribal cultures, there's no issue between Native American tribes that I've met. The idea that we are animals is like a norm in most tribal cultures.
Right.
We are one of the weird hyper intellectual cultures where we have separated ourselves from animals. You know, God gave us dominion over the earth. The animals have no souls. They're just there for us to use and abuse. And we are above everybody. And that dichotomy, that belief system that we are not part of our ecosystem, that we are not animals, is destroying our planet. And people have to, shift the way they see themselves. If you don't see yourself as an animal amongst animal within a wider, culture, a wider world,
we're all interconnected.
We're all interconnected. And I end every one of my meditations every night by putting my hands on the earth, saying, to you, from you, all things. Because without the earth, we would not exist. I mean, we wouldn't. If things get so out of whack that we no longer can have, potable water and food, our species is doomed. And we have this sort of myopic idea that we're always going to be around, but we have hundreds of thousands of years worth of history showing us that species come and go,
Yeah.
and we're like slitting our own throats. And the easiest path that I found, the one that has really hit me, is let out your animal self. It's okay to be intellectual and talk and teach and learn, but it's also important that you connect with your animal self, so that Gaia doesn't think you are a pest, so that when you enter the nature as in a full consciousness of being part of nature, being an animal, then Gaia kind of opens up and lets you in. And you can read hundreds of Native American stories like this. Chief Seattle, Chief Sealth is really his name, but Chief Seattle is really big in Seattle, obviously. And before he died, he gave this great speech to all the people who had moved here. And he said, look, when you came here, you built walls and fortresses and fences because you feared the forest. We do not fear the forest. The forest is our home. The animals there are our kin. We are animals, they are animals. We are equal. The animals show us what to eat, what not to eat. They show us how to do things. And when we kill a deer or a caribou or an elk, we thank them as person to person. We are going to eat you. Thank you. We honor you, and we're not going to kill 50 elk. We're going to kill only the elk we need, because we know, because we observe nature and live with the animals, that they need to breed to reproduce. And he basically says, you are slaughtering all the animals, you're destroying everything, you're cutting all the trees. You are doomed. You are doomed if you don't change what you're doing. We understand you have conquered us. There's nothing we can tell you, but I'm here to tell you something really important. You are destroying yourselves, your lives, your culture, by disconnecting yourself from nature.
It's respecting the land and respecting the resources, right?
And not seeing animals and trees and other things as simply stuff that we can use and abuse as we will, with absolutely no problem. And I'm not sure what to say,
Yeah. But when we're in that altered state, in that altered spiritual shape shifting, you can feel that collective consciousness of one on a whole other level. Yes. And so it carries you through to the conscious, to have more conscious awareness that your thoughts, words, deeds, and actions matter.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
Laura Lee is just saying hello to us as well, too. Thank you for being here with us. Oh my gosh, it's 3 pages of questions, so we're working our way through it. We're doing pretty good. One of the questions that I had was pushback. What sort of pushback you have experienced?
One moment, because I'm my car is in the shop and they're about.
Oh, that's so crazy! That's awesome.
Hold of me. They're trying to get a hold of me because they're going to come up here and get me so I can go get my car. So
that's so wonderful that you're getting your car back.
I didn't know how long we were going to be on. So
we got about 15 more minutes.
Okay.
If we can have 15 more minutes of your time.
You can.
Okay.
Do you mind if
you do whatever you need to do, and I will just keep chatting away.
Okay, just give me like a second.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
So I just want to scroll back through some of these comments. Thank you, everybody, for being here so much. I was really excited when we decided that Denny was able to come on and we were able to talk. Originally, I wanted to talk about werewolf movies and werewolf books, and we touched that a wee little bit. Thanks, Sue. I know I enjoy Denny's energy as well too. And I think that I learned a lot just in the last couple of days. Like, I had a very surface view of what I wanted to do. To Laura Lee's on the chat today. Yeah, I love it. And so I've learned a lot about, even digging deeper, and being able to go to that collective consciousness of one and tapping in. And I had not thought about doing that from like an animalistic sort of point of view. So I don't know. It's fascinating for sure. But if y'all want to share what your favorite werewolf movie is, I'm totally into it. Because I had even looked at books, but I'm not much. When you look at books, they're all like romance books with werewolves. I just not a romance person, nor am I a rom-com person. We'll have to share these with Denny when he comes back. Thank you for being here, Sandy. I hope all is well in your world. I'm glad that you're here with us. One of the things that I found about the books, should you decide to look into them, the Werewolf Magic book, because there is two, because it's the Werewolf Pack magic, but they do build. Like when you are looking at it, it builds. And I'll get him to talk about Feral Magic, which is the book that he's currently writing, which will be the next part, but not necessarily that they're a series. Underworld. Thanks, Michelle. I agree too. They were fascinating. They were fun. They were fun movies.
Never mind. I can't get a hold of them. I'm just going to have to call them when we're done.
So Sandy is joining us from East Coast Canada. And she said, all is great. I love this topic. Was always connected to Huskies growing up. So this is intriguing to me.
Good. And I'm sorry for that delay.
No, it's all good. We were talking about Underworld in different movies.
Okay, great.
Different werewolf movies. Michelle and I were talking about Underworld and sharing about Underworld. Oh,
cool. Underworld was fun.
It was. Denise is just Denise Smith. I'm about 25 years behind on movies. What was the name of the Norse one you were talking about?
The
Norseman.
The Norseman. That's it.
Yeah, Norseman. And what is the name of the main actor? Because he plays.
I don't know. That's a good question. Really good actor.
Well, his whole family are actors, because I think he also played the clown in It.
Really?
Yes, in the remake.
Wow, that's really...
And a vampire in another show. Like, he just has these really, yeah.
Wow. Awesome. I didn't know that.
History.
He played the clown in It.
Acting career.
Well, he killed a lot of people in the movie, so maybe that's...
Does he ever? So there was just a lot of comments when you needed to step out for a few minutes. So no, it's all good. Everyone's saying that your energy is fascinating, that they're
hyperactivity is a good thing, I think.
Skarsgård. That's right, Michelle. Thank you so much for It's that whole family are brilliant actors.
Yes, they're Swedish, I think. Mm-hmm. They're Norse for sure. I didn't know he was It. That's creepy as hell.
It was so good. He did such a good job. It was brilliant. Could you talk about Feral Magic, where you're going next?
Yes, I'd love to. I'd love to talk about my books. Absolutely. I don't make very much money on my books, but I love to talk about them. So they're like my babies. So I've done Werewolf Magic, and then I did Werewolf Pack Magic because I realized like Werewolf Magic was my own personal, like, well, this is what I do, and let's see if it works. And then for about a year, I was doing things like going to festivals and getting other people to do it. And I realized, oh my goodness, I can actually do this with other people. This isn't just about me. And
And
then
not claiming it as a shaman. Not
right, no,
not
I am not a shaman. No,
right. I just want to make
I
sure
have
that we make that very
yes,
clear.
it's very important. And in fact, when I was writing Werewolf Magic, I mentioned shamanism, and they were like, no, 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 you have to get. We're going to delete shamanism. I said, you can't. It's actually part of what I'm talking about. And I said, look, I met real Siberian shamans. I hung out with them, and so I'm not making this up. And they're like, well, we don't know. And I said, look, I wrote an article for a magazine, uh, which was called what was it called? Anyway, my column was Worldwide Paganism, and I'd interviewed this shaman, this Siberian shaman, and so I had to actually put a link to that article so they would let me use the word shaman. So I'm totally understand about cultural imperialism, and I'm not claiming to be a shaman. And I've met a lot of people I didn't really think should be using the term, but I have met them, I have hung out with them, I learned from them. I'm not a shaman. Yeah, I just let's put that right on the table as fast as I can.
Yeah.
But I am a werewolf person. I'm a werewolf magic person.
Yeah, and that's what I appreciate about you is having that sense of wonder and pulling from all different resources, and this is where it's led you to, and now here I'm offering this to you as well.
So pack magic got me to like actually look at, could this function outside of me? The next book I've been planning for a while now, is feral magic, because as I got deeply involved in werewolf magic, I was getting lots and lots of people contacting me through Facebook and through other things, Instagram, about, well, I love what you're doing, I love the werewolf magic, but that's not the animal that comes to me. What comes to me is a bear, a lion, an otter. I've heard everything, snake. Like these animal spirits come to me. And so do you have any recommendation? Since I understand that you're doing this, and I love your werewolf magic stuff, but that's viscerally in my gut. That's not the animal spirit that is calling for me to get into opening up my animal self. And I thought about that a lot. And I was like, wow, that's right. I'm in this little niche. This is where I've gotten my gnosis, where I've gotten my direction is from this wolf spirit. But other people are hearing other spirits. And so I've been thinking about it a lot. I've been researching it a lot, and it pulled me into animism, and what I'm calling neo-animism. So animism was the beginning of all religion, and I'm not making this up. This is straight anthropology, sociology, and it came from the place where we can actually connect it historically is the Paleolithic era, where the basic belief of animism is that all things are alive. And we're going back to a state of consciousness where we realize like the trees are alive and the animals are alive and some mountains are alive. And then I realized, oh, wait, I lived in Japan for 4 years. Shinto is animism. Japanese are animists. They believe that there are spirits everywhere. And they are they're very intelligent. They're very high level culture. They're kicking the ass of the world in terms of money and finances. And yet, if you hang out in Japan, you find signs like next to lakes that show a serpent, a snake. They say, beware, there is a snake spirit in this lake. You probably shouldn't swim here. So the more and more I've been doing this kind of stuff, the more and more I've been getting interested in other spirits and in the idea that we can see a tree or we can see these things, and that if we go into a deep trance state, we can actually see the spirit energy in everything. And so I want to supply people who have talked to me with a way to approach any animal spirit.
Oh, that's brilliant.
So that's what we'll see. But I got a contract.
Don't even say we'll see. Just be yes, and just allow it to unfold.
Yes.
Right?
Can I do it like that? Can I go, yes?
Kind of like Scooby-Doo. Well,
I guess, sure. Okay.
Taffy Misty is just saying, when we were talking about movies, Twilight. Sandra Sharp, thank you for being here. Sandra is saying Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, American Werewolf in London, and Wolf, starring Jack Nicholson and Michelle Pfeiffer, are some of her favorites. Yeah. It's all good, and it's where we're at. And Sandy, I'm just going to put Sandy's question up here for you. Can you tell if someone that has that werewolf energy to join your pack? Can you have, if you could, two groups, like if a group of people in Canada were doing this and you were doing this in Seattle in your backyard with your neighbors peeking through the shades, at the same time, can you tap in that same collective consciousness space?
Good question. I have no idea.
We need to try.
I love that idea. Well, I'm going to be doing I'm doing a Zoom werewolf magic. I've done one Zoom werewolf magic like trans-state class, and it worked okay. And I've got this other group of people of witches and that have quite a network. And in November, I'm going to be doing another Zoom. So let's see if Zoom works. I mean, I'm still, I do a lot of Zoom tutoring.
I'll say yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think it might work. And so people contact me and they want to know. And I said, well, read my book. And if you have any questions, write me. So, people can go to my website, which is, you have it up there, DennySargentAuthor.com. You can also type in werewolfmagic.com. And
it takes you to, it lands you at the same place.
Yes, I added a new one recently, which is feralmagic.com.
Okay.
So people can, because when I'm talking to people, I say, oh, just write me at werewolfmagic.com. And they remember that. But if I say DennySargent.com, just a second. Hello.
Oh, you're welcome, Sandy. I'm really grateful that you're here. So if we need to come back around to ask that question again, just let me know and we can pull that back up and ask him again before our time finishes up here. And Sandra, I have not seen Wolf with Jack Nicholson and Michelle Pfeiffer, so I wrote that down so that I can come back and look at it again. And Taffy, I know that I may get, a little bit of flack for this, but my daughter and I were all over the Twilight movie, so I'll take it. And we still do. It seems to be one of those movies that we come back to, that we have as background, both my daughter and I, when we have things that we're doing. And she lives in a different home now, but we tend to put that movie on as company, if that makes sense. Do you guys do that? I know some people play music, but I tend to have movies playing. There we go.
I'm so sorry for that.
It's all good. It's all good.
I desperately need my car, and I didn't. They're calling me a little early to come pick me up and take me to my car. So,
but that's exciting that you get it. It's an awful feeling when you don't have a vehicle and you feel sort of stranded.
I am stranded. I have to have my car.
I feel that and understand that for sure.
If I was a wolf, I would just run down there and it would be no problem. But I'm an old wolf.
Or you'd growl and they would work on it faster.
Faster. I need it now.
So I was going to say, I've done, I do these events called Dining with the Dead at different venues. And it's essentially just, people have their dinner and dessert and then I shoot out. Okay, so I have your loved ones here in spirits and I deliver messages for a while afterwards. But I've done the Dining with the Dead online. And it worked out the same, and I'm not even in the same space. It's energetically, they're all here in that collective consciousness. So they know to show up because they're loved ones. So I think that tapping in and seeing if that pack can grow internationally is doable.
I love your idea. It just never occurred to me. I'm clearly not very good at promoting myself. I'm really not.
I told you I'm part of your support team now.
Oh my God, you are.
I got your back.
It just did. Thank you. Someone should, because I'm like all over the place. And I mean, I write these books, I do this stuff, and then I'm like, oh, then I kind of wander off like some crazy person. So I'm really.
Yeah, Sandra's just saying she can hear the dog in the back. It's super cute.
God,
Actually, we're all dog people.
Oh, are you? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's another question then. Like when we're all of this tapping into that astral plane magic, all of it is about intention. There's an intention behind everything that we do, right? Our intentions matter, but also creativity. How does creativity play a part in our intuition and our path?
In Tantra, there are 3 Shaktis, and it's knowledge, will, and action. And you have to balance all of them. And you can know things, but if you don't have will or action, then it's worthless, right? And if you do action, but you don't have knowledge or will, then it's worthless, right? So I really like that sort of standard, like you have to know what you're doing, you have to have strong will to actually do it, and then you have to do it. So anyway, that's my sort of go-to when people ask me stuff.
But being creative helps.
Being creative. Well, that's where I would slot that in is in will. Like your will is your creativity, and your action is your creativity. Both of those are how are you going to do it? So if you have knowledge, will, and action, like, okay, the action is, well, what are you going to do and how are you going to do it? And that has to involve your creativity.
And changing your idea or concept of what creativity is, because lots of people say, well, I'm not a creative person, I'm not artistic at all. And creativity doesn't necessarily have to, because there's lots of people whose creativity is creating drama.
Well,
there's that, but that's not necessarily positive creativity.
No, correct. That is so correct. That is so true. Oh my God. I don't know what to say about that, but yeah, that's right.
Sandy's saying the right mindset.
I got plenty of drama stories.
Oh yeah, no, we're not going to go to drama stories today, but we do.
No.
Yeah. Direct people. Where can they find you if they want to connect with you? Where can they find your books?
Well, they can find me on Facebook, and I'm just Denny Sargent. They can.
Denny Sargent, author, I think is.
I've got my publicity one is Denny Sargent, author, and then I'm also Denny Sargent. If somebody's really serious and they want to like be friends with me, I'm pretty open. Or they can email me, and that's maybe the easiest way, and that's through my website. If you go to my website, Denny Sargent, author, or werewolfmagic.com, magic with a K, then there's a little tab at the top that says contact. You hit that, and it gives you a place to email me. You can click another button and email me directly. So I love it when people email me, because then it stays in my Gmail and I don't forget it, and it's there, and I correspond with everybody. So
good.
I am one of those people that I'm very accessible.
Accessible.
Oh yeah. If you're interested in my book, I will spend hours writing you. I mean, I don't have that many people that do that. So, but like I have 2 people now who are writing me about the werewolf magic stuff, and they're like, I hope you don't mind. And then they write me a long letter, and then I write them a long letter. And then, I got nothing better to do than help people. I mean,
well, this is part of, I think that people are needing connection. They're needing that werewolf magic. They're needing to feel part of a community, part of a pack, and tapping into that. And I think it'll be interesting to see what happens once feral magic, and I have you back on after that.
Oh well, that would be lovely. I'm sorry I bounced out a couple of times, but
it's all good. It's all good.
We all know that we're car centered in our culture, and it would be nice
for now.
But for now, that's right. I can't wait till teleportation is happening. Oh God, there goes my dog again.
It's all good. So thank you everybody that was here. Next week on the show, we have Rick or Mortis Shrek actually is his name, and he created the largest spirit board that was at Salem. So he's going to come on and we're going to talk about talking boards and spirit boards with Rick Schreck next week. So thank you everybody that participated in the conversation and joined in and asked questions. I appreciate you. If you have any show suggestions for me or comments, please connect with me. It's Carrie Lynn. .shellhorn@gmail.com. And thank you to the United Public Radio Network and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 and 107.7 New Orleans. Have a good week, everybody, and we'll see you again and connect with you again next week.
Thank you so much.
You've been listening to Spirit Switchboard with host Carrie Lynn Shellhorn on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 New Orleans.
Is she back? Looking for something new in dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, alternative history? They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology. Get the 10-volume box set with 159 stories and full color illustrations plus 34 articles with writings and art tips. Get the UPR discount, $125 for the entire box set. That's a $60 savings for that beautiful box set. L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future. Go to uprntalkradio.com, click on the link, and place your order. Share order. Where is that on?
Looking for stories that are fresh and new? Dark fantasy, humor, space exploration, time travel, cyberpunk, alternate history, and more. They're in the L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future anthology from 24 award-winning authors and illustrators, plus art and writing tips and bonus stories. L. Ron Hubbard Presents Writers of the Future. Buy your copy at galaxypress.com, Amazon, or wherever books are sold.
I'm sorry.
All righty.
Oh man, I apologize.
We got a Southern boy and a British boy.
It's yeah. Look at this, and way over on the other side of the planet, hanging out. Just left his poor wife over there in LA. He said, "Oh well, I'm out of here. I'm going to Europe, man. You're on your own." Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have John Goodwin.
What an introduction!
Oh Lord, man, y'all shouldn't. I'm just getting ready for the night. Y'all should wait till you see what happens tonight at 9 o'clock. Oh my God, we're now that we're in news mode because there's 2 wars going on. It's just hard to even squeeze in the other news. Well, we do get some news in about the Emperor. He's he makes it in there from time to time. The Emperor Joe Cracker Biden. That's what I call him now. That's his official name. I'm sorry. Look, I've watched him. So look, when nobody in the Middle East wants to meet with your president, you should be worried. Anyway, moving on from that. We're not talking about that tonight. We're talking about Battlefield Earth tonight, which kind of
your president too, Joe.
No, he's not mine. I didn't vote for the SOB. I'm not claiming him. I don't even. Technically, I don't even want to say I live in the same country. And I live in the South, so technically, we don't live in the same country anyway. It's.
So what were we discussing?
Battlefield Earth is what we were discussing.
Oh, okay.
Okay. If I can get it out without getting back into, crazy. See, now I'm thinking Battlefield Earth. Now I'm thinking Israel. So this has got to stop, man. This has got to stop. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, John's over in Europe. He's touring over there. He's one of these wealthy guys, gets to tour Europe, hang out. He's escorted around, oh yeah, I seen him there dead. These 2 girls in these little short skirts and this limo just escorting him from place to place, man. I was like, I'm jealous is all I got to say. No, guys, he's over there actually working his what off. But y'all both welcome tonight. So it's nice to have them both on, and really and truly they are split. I mean, one's on one side of the planet, one's on the other. So how you liking Europe?
It's
Germany.
I'm enjoying over here in Frankfurt, and it's the International Book Fair, the Book Mesa, and it's huge. It's the biggest book fair in the world, and so although Sharjah is rapidly taking over, becoming the biggest book fair, but right now it still has that. It's greatly reduced in size. Up to pre-pandemic, it was about 7,500 exhibitors. Now it's only 4,000, but it's still 4,000 exhibitors.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And then that's I count as one as Galaxy Press. So there's 4,000 different exhibitors over 9 halls.
Yeah. Well, how many countries do you think they represent? I mean, this is an international one, so a lot of the American ones are just pretty much American. But
this is pretty much every country except the show owner, or the guy that's the director of the show. When the whole thing happened in Israel, he made this statement like, "Our hearts go out to you in Israel, and we're 100% behind you," which immediately alienated the Arabs. So the Arabs pulled out, and then when they then stopped doing one of the awards presentations, Israel pulled out. So now the whole Middle East is out because it's become political, which is not the purpose of books, so it totally violates the whole purpose of trying to do books in the first place, to try to deal with discourse and, discussion. So the Middle East is pretty much pulled out. Russia isn't here. Ukraine's here. But all throughout Africa, most of the rest of the place in Europe is here. Obviously North and Central and South America. I just went to a party thing for the Guadalajara Book Fair, and met the director of the book fair because they sold out. So I got in good communication with him. So it looks like we'll be able to get a booth there. I'll find out on Monday to attend, because that's the biggest Spanish book fair. But they had a big stand at this show here, and then we met some of the I guess Sharjah representatives in some of that area there, and so we're getting distribution in that. As a result of that, there's distribution that's been set up. So we've been getting a lot of different nations that want to carry our books. We're going to be talking about tonight. Battlefield Earth, for one, is a really popular one. But
and this other point really got me listening to, which we're going to talk about that later in the show. I'm serious, guys. We're going to talk about this later in the show, but go ahead, John. I'm sorry.
Talk about which later in the show? Talk about that video I sent?
This porn book you got me reading.
He got into volume 4. He had volume 4 and went, what have you said?
Yes. I'm in volume 5 now, so we're about halfway through it.
It's pretty out there, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I'm just listening because I'm listening driving back and forth to work, and one morning I'm listening. I said, "What the hell? What she's doing? Wait, what? Wait, stop!" I had to go back and listen again because I wasn't sure what I heard. I was like, "No way!" And then we just went from there. And just said, "Oh my God, this is going to be an interesting episode." Well, guys, I'm listening to it. Yeah, John, I've been harassing John about it for a while, but I've been listening to this thing for like a year. It's long. And I can only listen to it when I got free time, but it's actually so far. First one was a little bit slow. Ever since then, it's been on a steady increase. And there is some great satire, and that's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
There's some really good satire.
It's really good satire. And it's, really still, even though he wrote that in the early 80s, it still, bears out to showing like this is what's going on around here.
No,
but anyway, one of the things I wanted to talk to you about tonight, like I said, is this thing with Battlefield Earth. And both Emma and I were like very intent on wanting to talk to you about it because of the fact there are 2 wars working right now on the planet. And I mean, definitely there's some people making a lot of money on this thing happening, all these arms dealers and merchants of chaos. But I sent you that, just to be able to discuss books that have a message of peace, and how science fiction can sometimes be a way to communicate peace, and sometimes the books get really gnarly, but it kind of shows the futility of war. It doesn't resolve anything. And I sent you that one video, the Declaration of Peace, which is a poem that Owen Hubbard wrote about the futility of war. And that's from Battlefield Earth.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to switch it over to Google.
You have that?
Actually, I've got it up, but I gotta switch it. For some reason, StreamYard doesn't like Microsoft. It doesn't like Bing or anything like that. So it likes Google is what it likes. And when I open my email, a lot of times it opens an Explorer. So so it just doesn't like it for some reason. But I'm just gonna switch it over to one of the other ones that'll find it. Because it's I don't know exactly why it's we got a commercial plan. Y'all want to buy a house?
That's YouTube. That's YouTube does it. You got 5 seconds to be able to click. Don't
Okay.
play.
So we're good right there. Let's pull this in here with us. There it is. Look.
Okay.
Boop.
It's a good message.
And add the page. Oh, there we go. And let's hit the play button. Dun, dun, dun. What the hell did I just do? See these new fancy dancy computers? I gotta do things I don't know that they do. I just split into 4 screens. I was like, "What are you doing?" I didn't want
what
you to do
is
that.
happening there?
Y'all can hear it, okay?
Yeah. I can't see it.
You need to open it up.
Hear me! Out of a hell of shot and shell, out of this chaos of contention, let us bring peace to pointless fight. Why do we court the whore called war? Why make of earth a shattered night? There is no ecstasy in killing. Love alone can make man willing. So hear me, warriors. Hear me, mothers. There is no pay in slaughtered brothers. Attention, if your sense is fair, heed that which we now declare. Peace, you races far and wide. Peace, abandon your blood-soaked suicide and now abide in peace. Echo me, as in your hearts you yearn for love, not death. Peace, we have declared it. Snarls and strife must be at end. In peace alone can this earth mend. And now find ecstasy in love. Love for earth. For all. The gods of peace have now spoken. Obey!
I don't know.
There you go.
There you go. Oh, I don't want to start playing. Oh, sorry. Now somebody's fired. You just gotta love YouTube. Oh man, I started playing right there. You see it right there.
No, we didn't see it now. Fortunately.
somebody hamburgered it out. Of course, I have no idea where it is on this screen.
Yeah, I see you have a Battlefield Earth painting behind you there too.
Yes, yeah, that's Hurley's face is not Hurley's face. What's his face? Travolta's face is in there. And well, yeah, and then he's down. What's his face is down there running through the fire coming out. Yeah, we can't see it because we're all covering it up. But when it comes out on print or when it comes out on just the archive with audio, it'll be that face on there. Unless YouTube gets cranky about it. Quick note before we go. I mean, not before we go, but we're going to be adding Amazon sometime in like the next. It's probably going to be somewhere around the 28th of the month. We may have to wait until November, because of Halloween, and we got some pay-per-view events. I'm not sure. I was talking with Michelle about this last night, but anyway, Amazon is going to be coming to the station sometime in the next 10 days. So you will be able to get us on Amazon anywhere you are on the planet. I mean, you can already get us on Alexa and stuff, but you can get us on Amazon now anywhere. You can pop in, watch the television just like you'd watch any other TV show on Amazon. And I know we get 2 featured weeks. So we'll be somewhere up there in those top shows flipping around for those 2 weeks. So you can find us really easy. It's a nice addition. So there's Roku, there's that. For my Apple fans, maybe if we get enough people who are interested in Apple, we'll add Apple TV to it as well. We have web television. I just haven't added to the page yet because I would prefer y'all to use our allies, meaning Roku and Amazon. I'd rather you go there and get it instead of go to our webpage and get it. It's not like anybody's charging for it anyway. So it's just, I'm sure they would appreciate the clicks. For them, the more clicks, the more money. That's it. Yeah. For us, it doesn't really matter. But anyway, so when you listen, so I've been through now, I don't know. Let's see. I've watched the movie Battlefield Earth. I've been through the book. I've listened to what we play. It's and then some of the other stuff I've read of L. Ron's. It's just he had a good view of what was coming or what was around him that he knew he was going to be immersed in. Might be a better way of saying it, because somehow or another he kind of immersed himself in all of this. And when I'm listening to even like on Mission Earth or in some other stuff I read, even some of his sci-fi I read, what I would just call general sci-fi, he just had an idea of where Earth was headed. It's a shame some of the politicians didn't have the same idea. We might not be in as much shit as we are today. And I did notice that he put it out in stories. It's a shame he never became a politician, because then he might actually, because he can change people's minds through his writings, which will help. But that's a slower track than if you just get out and get in everybody's face and say, hey.
Well, he spent quite some time in D.C. That's why
I know that.
The first church that was there was in the founding churches in Washington, D.C. And he went there. I think it was Hoover, President Hoover. He actually audited on Dianetics, and he went out. He made a whole big thing trying to, put some sanity into the scene there. And that's when he just looked at it and went, he needs to start working and getting people that aren't so steeped into the corruption that is, Washington D.C. and these other major things, because like what you see so heavy, it makes no sense, And I've talked to you at length, and I've talked to James Rassone, the person whose podcast is currently airing this week. He was 30 years in the military in the Middle East, and he was he worked in intelligence and in working with what was it, Emily?
He did interrogations.
Yeah.
And the stuff that happened was just so gnarly, so
I've read a lot about him now. I mean, not so much. I mean, I've read a lot of his writings, but I've also read about him and some of his run-ins with the press, good and bad. Some of his other stuff, and he, I've been through his Navy career, not completely, but I've been through it on both ships that he served, and there's a couple of things that I've read about him and his connection with the hospitals and how he got involved and helping people get their brains straight. There's a lot of information there, but for the average, ordinary, Joe, it's going to
be. You're the unaverage Joe.
You're I'm the in between Joe. I'm kind of in between somewhere, but it's still. For most of them, it's just going to wash over them. We were talking today about and healthcare, how to get people up and faster, get them away from drugs faster, how to get them out of institutions faster. What could be used? L. Ron's name came up 3 times in the conversation, and I wasn't the one. So I wasn't the one who brought this up. By the way, this is it was once they had brought it up. I had brought up some of the other stuff. Wait, what programs you said?
Narcanon. That's the one. Jada Pinkett Smith. She just put a book out, and she talked about her father who was on drugs heavily, and
yes, I got to tell you, Emily, it's a $50 fine. Yes, there's a fine for bringing Jada's name on the network. It's a $50 fine. John, send me a check, my friend. You see how I did that? I told John to send me the check.
Exactly.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Good, babe. It's just
well, you know, I'd
really
rather
one program. It's a good one. It has a very high success rate.
Well, I know they came up because there was some stuff that he had done. I guess it was at the end of World War II, somewhere between the end of World War II and I'd say like 50, 52, somewhere up in there. And I'd actually have to go get the book out again to is it around me? No, it's not. To be 100% sure, but there's a lot of interesting stuff in there that could pertain to the way health industry works today. But for some reason, it's too easy. Some of this stuff is too easy of a fix. And they're just not going to go for that.
No, it's an industry. Medicine is an industry. It's not about, unfortunately, AMA and that type of stuff isn't about healing. It's about industry. He wrote a book called All About Radiation.
Wait, say that again.
It was called All About Radiation.
Oh.
And he did he whole research about this. He put together this formula called dianazine, which helps, like I said, runs out radiation because people were getting radiation poisoning after all the testing that was being done in Nevada. And so, because he was in Phoenix and he had his Geiger counters and it showed all this radiation on his piano and all around there. So he
was all over the place.
Yeah. So he started doing this. So how to get it out of the body because it caused obviously adverse effects of cancer and whatnot. So he had a lot of research he did in that stuff, and of course, it was considered, not medical, and it wasn't this, wasn't that, and so it wasn't adopted, even though it's a main way of handling getting rid of radiation poisoning. But he's been. I mean, his whole mission was to be able to help people, and so the people that caused the most backlash were the ones that directly affected by his researches that would like do them out of a money scam.
Well, the problem is helping people's great, but if you're not helping the people that are helping you to help the people, you ain't getting nothing. you just might as well hang it up. They're going to be against you no matter what. I was reading about the thing he got involved with about the crazy patients going to Alaska. And I read about that and I'm thinking, who even thought that was a good idea? I mean, really, who? So we're going to send everybody out.
American Psychiatric Association.
I mean, just when you read stuff like this, you got to go, okay, was something affecting them back then? Was there radiation all through America or something that was affecting it? It's just some things are just stupid and should be treated that way. But of course, when you buck up against the system, especially when we're talking pharmaceuticals, then it's going to cause you trouble. And half them pharmaceuticals own the press these days. So even back then, so it's going to cause you. Because I could never understand when I first met John, because I'd read quite a bit about it, why he cut such a bad rap. Because when I look at him from, I don't know, maybe mid 30s all the way up until maybe mid 60s, early 70s, he's got a good relationship with the press. Makes no sense. And then boom, and somebody said, oh, was it Scientology? No, because Scientology wasn't actually there at the moment. So it had to be something else. So I'm pretty sure this was part of it.
Yeah, it was.
And it's just people. Y'all, I know we're kind of skipping around. I'll get John to clarify, but this was something that you're just not going to hear in mainstream science today. When you hear people talking about this gentleman, you're not going to hear people talk about this either.
And that's why you always hear us say, well, do your own research, read a book and see if it makes sense to you. And that's the main thing. And that's where most of the headway is made when someone decides, instead of listening to, what mainstream media might say, or more appropriately, what the pharmaceutical companies will say, and just check it out for yourselves. And you're kind of like, wow, okay, so that isn't true that, they've got weird trees growing out of their ears or whatever.
Hey, I didn't know what to think about you guys.
These little white things coming out of your ears right now.
I know they're glowing too. You better watch out. It's with Jessica. No, No, I met John. It's been 4 years now, I think.
More than
Well,
that.
it was right when Jim Mars
Yeah.
passed. I did a radio show with you, and we talked about his last days because he was with us, with Emily and myself. Yeah, and so I did that show, and then I had Carmen book me again, and we did a couple shows, and then you grilled me for the next year or two. On,
I did. And
cross-examined me, and everything I'd say, you'd have something like, prove it.
So these are actually good people, guys. I've been hanging out with them now for a while, and they're honestly hardworking, good people. I haven't seen them do anything that I would consider to be. Now, I don't go to these voodoo rituals, so I don't know about that. But the rest of it, the rest of it, mind you, is all good stuff.
That's the only way we go visit you, and you take us out to your favorite haunts.
Actually, Denise, I'll be blunt about that question. I'm not. None of the judges are, and as far as I know, so far, none of the winners have been either. Members of Scientology, yes, no, none of them have been. The staff, all of them are. Everybody who works there is. And I will tell you this, and this has always been who I have been, and will always be who I am. I always judge people by their actions, and I'm telling you what, this is a really good group of people. I don't know, they could be evil in the night, run around naked. How do I know? But anyway, the rest of the time they're really good people, and they're actually a pleasure to be with. I really enjoy being with them. I've actually found some people who run around more than I do, which is amazing to start off with. Oh no, Emily runs circles around my ass. Oh no, indeed not. So no. She's like the Blur. I think that's when I started nicknaming her the Blur, because it's like, was that Emily? Matter of fact, I got some pictures of her where it's kind of a blur. She's gone by. No, she's hard work. Everybody there is really nice, and frankly, it kind of scares me sometimes. They're as nice as this, because them damn rookies can aggravate the crap out of a pope, man. So I don't know how they do it. Well, no, I mean, they're winners. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. And it's running in 8 different directions. And the fact that everybody there keeps their cool is amazing. I don't know if they go home at night and beat holes in their walls, that's different. But really and truly, everybody there is very gracious, very nice, very well mannered, and very hardworking. Janice, you gotta win. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah. Go enter at writersofthefuture.com, and we're accepting entries now for volume 41. So it's been going a long time. I think if it are you in an earthquake, John?
They're actually. Actually, I forgot about these. Oh yeah, hold on, Chrissy. I'll put them up there where you can see them. No. This set's not for sale. This will get given away during the holidays. But so right now they're $125. If you go through the website and get them, Maliva will be really happy, and she won't try to hurt me when she sees me next time. And they're I think they're $60 off right now off the box set. But I can't see them. I don't have it right. Hold on. Oh, there they are. Okay, hold on.
Oh yeah, there you go. They're underneath your alien skull. Oh, you got the set there. There you go.
There you go. There's a box set right there. That's what it says. $125 for the whole box. It's 30 through 39. So we got some sets we're going to give away, but these are for sale. And these, by the way, one of these sets is never getting away. It's going in with the rest of them when I because I'm redoing my studio right now. My wife the other day is going, "What are you doing?" I had a friend of mine come from New Orleans and just hauled out like 15 computers out of the studio, and that's in about 10 monitors. Yeah, well, I'm just getting rid of stuff. I'm trying to get my studio over again where I can have people in studio again.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So right now you can be in studio, but it's got stuff all over the place, and we're slowly but surely getting them out. And plus, I'm putting in a new type of shelves for different books, stuff I get from y'all, stuff I get from other publishers, stuff I get from authors. So people can just see them up there, because we get a lot of people who come on the network, and we got a new show that's going to be housing a lot of it's going to be just for authors and illustrators. That's all it's going to be for. I think it's going to be on Saturday. I think that's where it's going to be. Yes, it is. Well, because I work with Carmen, and Carmen gets me a lot of people, and then we get a lot of other authors that come on the network, and there's just a lot of people who read people. I know somebody the other day told me reading in cursive was dead. I'm like, really? And I'm like,
I know somebody who couldn't read in cursive, and I was like, I'd never heard of that before. And I thought, how can you not read in cursive? Like,
it's not taught anymore.
It's amazing.
California just said they're going to start teaching it again. We heard it yesterday on the news.
That's good.
Good.
The back ass word.
This is Frankfurt you're looking at out here while we're talking.
There we go.
Oh, okay. That's what's going on.
Yeah, we're jealous. We don't hear that you're in Germany. We could be hanging out in Germany, chilling, having some wine, well, maybe some beer. No, I'm not into hot beer, guys. No, Battlefield Earth, you can get it anywhere. GalaxyPress.com is the easiest place to go to get it, but you can get it anywhere.
You can get it at Barnes & Noble. You can get it at Amazon, independent bookstores, wherever books are sold. You can get Battlefield Earth.
You can buy it almost all the bookstores in South Africa. We got Australia. We got Canada. We've got UK.
There you go.
And if you listen to audiobooks, I mean, the Battlefield Earth audiobook has like over 3,000 5-stars on Audible. It's a really good audiobook. Joe's played it several times on the air. It's an excellent audio.
Denise, I can't play it. I'm sorry, bro. I'll be finished it probably around Christmas and New Year's, but I can't play it. I'm sorry.
Is that Mission Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. Look, I'm just grateful to listen to it. Whenever they tell me they can, y'all will hear. But until then, it's just where it is. Yeah, that's just how it works. You can go buy the book. Yes, we gave away like 100 of them at Christmas last year. No, I don't have any left. I got one copy of Fear, and that's actually going to be my copy, and it's unopened. It's still in a wrapper. And you mean all the stuff behind me? No, these are my. This at Christmas will get given away. Okay. These are all autographed books that are all mine, so they're not going anywhere. And then there's other books that rotated through this loop up here for different guests that come on. Like Wolf Moon was just on a couple weeks ago, and Lazarus Black was on a couple weeks before that. So you'll see their books up there as well for a couple of weeks after. Sorry, guys, for a couple of weeks after they have been on the network. Yeah, I like helping them out. I'm hoping they get rich and remember me. That's what I want to get rich, man. Besides, you never know which one of these guys is going to make the next fantasy movie, next sci-fi movie.
That's right.
The next piece of artwork that just stuns the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't live there, so I don't know.
Yeah, no. But the thing on this where we started, what I really wanted to bring up, because I know we've been bouncing all over the place, but just with the scene on the, in the wars, and it gets people all like freaked out. And it's just that. I mean, I've been at this book fair, and people have been talking about like just the vibe of Battlefield Earth is
a good book.
It helps you to deal with it. You just kind of like you've got to, the scenes just starts off pretty rough. Where mankind's been almost wiped out, and it's just the whole human spirit. So it's like how the human spirit can ultimately prevail under any adversity, and that's something right now that's really important for people to get that feeling that like, we can do it. We can win out. We haven't had which is probably what some of the people are thinking of too, of some of the anti-social people out there. But, we went from World War I to World War II, and then Korea was right on the heels of World War II within like a year or two. Yeah. And Vietnam was pretty much of a bust, but it's been for the last 50 years, it's been there hasn't been any major conflicts that's affected us in North America, and there's been the continual since Israel was formed. Was it 1954, 52 or something like that? Somewhere in there.
Yeah, somewhere around there. I think it was 54, but I don't want to swear.
When it was first formed, and then the whole conflict, because you've got the most insane scenario there. You've got one city in that location, which is the hub for 3 major religions. It's like the holiest place for Judaism, for Muslim, and for Christianity there in Jerusalem. And it's just, it's a simple formula for just disaster. So having something like
where
that,
the world goes to
talk about, and it's just something where ultimately it is going to be the human spirit, that's going to prevail and will overcome ultimately. And I'm a firm believer, I'm an optimist, but I'm a firm believer that that's going to be the case. And that's what, we've got a world that's riddled by conflict. Yet science fiction can actually emerge as a beacon of hope, and it can break through that, just being stuck in. You've got a lot of science fiction has gone in the last couple of decades in the area of dystopia, And this book here starts off from that type of beginning and takes it all the way now to how, mankind can actually prevail. We can overcome the most incredible odds and still be able to, pull it out of the fire.
So, I feel for you people. I'm going with Elon. We're going to Mars. Y'all have a good time here on Earth. Call me when everything's settled. I'm gonna do a live program. I talk with Elon. I can do a live program there. He's putting Starlink up. He's gonna have a whole Starlink system up there.
Starlink on Mars.
Yeah, he's actually gonna start sending satellites in it. I think in the beginning of next year. He's gonna put like 20 of them up there. You'll be able to Starlink the whole planet, and then he'll be able to beam it back there. So they're actually gonna. He said this himself. They're actually gonna do podcasts from Mars that are coming to Earth. I'm going, people. I'm just telling you. If I got to stow away, I'm going.
Well, on that subject of message of peace in sci-fi, I just sent you both a link of the new blog that just went up about different books that have a message of peace in science fiction.
Where'd you send it? My phone or my email?
iCar.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I had that open a second ago. Ding dong. Yeah, I had to know what they believe. Oh, computers just do whatever they want these days.
Yeah, there's
taken over by AI.
Orson Scott Card's got Ender's Game, which is that's seriously intense. The Dispossessed by Ursula K. Le Guin. Dune, Frank Herbert. The Foundation Trilogy by Isaac Asimov.
When's part 2 of Dune coming? I seen something about it the other day, but I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Good question. Don't know.
I thought
it was a preview for it.
Yeah, I seen there's previews on YouTube, but there's no dates or nothing. So I'm assuming we wait. Anyway, John, sorry I didn't interrupt you. When you said Dune, it just clicked into my head. I was kind of like,
there's Starship Troopers, and one thing that Robert Heinlein wrote in the book there are no dangerous weapons. There are only dangerous men, and so you see. I mean, that's that whole thing that you find on which we're not getting into, the whole thing on the First Amendment. You see two different views on that. But science fiction it provides, because it is quote unquote fiction, and it's based in a future that isn't now. So you can go and make these conclusions and descriptions and decisions, and come to realizations and resolutions of issues that we're facing right now, but in a different area. So it's easy to look at it and see it being resolved.
No, I'm telling you, I'm resolving. Y'all think I'm kidding you? I'm going to Mars. John has faith in you, fellow humans. I mean, he has faith in you, fellow humans, which is a good thing. Yeah, y'all should have faith in yourselves. But being that I'm part alien, I'm going to Mars.
Going home.
I'm just going to go hang out with my brothers for a couple, just a couple hundred years.
And see Mama.
Yeah, 100, 200, maybe 300 years, and I'll come back and check on everybody, see how everybody's doing. Well, I seen an article today. They said by 2030, humans should be immortal, meaning that disease and age won't affect them anymore.
By 2030?
By 2030. So I was like, that's what, 7 years, 6 years, really.
6 years.
Well, they've been saying for a while now, for the last 8 or 10 years, they've been saying that we're real close to being able to stop aging. It scares me.
So what about those of us who are going to be like in their 50s and stuff? I guess the young ones have got it good, but everybody, us older folk.
Well, more than likely, I would imagine for the first 100, 200 years, only the people who got like $100 million in the bank are going to get it anyway. But
yeah,
after that, when it finally gets out of population, it's just going to get out to whoever wants to take it. But one of the things that Masters and Johnson had put out a couple of months ago was one of the ones they're working on, because it stops the genes. They think they can reverse the geneage up to 20, 25 years. But they said it's going to probably be extremely painful. That sounds like sci-fi to me. I'm reading it, I'm thinking sci-fi. The whole time I'm reading this, I'm thinking sci-fi. But they're thinking, and then there was a big article done. There was a big meeting about this a couple of months back about should it be allowed. I mean, there's already 8 billion people on the planet. So what they're now saying is, if you take it, you shouldn't be allowed to have any more children. So no children if you take it. You can have, as long as you don't have to take it, you can have kids. So go have 10 kids and then take it. No, I mean, I don't know, because I might be tempted, but I don't know. It would depend. To me, quality of life is important as longevity. So if there's not going to be quality of life, why bother? We're not getting into that size, guys. That's a different thing. No, I'm just scrolling while we're talking.
Yeah, so that's the thing with science fiction. It definitely has those themes that's able to deal with, and the good authors are able to deal with it really well. And so you've got like the ones that we're listing here in this. This is an article on Emily. This is on battlefieldearth.com.
This one's on galaxypress.com.
Okay, on galaxypress.com.
Oh wait, no, I'm wrong about that. I think. Hang on.
Yeah, it says Battlefield.
Battlefieldearth.com.
Okay, yeah. So on
so yeah.
Right. Yeah, so it's battlefieldearth.com. And so, you've got these various books which really address these subjects, I think quite well. And because it's science fiction and it's in that other realm, it's easier to look at it and to think about it because it applies to something else. It's just, it has these different things that are posed in a different world or a different time, different people, different problems. And so it's easier to confront that than it is to confront your own backyard.
Mikey, I don't a total different subject here. Mikey wanted to know, do y'all carry Battlefield Earth, the movie?
I don't think because we didn't produce that movie here.
Yeah,
but you can get it. You can get it on Amazon. There's two versions. There's the regular DVD, and then there's the what's the high res one? The
high definition.
Yeah, no, but there's
4K, there's 8K, there's all kind of stuff now.
Yeah, but it's definitely out there.
And whoever said that earlier, I'm not changing cams because mine's got just a little bit of blur as it gets behind me, so you don't know what's going on all the time. Yes, because I hide stuff up there. Like whoever discovered the BB, we gave money away for this, $100 for whoever found the BB first. Yeah, it was one of the listeners, one of the viewers wrote to me and said, "What is that in the skull's eye?" And I told him what it was. So I got a wise idea about a week later on a show. I said, "Well, look," I said, "I'll give anybody $100 if they can tell me what's in there." And remember, the show the week earlier, I actually mentioned what it was. So really, all they had to do is go listen. Oh no, they're on Roku, zooming in and out, trying to figure out what it was. Yeah, but somebody won $100 anyway, so it's cool. I don't mind giving away money sometimes. When I got the money, I don't mind giving it away. When I don't, it's staying in my pockets, people. No, we got about 9 minutes. So if you got any questions, you better get them out now. Oh, what is that? Carolyn is where you at? Well, is the thing still going on in Germany? Because she said she lives in Frankfurt.
Yeah, it's going on. It's open to the public tomorrow and Sunday. So it's at the Bookmesse.
Go say hi to John.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's cute. I think he's cute too.
He is.
He is. Just you see the lady in the blue down there. Don't get sassy because she'll fly over and kick your ass. I'm just kidding. God, I know I make her sound mean. She's not. She's a real sweetheart. She really is. Unless you make her mad, then she's not. I don't know. I'm just teasing.
Orson Scott Card. He's also one of our Writers of the Future judges, Orson Scott Card. He's a great writer.
Most of their judges are somebodies.
Yeah.
Okay, I shouldn't have said it like that. That was a bad way of saying it. But
no, judges definitely are, because that's how they're able to qualify to become a judge.
They, I've talked to almost all of them now, but not all of them. And God, like 20 something, I think now. They're all good people, even keeled, which I really like. Some of them I like more than others, but that's just because I hang out with them. It's not a personal thing; it's more of a drinking thing. So we'll leave it at that. It's, I mean, really, everybody's really nice there. What gets me is how much they go out of their way to talk to all these winners. I mean, they truly go out of their way, inviting them to lunch with them, come sit down over here and talk with us, because you're sitting there, wherever we happen to be sitting. I mean, I watched many of the judges after they had been doing courses all day, sit down and go through stuff with these people and not even faze them. I'd be like, I seen your ugly face enough for one day.
No, you wouldn't.
I know, but still, I don't know that. Shh. Again, the only way you can get there is to win. No, they don't even tell me where it's at. I don't know. Yeah, so you can't even bribe me because there's no to bribe me for. Yeah, Marco Rubio. Really, that's not your name. Are you really the real Marco Rubio? I don't believe that crap. Get off. Get out of here. And if you are the real Marco, well, thanks for jumping in and listening to whatever we're talking about tonight. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you. Yes, you're gonna marry Emily next week too, so I believe that too. Yeah, so I'm just leaving everything tonight. I look, people. If you get into a lot of Elron stuff, you're gonna find that there's a lot of messages in there tucked away, hidden. Hidden's not a real good word, but they're not really hidden. They're really just in his work or on top of his work. But there's a lot of stuff in there, and a lot of it's done in satire. But still, it does play in to a lot of what's been going on, but not just that. A lot of what's going on right now, especially with the one I'm listening to, the Mission Earth. There's a lot of stuff in there that would definitely pertain to what's going on in our stupid planet right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. No, I'm playing the alien that came from. Well, there's a few aliens that came over. People know I'm not playing Total Grease. I know that's not going to happen, but he cracks.
You know what's amazing, Jessica? We'll get back on it soon, but just Sultan Grease is the one that was most related to by the fans, by the readers.
I bet he was.
Because the actual hero was too unreal to them.
Too perfect.
He was. He is a pretty boy. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But there's pretty boys all over the planet. Yeah. It's to me, he's a very believable character because I actually know people like him, but I also know people like Sultan too.
Absolutely. There's a lot of people that could identify with Sultan.
Oh yes, and that should tell you some people. You should go read it. Okay, now that you've been insulted, you should go read it. No, I hope it does come out a movie. I'd love to see who played this movie. Actually, it's really good so far. Why can't I never remember his name? The guy who's playing, who's reading, just so he does a great job with this character. Really, everybody does a great job. And there's really good sound effects. I mean, everybody's doing a great job, but he's really like the narrator of the story.
Yeah.
And it's he's just such an ass. I'm sorry. I can't say it any other way, but when it finally comes out, y'all enjoy it. I actually think I like it better in Battlefield Earth. I hate to say it. I'm a whole judgment because I still got 5 books to go through yet.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you're gonna. Yeah. It's
and there's a lot, at the end, and then there's the end. So we have to get through that. And I have to watch myself when I judge Battlefield Earth because as long as I judge the book, I'm like, yeah. But if I judge it by the movie, I'm not as happy. I love Travolta, but the movie just didn't do it for me.
Yeah, well, the movie just didn't because even though they say they had all this money,
a freaking trilogy.
It was incorrect when they said they had this budget because they didn't have that much money. Roger Christian, he was a guest on a podcast, and they couldn't afford to go to Scotland, which is where the book really goes, where Johnny gets his fellow conspirators to take back the planet. But all they had money for was to get people to dress up as cavemen in Canada, and then there was they had the alien spaceships. He was alerted how to. Fly their just alien vehicles, but what they did instead is they said they were flying Harrier jets, and so that people just picked it apart because fuel wouldn't exist for 1,000 years. The jets wouldn't fly. They fired guns that were long since would have expired. So just
in the book, they're firing the weapons of the aliens, not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It should have been maybe not a trilogy. It could have been a trilogy. It really could have been. Yeah. But maybe if not a trilogy, maybe just 2. But still. It just needed to be stretched out some more. No, that's what they did. They
went through the first half, and they had a cliffhanger at the end, but because of the reviews, the part 2 never got made.
No, they were just trying to cram too much into one movie. It was a 3-hour movie to start off with, guys. But and it's not that it's horrible. It's well worth watching. I'm not telling you, you should watch it because there is a lot of funny shit in there. But there is a lot of good stuff in there, but still, it's just the way it was done. So it's just one of them things that was crammed into one movie. It should have been more than one. Well, we've seen that in other movies. It's not the first time we've seen this happen.
Yeah, but the book itself is is different because that actually has the message. It has that, like I said, that really cool vibe that right now is just so. I think it's really important because if somebody gets caught up in listening to the news, reading the papers, they can get themselves all freaked out, So it gives you a good perspective that you can kind of like chill a bit.
All the audio stuff that we're talking about and the book stuff, you can galaxypress.com. Yeah, just go over there and pop in. It's what do you mean? Do they have Galaxy Press Galaxy Press, Battlefield Earth, and audio? Do you listen to this?
Battlefield Earth is in audio. Yes, go to audible.com.
See, she's nice because I was going to say, why the hell ain't you been listening to the radio station? You know,
maybe they just tuned in.
See, maybe I told you she's nicer than I am. No, really, they do. It's fabulous. It's a long listen. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's 44 hours.
Yeah. So what you do is you do like I'm doing. Like I'm driving right now, listening. So you just got to figure out how you can pace yourself around it. An hour here, 2 hours here, 3 hours here. So what I did, like with this one, the first time I listened to it, I replaced it where I was watching The Expanse. I just started listening to it instead. And so I got it out that way before we played it on the station, and then we played it on the station. And people love it when they play on the station. Yeah. I do 8-hour shots on the station, except for one of the days is a little shorter, but everything else is 8 hours, and it runs in between. This year it'll run between. It'll run the week before Christmas and the week before New Year's, and on top of that, we'll run the right on each night after that 8 hours airs. War of the Worlds, the original one, the whole thing with all the commercials, Orson Welles, the original thing recording plays, even with all its cracks and pips and pops in it. Yes, it does. And then there's something else we play besides that's another opera we play, but it's a good, man. I mean, if you're just hanging around, I had a lot of people wrote to me last year and told me stuff like on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, they just had it playing in the background. Just they were doing whatever they were doing for their holiday, and they just had it playing back instead of having Christmas music. And don't ask me why. I don't judge. It's what they wanted to do. We
provided for them. It's good. It's good entertainment.
Yeah, it is.
It'll be on. You want to adopt some chihuahuas anyway?
Is Lola there?
But we don't want to see her at the moment. She's being bad. Y'all, if you had a chance, I posted a picture of what I woke up to this morning on TikTok and Facebook. Evil dogs, man. I got evil dogs. People, I'm sorry, I get distracted. No, we're getting ready to go.
Them everything they know too.
We're getting ready to go. Oh, he can't answer that question. No, because it'll get him in trouble. So this question came in. I already said you can't answer this question, but this question came in and said, who is your all-time favorite winner since you've been with Writers of the Future? Who's your all-time favorite winner? There's been a lot of, man. I don't even, that's a hard one because there's a few writers I actually personally like.
That's like asking who's your favorite child. I mean, it's just not right.
Well, I can tell you who my favorite.
And we have over 900 children.
Yes.
Yes, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of really good ones.
Yeah.
Oh yes, there's a lot. The 4 groups I've met, there have been some really good writers. Well, they're all good writers. It's just to me some appeal to what more I'm into. Yes, that sounded stupid, but no, really. When I get to talk to them, I get to do interviews with them. So this year we were playing catch up from last year. So we're pretty much, I think in the last 4 years we've only missed like maybe 4 of the winners, or maybe not even that, because Carmen's pretty good about getting them. When I say so. Yeah. So now we're pretty much caught up on everybody, and we've been doing some of the judges. Are you important? If you're important, write to Emily. Well, John's busy, people. He's in Europe. Come on, leave the man alone. No, right? No, really. If you're
Frankfurt, then you come visit this weekend.
But if you're important, I can't tell you who they consider important. That's not my job. I have no idea. I love these questions when they come in. See, again, Emily's way sweeter than I am. You people know I don't think all y'all are important. Let's just be honest about it right now. Yeah. Come listen to the news tonight. You think I'm being ornery now? You hit me up at 9:00 tonight. Mm-hmm. We'll see what ornery is. No, they're both great people. If you ever get a chance to meet them, you should stop and say hello to them. If you're at any of the cons like Dragon Con, or if you're down in Tampa or at Salt Lake City or something like that,
we're also going to be in Las Vegas, November 7th to 17th at the Stetson Country Christmas.
And we get to see both of them in jeans and boots and cowboy hats. Yes. They both sexy. Yeah. They both sexy as hell in their little things, man. Woo-hoo. Yeah. Yeah, no, really and truly, if you get a chance to meet them, go out of your way to say hi. Man, they're good people, and they might teach you something.
In Hollywood, we'll be having our Hollywood Christmas parade. We'll be all over the place there, setting that up and running that. And that's going to say if Sunday after Thanksgiving.
If you run into a girl that's about yay tall, run like hell. Other than that, you're good to go. I'm not mentioning no names because I don't want to get hurt. No, I'm not mentioning no names. No, really and truly, any of the bunch, if you can get to meet them, stop and say hi. I mean, if you ever happen to run into any of them or anybody you've heard us talking about, say hi. They're all really nice people. Don't harass them. Just say hi. We got to go. What?
Okay, and so the last message is make sure you check out Battlefield Earth. It's got a good message, and right now we're really, that video we played is just, we want people to get that message across there to like, the message is peace. It's not war. We need to like really just pound that in. It's like, there's got to be a peaceful solution, and I mean, there's obviously somebody making a lot of money in what's happening here in all these different wars.
Oh, you know that. We'll be talking about that later tonight. Yes, do you know what Special Forces? And no, they're not going to call me because I am way too old. It's hey, call down and I'd be like, what? You crazy, man. I'd be teetering from my belly and shit. No, that's just not going to work. Oh no, I can criticize myself, people. I don't. My ego is not that easily bruised. It's really not. But again,
this blog you're looking at here, this is on battlefieldearth.com. It's a blog. It just went up for this show. So we created it for this show so that people can go to it, check it out. So it's battlefieldearth.com blog, and it's the most recent blog that just went up today.
Yeah, well, no, Jack, I'm gonna scan it as we're rolling out of here, so y'all can see it. But just go over and check it over at the website. It's easier. You know what? Maybe I got to go. I have time to get on the website today. Maybe I'll add it to the website. Y'all can find it that way.
That'd be great.
Yeah, because no, I don't. After we're done here, I don't go back on live tonight. Actually, I gotta go cook. The Queen said it's time to cook or else. I don't mess with the Queen, man. How you think I live to be as old as I am? So come on, you don't mess with the Queen. She'll hurt you. And wait, what was this?
And that's what we just watched. That's what we watched.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
there ain't no more of the videos on here, huh? I thought I seen two videos the other day. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just cracking my brains up. But guys and girls, go check it out because we got to go. Emily's got some head she's got to go smack around, and John got to get some rest because it's like midnight for this poor man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she smacks some head when she walk up. Pop. They'd be like, what? And wait, that's the blur thing. She pop, and then they're like, what the hell? And then they'll be going back to doing it all of a sudden. Pop, she's like, son of a bitch, who was that? I'm telling you, I wish I could videotape. It'd be great. Anyway, we gotta go. Emily, John, thanks for coming and hanging out with me this afternoon. Everyone, I really hope y'all enjoyed the show tonight, guys. Oh no, they're great people. Like I said, if you can meet them, meet them. We got to go. Remember, news on the flip side tonight. We're going to have the crew out tonight. We got the new guy Jack, who used to be Sean, but now he's Jack.
You were the one that renamed him.
Yes, I did rename him. Hey, it was time for a new name. And besides, it was a Triple J show that night, so it just stuck. Mm. And then we got another J coming in tonight. It's going to be the Quadruple J show tonight.
Wow.
Yes, we might have to invite the other Emily on so we can break it up a little bit. Then it's just a bunch of old farts there. We need something there that breaks up all them old faces, man. God. This is after all, this is TV. We gotta go. Good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
And we'll see y'all later tonight. And whoop, whoop, doo.
When they are consuming your minds and your thoughts and your dreams, from the angels to the demons and to the mysteries unseen, there is no need to worry. There is no need for dread. It's just time to discuss the thing at the foot of the bed.
And if you're just tuning in, you're listening to 105.3 and 107.7 out of the beautiful city of New Orleans, Louisiana, to The Thing at the Foot of the Bed. I am one of your co-hosts, and my other is beside me. But you're also listening to UFO Paranormal Radio Network. Otherwise, Dave, I don't know, we got a little feedback there. UFO Paranormal Radio Network, otherwise known as United Public Radio Network, or just UPRN. I see we're all in the chat. Yes, I see your comment, Howie. I'm going back to the hats. I used to wear them all the time. I have a pile over there. And then we had another show where somebody else was wearing hats that was female. And I thought, looks great on them. I'm not copying, but it's just me now. Back to the hats. Anyways, I am Laura Lee Potvin, a Canadian clairvoyant medium, crystal Reiki energy healer, Akashic Records practitioner, spiritual teacher, and mentor, and registered nurse. I am also the host of my own show, The Angel Rock, here on UFO Paranormal Radio Network on Monday nights from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And what do I want to tell you guys? Hang on. Sorry, guys. Thanks for being patient. Had to restart the computer. I know what I want to tell you. Don't forget to check us out on Roku. We are streaming there tonight. UFO Paranormal Radio Network has their own channel for TV. So how you find it, you're going to sign into the channel store. You're going to look for UFO space P as in paranormal. That was an interesting noise. There's going to be a drop-down list. You're looking for UFO space paranormal and United Public Radio, all in the same title, and that's us there, so you can watch us on TV. We're also streaming to you from multiple platforms. So if you'd like to join the chat, we got quite a few people in the chat this evening. We're going to call them out in just a bit. So if you want to join in the conversation, I understand globally, and yes, United Public Radio Network does go out to every country in the world. How cool is that? This network's been around 25 years. And if we're not streaming live, which we do multiple shows on this network, the archive server is going. Anyways, if you want to join in the chat, you're going to head over either to UFO Paranormal Radio on Facebook and YouTube, or you can go to my wonderful co-host, who I'm going to let him introduce himself in just a second. But David's YouTube, which is the Spirit Experience, he's also streaming in his group by the same name on Facebook. You can also join in the chat on my YouTube channel, The Angel Rock with Laura Lee Potvin, as well as my Facebook profile. It's public. And we're streaming to you from Canada's Most Haunted. We are streaming from UFO Paranormal Radio. And I think that's it. There's a few other channels, but those are the ones that are the easiest to find. I think I've remembered everything. I probably forgot something, but I know I'll remember and I'll bring it up. So Dave, introduce yourself. Then we're going to say hi to everybody here.
Hi, everybody. My name is David Hansel, and I am a spiritual medium. This is Carmel. Hello, everybody.
Hi, I have our other co-host here. This is Murray.
Murray. Oh, what is that? What we call Murray Bonesman or Murray Peterson?
Murray Peterson, because my son Justin was at the last second when I made a sign. He's the one I talk about. He's my adult son that lives with me. He has severe autism. He's a little doll. I just adore having him, but I should. I'm his mom, right? I do have a second son too, but he's adult and lives on his own. Anyways, he was going to name him Pete because we have a year-round skeleton that sits on the dog kennel downstairs, and we dress him for occasions, and he's Murray. So I think you and I, Dave, decided to call him Murray Peterson. Well, also Justin decided Murray needed a hat, so that was the other thing. And I said, Justin, I don't have time to do brain surgery, so his hat is kind of in spirit behind him. Next week, He'll be wearing a hat, and I got to talk about next week, Dave. And the week after, we're on the UFO Paranormal Radio Network. So we are partying it down, Halloween Party Central. So here on the thing at the foot of the bed is our Halloween show next week, right, Dave? Live.
That is right.
And then on the Angel Rock on Monday night, October 30th, last year, I had a show on Halloween night. And David was with me. This was the start of all things super cool and amazing. He was on the week before that and Halloween. And that's when we said, we got to do a show together. So this is why we're together. Well, we've been friends for years. But anyway, yes. So the Angel Rock's having a live Halloween party on the 30th. And then, and I still have not got the invitations together, I have the go-ahead. It's official. The network is having a Halloween party. I believe it's during Sean. My brain always goes blank trying to think of things, but Sean's regular spot on Tuesday night. So that's going to be the network Halloween party from, I believe it's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Monday night, I will know for sure, I promise. And there'll be things posted all over social media as well. So we're going to get as many hosts as we can. We used to do panel shows on the network. It is so much fun. So make sure you dress up, grab your beverages, favorite snacks, because we'll be doing the same. And we're going to be talking all things scary and spooky. It's going to be a lot of fun. Shall we call everybody out here? We got lots of peeps in the chat here.
Yeah. Well, mostly it's me. No, I love
you. Well, no, I'm there. We got Howie. He's tipping his hat. He says evening all. And whoops, I scooted along here too fast. He says, I am a fan. Dedicated I am. Yes, you are. And I'm going to give Howie a shout out because he has the amazing Rift Nation Network. Make sure you check it out. He's got multiple shows and hosts on his network. David and I have been on Howie's own show, The Orion Effect. And I've been thinking about this. Spirit's been nagging at me, Howie. We've talked about it in the past, but I need to have you at least on my show for sure because you have never been on there yet. You always support us. So we're going to have you on. We'll see what happens maybe with Halloween. We'll figure maybe post-Halloween, but we'll figure something out. You are right, David. You are in here. You are all in the chat here. I see you. We've got Dem Rogers. I'm going to give her a huge shout out. I met her because you guys know I follow true crime, and I'm going to give my favorite channels a shout out. I always do. First of all, there's Grizzly True Crime with Gisela K. She's from South Africa, and she broadcasts out through the Netherlands. I think she's been one of the fastest growing true crime channels out there. She started very sadly with the sad case, not that it's sad that she started, but the sad case of Gabby Petito. And she is well on her way. I don't even know what her numbers are, but massive. She's been on TV. She's been all over. Reason why we love her. She focuses on the victims and their families. There's no drama in the chat, and she sticks to facts. She breaks things down, legal documents, you name it. That girl spends hours, and she's so dedicated. So be sure to check her out. Secondly, and Dem Rogers is over there as well. We've got to know each other in the chat. I love Surviving the Survivor, and it's hosted by Joel Waldman. He has his mom. She made her triumphant return last night, almost 80. I think she is 84 years old now. I think she said her birthday's in August. This lady sharp as a tack. She is a Holocaust survivor, and people love her. Joel gets a little sassy with his mom sometimes, but his hashtag is best guests in true crime, and he definitely has them. So please be sure to check these out because you guys know I always give Ellen Greenberg a shout out. Sorry, Dave, I know I'm yapping lots, but I got to do this. This family really needs your help. Ellen died over 11 years ago, and her death was labeled an unaliving by her own hand. Now, anybody who takes, you don't have to be a true crime follower, you take a quick look at this case, and there's something very rotten and wrong about this. And they, like I said, there is no way this poor lady died by her own hand. She received 20 stab wounds, 10 in the front, 10 in the back, and I mean upper back and into mid chest. I don't, as being an RN, I can tell you I've never run into somebody unaliving themselves by their own hand by stabbing, especially, and this is the part I focus on because I think it is so important. This lady sustained two of the deepest and worst wounds to the back of her scalp after she died. Now, unless I don't know, Dave. I know we talk all things paranormal, but I can't see that happening. So the reason why I mention this is her parents, Josh and Sandy, they're getting it. They're elderly. This was their only child, and they have been fighting tooth and nail for the past 11 years to get the cause of death, I would say, removed, and the case reopened would be the best case scenario, but at least they would be willing to accept cause unknown. And there are a lot of crooked things going on with this. And so if you want to check it out, please do. They need your help. This happened in Philadelphia. You can check out gavinfish.com. Surviving the Survivor has covered this. Gisela K from Grizzly True Crime has a whole file on it. Check it out, because this family spent over $500,000 trying to, get some justice for their daughter, and you can't blame them. Thanks, Dave, for allowing me a few minutes to talk about that.
You're good. Hi, Brandy Reader.
When the other people, do you want to say hi? I've been talking too much here, so let me highlight. We got Nicole.
Hi, Sandra.
And Sandra. We got Brandy Reader.
Brandy.
I saw a name in here I wanted to call out. I went too high. We got Heather Cooper. There was a Sylvia. That's it. Sylvia H. Hi, welcome. Did I miss anybody, Dave? You're faster.
No, I think you got everybody.
If I missed you, let us know. And like Dem Rogers says, yes, that case is so sad. And no, we're not talking about Ellen tonight, but Dem Rogers, you're not always here at the beginning, and I appreciate you being here, because I know Surviving the Survivor is live right now, so I really appreciate you being here. But I always mention Ellen at the beginning of both my shows, because my heart breaks for anybody that's a victim of crime, but especially this family. It is just so wrong what's going on, and it needs a spotlight shone on it. Not that I'm going to be the only, or we're going to be the only ones shining that light, but we need to. Yeah. So, that's what she said, Dem Rogers. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. She said I meant now, not tonight. Yes, I was definitely talking about Ellen Greenberg. Definitely. So, Dave, where are we going with tonight? I have a ton of videos.
Oh my gosh. Well, we could do the videos. I wanted to start out with something, and because I had, and I don't know why I didn't do the research on it, but we're going to do some trail cam footage and talk about.
That's what the videos are.
Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about tonight. But I sent you another one. I don't know if you want to play it. The last one I did it was one on the rake. And
there's a rake and the ones
I've done the research on the rake, and I'm very sad and sorry to tell you I was not happy with the research. But the video that I sent you, I already debunked that video as they showed it. And they said this is a real rake. It left no footprints in the snow. It was CGI. It was easy to debunk. The one I showed you, the one I sent you, that was easy to debunk.
Okay, but what did you find that the rake was? Because I think that this is the question.
That's what I have. I did all the research. I was doing research on it, but just because I did research, do your own research on these things. But I was curious about where it came from, because I have never, ever heard a story or anything about it before the rake started happening. I never heard about it. And I'm one of those guys that as a kid, I loved ghosts and monsters and all that. But this creature first gained popularity in 2005 when a user on the 4-channel board X Paranormal posted a thread about it. The thread asked users to create a new paranormal entity, and the concept of the rake was born from the collective brainstorming of this community. The name itself is most likely refers to the creature's long claw-like hands. And then an incident in 2006, and Creepypasta made it real popular because a family had saw the drawings or anything, and they have a big elaborate story about a camping thing and all this stuff gone wrong. So it was put on a few YouTube things, and that's what brought up the popularity of it. Now, I will say, and a few independent films brought more popularity, but even as this states, it's important to note that the rake is a fictional creation, is not based on any actual folklore or mythology. I was going to say I couldn't find any anywhere, but something Laura Lee and I talk about, which I have to put out there, not that I'm trying to defend it. If it's not real, it's not real. But like they just said, a collective of people came up with a drawing and started adding stuff to it and started talking about it all the time. And then people started making more stories about it, showing pictures of it. When this happens, it's very possible that something called a tulpa can be formed. So, which means that for me, the rake then, if all that is true, the rake is a tulpa.
That's what I think.
Yeah, is a tulpa. That's what I think too. So if people may be seeing something, so I'm not going to sit here and I can't deny that people do stuff because I see some crazy stuff. So I can't sit here and be the guy who's going to go, well,
okay, so I watched the video.
Is real. But yeah, I like the rake videos because some of them are really actually entertaining and some of them kind of make me go, But the one I showed you, I debunked right away. That trail cam footage.
No, I'm going to argue with you because I downloaded that one.
Oh, did you? Yeah, just we can do it.
People love them.
But I mean, I could be wrong too. But on that particular one,
no. Okay, so we're assuming. Okay, if this is a tulpa, and if we know what a tulpa is, it's a collection of energy. Everything is energy, right? So with beliefs, with talking about it, drawing it, the whole bit, it can actually take a physical form. So we are assuming, and we will show this video. I have a shorter clip of it because it's going viral, it looks like.
And we will say that, guys. That's the number one word Laura Lee just said. Laura Lee and I are assuming.
Okay, but we're assuming that this is a warm-blooded, actual physical entity. What if it's not? What if it's cold-blooded? What if some of its characteristics, even if it is a tulpa, that it leaves no footprints to add to the creepy factor, right? Like, we don't know. We're assuming.
Well, they were making the way they made that when we watch it, the way they made it out to be in the backstory, because I watched the longer video of it. There's a longer video of it too.
You know what? I have found though, like I have so many videos downloaded that we haven't even got to. And it astounds me and blows my mind that it is worse than telephone. We'll listen to it. The one I have is shorter because I have seen the same clip 20 times from 20 people uploading it, and it's got a different backstory with every.
Oh, I know it sure does, and it makes it more confusing. So for all you people out there who are like us, I love monsters. I really do. I'm a big monster, whether they're real or not. I've just always loved the monsters. I've always felt bad for most of the monsters. I was probably the guy who cried when the monster in Cloverfield got killed. Or, when they were shooting him, I'm like, oh, leave him alone. He doesn't know what he's doing. I can't. So what? He destroyed New York. He's cool. But you know what I mean? But I love
where you sent me this to Dave.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know about YouTube. I can try playing it. We'll try playing it, but see what I do is I download the videos. So
Howie says so, like Slender Man.
Hang on.
I think Slender Man. Oh, hold on. I think Slender Man actually is more of a real thing than the rake. I actually think Slender Man is.
I don't.
I think it's a product. I think Slender Man has been. There are stories of Slender Man that go way back. So, well, I guess in that way, I think the stories of Slender Man, because it actually comes
but a rake and the Slender Man, they look similar because as I've understood it with the research I've done on Slender Man, is that it started with a creepypasta. So did it or didn't it? Right?
No, Slender Man's way before creepypasta.
I have
Slender
not seen
Man's
that in the research.
Yeah.
I've not seen that in the
Slender
research.
Man. I knew Slender Man back from, gosh, I was real young. Probably like 15, 20 years ago, even longer than that.
Yeah, it wasn't recent, Slender Man. Wasn't recent. Yeah. It started, it wasn't 94, but it was early, it was late night.
It's even before that. Slender Man, there were stories about Slender Man back in the 80s when I was younger.
You're gonna have to share some stuff with me because
I got some cool stuff about it.
And the rake, where I have seen a lot of rake stuff, and there's a lot of videos. Now, is it a rake though? There's another one. There's a screenshot of the most creepiest face, again looking like a rake, usually creeping around in the woods. Same thing, South America. Always. Have you seen that video where the guy, I hear something crawling on his roof, and it's like, and you hear click, 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 pound, 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 and then he catches it, and it's huge. It's naked, flesh colored, but its head is not round. It's kind of longer, and that was what they were calling the rake.
Well, you know what? I got what you mean because of the fact that, you know what I did notice? Whenever somebody comes up with a rake video, some of them all look similar, and then some of them will look nothing like it, and they are always looking different. It's not consistent in what it looks like. It's kind of like the Wendigo isn't the Wendigo is more consistent, and that actually comes from American Indian
Native legend and lore.
Yeah,
but it gets twisted too with the Skinwalker. And every paranormal team is out there, seems to be looking for the Skinwalker, finding the Skinwalker. But what I listen to, no, I can't vouch for the validity of these stories. But when I'm doing resin and stuff like that, I'll put on, it's Lilith Dread, or the first, I don't know if they're partners or what they are, but Donovan Dread. And people write in stories. And they're starting to show a few pictures. Now, the pictures that they put as a thumbnail, they're fake. They're fake, the house, like fake. But, they share stories people send in that they don't even know what they've encountered, but you can tell by the sounds that they talk about, or the color of the eyes, or what it looks like. Like, it really paints a picture in your mind. Now, do people really send these stories in? I think they might have, because they're pretty original.
They might. Some people might send them in.
Heather asked, isn't the Skinwalker the same as the Wendigo? Well, it just depends on who you're talking.
Yeah, it does. It really depends. That's absolutely correct. When you look it up, I've come up with different things when I looked it up. Although I can tell you this, I, for one, am really bored with the Skinwalker videos now, because every one is somebody, it's hollering like a baby, it's calling my name, it's a Skinwalker, blah, 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 blah. But I don't think they've ever looked up the origin of what a Skinwalker is back with the folklore. Yeah, huh?
I found it, so I don't have to play YouTube. I don't want to play YouTube if we don't have to, because they're going to give us a hard time. Hang on. It's the same video, Dave, but it's just a shorter clip.
That's okay. Let's give it a watch and then see what happens.
Okay, I'm trying to find it. I just found it while we were talking here. Okay, where did I find it? Below the red videos. Hang on, I'm finding it, guys. I have so many videos I sent myself. Okay, below the red videos. Okay, did we find it? Give me one sec. Trail cam catchers. Now, they're calling this a humanoid. They're not calling it. Hang on. I gotta upload it here, guys. Give me a sec. They're calling this a humanoid. They're not calling it the rake. Right? So that's why. Oh, why are you not in there? Did you stop? Hang on, guys. It stopped playing here. I got to upload it again. Share screen. Yeah, they're calling it a humanoid looking thing. They're not calling it, which is weird, right? Like, why are you guys?
Well, that's actually smart of them to do that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, right, it goes back to exactly. So this video is going viral. I seen it about 10 times as I was searching for videos. I just went to TikTok because they're fast, they're quick, and I can download them. And everybody was calling it a different thing. Everybody had a different story. I think humanoid is a better term for it. But hang on, let's get this playing here. I want to get it on the screen. Hang on, I got to take my glasses off. Oh, here we go. Howie's got all kinds of information for us here. I'm going to go back. We'll get back to that after we play the rake here. Oh, hi, Sandra. I didn't say hi to Sandra. I know you did from us, but I wanted to say hi to Jonathan. That's who I wanted to say hello to. Jonathan Keithworth is here. So hang on. We're going to add it. It's on there. Good. Okay. So what I do, guys, is I'll start it, and then I got to make it bigger. So, because it's not very big, and you won't see much at the beginning. This is caught on a trail cam. I think they slow it down.
Is that the one I sent you?
No, it's the same one. This thing's going viral. That's why I grabbed it, though, because I downloaded it, so they won't make it as much of a problem trying to. Yours is better, though. I got another one, though, that shows it, too, because they slowed it down. I knew what you were talking about from a little bit of a different angle. But you still can't really tell if there's footprints or not, but it's not leaving anything in the snow. You can tell. So,
Yeah.
but this thing's going viral right now.
The other thing that kind of bothered me.
Viral. Hang on, I got to make it smaller.
The other thing that kind of bothered me for a trail cam, there's literally no bugs going by when he walks by.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There's no bugs,
Does that
no snow.
look like winter to you? Hi, Liam Morgan. Welcome.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I was looking at
winter to me.
Like you, Howie had put in here, but the Wendigo. The Wendigo is a creature from the mythology of the Eloquent people, a tribe, whatever. I can't pronounce it correctly. It's the Wendigo is often associated with cannibalism, greed, and excess. It is typically depicted as a monstrous humanoid and skeletal ice-covered body. That's that one. Now the Skinwalker, or Ye Naddledushi, you got it in there. I can't say it. Pardon me if anybody speaks that language. I am so sorry that I'm butchering it because I suck as far as that goes. The Skinwalker comes from Navajo folklore. Skinwalkers are said to be witches. Or they say, wait, hold on a minute. Said to be witches or shapeshifters who can transform into animals, often with the intent of causing harm to others. They are feared and rarely discussed. There is nothing, I don't know. The only people I believe that I've never read anything back from skinwalkers that they mimic humans. To me, that's not what a skinwalker was. Skinwalkers, even back in the late 70s and 80s, when we used to watch the movies, they usually referred to werewolves as skinwalkers because they would go from a man to turn into a wolf. So they would label them skinwalker. I don't know what the actual, because like Laura Lee says, and I agree, all these things are a big game of telephone. So we are going to get all kinds of stuff, and we just got to take what resonates with us. But I don't know, that one that you just showed, I mean, as fun as it is, there's the one I watched, I blew it up, I did it, and there's just too much in it that points to, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Liam. Liam says, I'm looking fierce in the hat. I'm going back to my hats. I used to wear hats all the time. And Howie says, agreed, Dave. That's what I remember.
Yeah,
so okay, you guys know I love Supernatural. That's my one guilty pleasure, the TV show. And the scariest episode still when I watch it, I think it's the second or third of the first season, and they're out in the woods and they're chasing a Wendigo. And the reason why it's so creepy is I live in Canada. Dave could vouch for this because you grew up in Wisconsin. Yep. So it's very similar. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps.
Very woody, yeah.
Right? Like what it's like with all that foliage and every noise at night. Oh my Lord, is it creepy and scary, right?
It is. It can be creepy. In Wisconsin, where I grew up, in Muskego and all that, we had a place called Haunchyville, which I think I mentioned before, but they found all these decrepit small houses and all this stuff in the middle of nowhere in the woods.
Like little people houses?
Yes.
I'm not saying human little people, but little people, mythical little people. From
well, who knows at this point, because the part of the lore, one of the lores goes that there was a gentleman who had a circus, and these are the abnormal, or the freaks, however you want to call it. I hate to call them freaks unless that's what they want to be called, but I don't want to make anybody feel bad or disrespect anyone. But the lore is these little people live out there, and they literally, when people come into their place, they abduct them. And I don't know. I have tried to find it, and I got close to it, but I couldn't find it. We did see some of the houses that are along the way outside of it, and it looked like, now people said they lived in these little houses. Now, when I went by and they looked at the little houses that people say they lived in, I tell you, I have to say, now that was crap, because they were actual dog houses in the woods. They were dog houses, and that's what they were. But somebody had said little people lived in them. Now, there are some really creepy old buildings that are decrepitated in there, and they're of weird size and all that. I wouldn't go near that. And then we had the witch's house in Milwaukee. She had all these statues in her yard, and people said they were statues of her husband and her son who died in Lake Michigan during a storm, and during a winter storm or something like that, when they were out on the water. And she put cheese in the mouths of the statues, like as something like she was feeding them or something. But a lot of that was misconstrued. If you see the house, it is really creepy, but it's absolutely beautiful. I would live there in a second. It doesn't.
Okay, well, the reason I brought up the little people, and my partner used to have a show on the network here, and he had found somebody, because where we live in Thunder Bay in northwestern Ontario, I always tell people right on Lake Superior, the biggest of the Great Lakes in North America that we share with our brothers and sisters in the US. And you have to come through my city if you're going east to west and vice versa, or you don't want to go through the states because you can't go through the lakes. You have to drive around them. So you want to go to southern Ontario. And we have everything you could possibly think of reported in this area. And I'm not saying we're so unique, because I'm 45 minutes away from Minnesota border. And I've heard so much coming out of those areas as well, and Wisconsin, all these northern US states. Now, anyways, the reason I mention it, my partner Dell had located or connected with somebody that had a YouTube channel that was from Alaska, because he had heard, my partner is Métis. I've just recently discovered that I have Métis in me as well. I'd always thought I was one level below. For people who may not know what that is, it's First Nations bladder heritage mixed with another heritage. And this gentleman, like, I guess the people that used to live next door to us, because we're in townhouses now, they were First Nation, and they were talking about little people. And we go, yeah, well, that's a respectful term to use for people. And they go, no. They said, we have a legend of the little people, and like never to whistle in the woods and the whole bit. So he really dug deep into it, talked to this. And I mean, it goes up as high as Alaska, up that far, that north. And they were talking about all this depending on what your cultural heritage is. Around this area, we have a lot of Ojibwe, and there was a lot of warring with the Cree. So there's a lot of legend around the legend of Nana. It's called Nanabiju or Gitchagumi, which is a sleeping giant. It's about 10 minutes away from my house. Looks like a sleeping giant. There is in the lake, so it would be about an hour away because the mountain's huge, called Rossport, and one of the world's largest untouched silver mines that is said to be, there's a legend behind Gitchagumi or Nanabiju. And anybody that tries to access the mine dies. And that is not rumor. It's been, you can go back through history and look at it. I have. And then on the south side of the city, we have Kekabeka Falls, which is called Little Niagara of the North. And it has to, these two stories are connected. One of these nights I'll go over it. I've done shows on it before, but the reason I mention it is, so there's little people, there's Bigfoot, there's UFOs, there is so much paranormal. I've talked to people who have come through the city that do the paranormal, have said the same thing. I'm not sure if it has to do with the First Nations heritage and belief systems or what. But I will tell you, Nuke's Top 5, you guys know I love that channel. I have been getting into Bizarre Bob a bit too. Both these channels, people send in videos of the paranormal and the unusual and strange caught on camera. And this was in Alberta, Canada. So it's out west. I haven't even been out that far west because Canada is so huge, like the US. And you could tell these people were First Nation, and it was nighttime, and it looked like they had an ornamental teepee, if you will, like a dwelling that they would use back in the day before houses and what have you. And something kept poking its head out, and they would see it. And then the minute they turned the light on, it would pop back, and then it would pop back in. I don't know. Have you heard about this too, Dave, with little people?
No, that's interesting though.
That's why I was asking you, little people, and I was trying to say, sorry, I have a bit of a delay, you guys, because little people is a respectful term.
Yeah, I know little people is respectful, but I didn't want to make it out like the Haunchy people were little people. Like I didn't want to. Now the weirdest thing there that I have seen in the woods, and I will never ever forget it, is me and a friend of mine, Bob. We had left somebody's house. We were driving up to the cabin in Wisconsin, And in Wisconsin, where we were, it was I can't remember if it was called Marshfield. I can't remember. We were in literally the middle of nowhere. I mean, and in Wisconsin is scary enough because that's where like the people, yeah. Look at the serial killers. They came out of Wisconsin. They literally tear people's skin off. Yeah, Dahmer,
Milwaukee.
Gein, all those people. Oh my God! In the
woods. Oh, was Ed Gein there too? I forgot.
Yes,
that's right.
And so was one more too. I can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
But I saw we were driving, and if you've driven in the snow, obviously, Laura Lee, but if anybody's watching, if you're ever driving through the snow and it's like super dark in the middle of street lamps, you just see all the little snow coming at you with your headlights, and it's really heavy. I was in the passenger seat and he was in the driver's seat. As we're driving, this huge like ball of light came like straight towards the car, and it like literally made us both go like this. And it came right up to the hood, and then it went off to the side of the car, and it just kind of with us for a second and then took off. To this day, I remember we both sat there, and he stopped the car real quick because we stopped. We were so scared. I'm like, what was that? He goes, I don't know. I'm like, was it an owl? You know, even back then, I'm like, I'm trying to find what it is. Maybe it was an owl. I don't know. You know, but it wasn't an owl. Owls don't glow like that. But to this day, I don't know what that was.
That's creepy.
I will never forget it, though. I will never forget.
Want to hear a positive, creepy snow story? Want to hear?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I hurt my back, I was a visiting nurse, and I used to go out to, you know, I had an area in the city, and I had a lot of the rural community. And I was about 5 months pregnant with my first son. And I was whipping along this back highway road because, I mean, they didn't give you travel time, and you had like sometimes 13 people to go see, and I had to get to an intravenous in the home. So I'm whipping along this road. I'm in the middle of BF nowhere, and it's so bright, like you can hardly see. That's the other thing with snow. If you've never seen it, it's like diamonds flashing at you. There was no signs. I don't know how I did it, whether it was pregnancy brain or not. There was no stop signs or anything as I'm driving. There was a crossroads I should have turned to. No signs, nothing. What do? Drive right down into an embankment. My car is like this. I had no cell service. I bought my own cell at that time, thank God, because they never gave us cell phones. And I'm going, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? So I opened the door. Remember, I'm pregnant, and I went through hell and back to get pregnant with infertility and you name it. Not that any child is important when you're pregnant, especially. I try to get the door open. As I go to try to stand up, the snow has gone up to the window. It's that high. So I close the door, and I'm going, oh my God, what's going to happen? Like, am I going to freeze to death? Like, I really don't know what to do. I don't even know if I can get up this embankment, and where would I go to? I'm in the middle of nowhere. Like, where would I walk? So the only thing I can think to do is sit in the car. I'm not getting religious on people here, but I prayed. And I kept hearing. At this time, I didn't know that I was connected to spirit the way I know now. And I kept hearing, turn your car on, back it up. And I'm arguing. We all do this when we hear spirit. We're clairaudient, right? And I'm arguing in my head, this isn't going to work. I got to get deeper stuck. I got to get deeper stuck. And I kept hearing, turn your car on, put it in reverse, and back up. And remember, I'm like probably like this in deepest snow ever, no winter tires. I did it. I kid you people not. It was like something was at the front of my car, just pushed it right up the embankment, and I came out without a scratch, without anything. I've got goosebumps right now telling you this story. To this day, if you don't believe in a higher power or angels or what, or your guides, because I should have froze to death and never gotten out of there. And it was like nothing happened.
Don't you love that? That's such remarkable. I do. You know, he said something about, I was just looking up the death finger.
Okay, because Howie says this, I want to read this because he goes, I'm going to be, he's going, I'm going to be quiet because he's going to lead us down a path. You know, you guys know we're very audience directed. So you guys, we go where you want. So let's read Howie's question. Do you want to read it or comment, and then you can explain it?
Well, I tried to look it up. There's literally no folklore.
Okay, but we need to read it for people listening. So I will. Heard the same myth here in Virginia from the Powhatan tribe, or it's the myth. It's called, or it's a myth. It's called Death Finger. And I'll get your comment, Liam.
Yeah, the tribe is real. I know that the tribe is real. That's real. That's real. But I'm trying to look up a death finger in the tribe. Is it called something else possibly?
Probably in a native name.
Yeah, probably in a native name. I think that's the translation, death finger.
I'm going to look it up right now in a different search engine I use often. Now, it may work, it may not. For those of you that may want to try it, sometimes they can get all kinds of stuff on. It's called
I asked my 4D AI.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, I use YOU.com. What is the death finger? Is it death finger? Legend, I'll say legend of the, sorry guys, I'm typing this in as we're going, Powhatan tribe. Okay, let's see what comes up. And it may be one of those things that it's not meant to be talked about, people that aren't within that culture too. I've seen that happen.
Oh yeah, it might be just within the culture and not in mainstream. Because I think, now how many people who are watching right now
I have something.
What did you get?
Okay, the Death Finger legend is not a well-known or widely documented legend of the Powhatan tribe. It does not, okay, so it's not saying it's prominent or significant. Hang on, I'm going to go, because there's a whole bunch of stuff. It says,
I got that same thing, yeah.
Okay, so you got
almost that same thing, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to say the same thing, but let's keep going through I'm going to keep going through because it gave me a bunch of, yeah, they keep saying it's mythical, but I don't, you know what? It may not be mythical. It may be one of those things that us known as the, not being racist here, but the white people, that we're not meant to know about this.
Yeah, well, it does say here, which I do agree, a lot of Native American tribes and the Powhatan and all that, a lot of stories are passed down orally. So they don't need to be in the limelight. Their stories, they know what the stories are. They believe the stories. They know what stories are true and what's not true. But it was really quite, what is the death finger? Agree. What is the death finger, Howie? I want to go down the death finger rabbit hole. Or the finger hole. What if there was like, you know, now I was curious, until we find out, here's what I was curious about. How many of you people have heard of mythical monsters and lore that have to do with the snow besides Yeti? Does anybody have anything? Because I was wondering.
The snow? Oh my gosh, we got tons. What do you mean,
what's
you
up,
people?
Blackbeard? Yeah, have anybody heard of any mythical snow monsters? You monsters?
Just the abominable. It's the same.
The abominable. The same.
We could go all Christmas.
Yeah, Krampus. I love Krampus. I mean, you're talking about Krampus. I love Krampus.
Speaking of that, I have bought this for Christmas. It came. I showed Dave. I sent a picture, but I didn't wear it because it's not hot or cold enough. This is my Halloweeny ugly Christmas Krampus sweater. I don't celebrate Krampus, but it's got Krampus stuff on it.
I should be doing some kind of Krampusy thing. I am German. Doesn't it come from Germany?
I think it does. I was telling you in one of my messages, I have a friend from Austria. I don't know how he found me. And he is a paranormal investigator, but he speaks Austrian, English, and German. And he sent me a video. It was after Christmas last year, and he was telling me what Krampus really is versus what we believe it to be over here in North America, right? And then he got all the Krampuses to say hi to me. I'm not German, but I am named after German mythology, the Loreleis or the sirens. And so he calls me that, Lorelei, instead of Lorelee. And it was really cool because all these guys were all saying hello in German, but to Lorelei.
Yeah.
Okay.
I watched the Krampus film. I enjoyed it. There's a couple of them, but I like the one that came out a few years ago. So Howie had put up with the death finger is
Okay, well, let's not forget Liam's comments, and I know we got a whole bunch below.
Oh, let's do Liam's comment, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, because it'll still go with Howie. So you want to read it?
Okay. Sure. Liam asks, as a child, when I would visit family in the rural mountains of West Virginia out in the middle of nowhere, it was very spooky at night. Lots of old abandoned shacks. That was the comment that was referencing when I was talking about the little people in the woods in Wisconsin who had the little houses, because it's when I see little shacks like in a certain order, if you can't, I mean, you should be able to go to the historical society in any city and look it up. And there's some historical societies that they go, oh, we don't have anything on that. And it's like, well, you know, those are out in the woods. There's nothing out in the woods. Yes, there is. I mean, I've come across that before.
We have a pioneer village. I was just thinking of that since you said the historical society. I've brought the kids with their classes there in the daytime, but it is notoriously haunted. And it is out in the woods kind of, but it's set up. There's a bunch of buildings and old equipment and stuff. So Howie says, going to hush. That's the message I was looking for. Don't want to take y'all down a rabbit hole this episode. That's where I was referencing. Yes, we do want your comments. Yes. So, this was important. Okay, so that's what made me think that this maybe was a First Nations legend that wasn't meant to be shared with the public. So Howie says, my father was close friends with Chief Castelao and passed it to him. So that's how he heard about it.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, it is orally as the data suggests. I gotcha.
You want to read that?
Oh, yeah. So the death finger was a legend of a little woman who had come take children away at the dead of the night. Oh, my God, I do the same thing. From their families. She would take them in some place never found. No, I don't take children. I'm kidding. That's creepy, though, those little stories. If you're a kid and an elder tells you, go to sleep, or the death finger might come and get you. Oh, no. I don't want that. My parents... Listen, my parents, because I grew up with, as a 4 and 5 years old, I was calling my parents upstairs all the time going, there's something in the attic. There's something in the... So I was hearing stuff. There was nothing anybody could threaten me with. I mean, what are they going to say to me? David, if you don't go to sleep, the boogeyman's going to get you. I'm like, he's been here for 6 weeks and he hasn't said a damn word to me, so nothing would scare me on that thing. But that would. If I was there and you said it was in a hut, if I was in there and I was in a hut and I heard nails on it, I'd be like, all right, I'm off to sleep. Going to sleep.
I believe it to be true. Okay. But I know that talking with quite a few different First Nations people, that sometimes, yes, it would be passed down from generation to generation, something like that happened. But also sometimes it was to keep their children safe too, so they wouldn't go out into the woods on their own, because there are many dangers out there. So hard to say. Now, Liam says there was a great Krampus film, but I believe you. So thanks for sharing that, Howie, because like I said, Dave and I both looked. We know not to use Google because, I mean, it's a great search engine for some things, but we're probably not going to find anything.
Yeah, not much on Google.
Hi, Susie Jones. She just got here.
Liam has said mom and dad saw UFOs in these mountains hovering. UFOs now in the woods. I will tell you, I think there are more UFO sightings in the woods than there are.
I have a trail cam that caught something that I don't know.
Oh, cool. Mm-hmm.
I went and tried to get a wide variety of things caught on trail cams, not just one thing. And this one, I'm looking at it because it was in Canada, I believe in Ontario, the province I live in. And it looks like this little critter is going along in the snow. And I'm thinking, that ain't no cryptid that isn't any cryptid. That's like a beaver or something. Yeah. And then I noticed I think it's it'll be the right-hand corner. It's not very long. I'm not saying it.
Oh, cool.
So hang on, we'll find it. I did just want to cut because when we were talking about this, I thought, oh, this is a great idea. Why don't we do this? I went too high up here. I think this is the one. Hang on. Hopefully it is, guys. Give me a
I'm going to use the death finger on my cats because Liam said, I'm going to use the death finger next time I babysit. I'm going to tell my cats, you calm down or death paw will come get you.
Yeah. The death paw will come get you. Yeah, I did. No, this is from Slap Ham. another really good channel, people send in, he gets videos that people have posted and what have you. I never threatened my children like that. I never had to.
Yeah, my parents never did either. They just
you have nice parents. I know they'd never, from what you told me, they would never.
No, in fact, it's the other way around. I'm the one who would scare my parents.
You would too? Let's make sure we're there. Yeah. I got to add it. I knew I did. I knew I forgot something. Oh, well, we got so many great comments here. Hang on, everybody. You know what I should remember to do before I started? We're at the 1 hour mark. If you guys are just tuning in, you're listening to The Thing at the Foot of the Bed. I am one of your hosts, Laura Lee Potvin, and my amazing, wonderful co-host and friend, David Hansel, is my co-host this evening, with both of us doing the show together. And just wanted to remind you of that. And if you're just tuning in, we are talking all things spooky and scary because we are getting close to the big day, October 31st, Halloween. So we're looking at trail cam footage, different, strange, unusual things that have been caught. And the other thing I'm going to put out there, I always forget to say this. If you guys have something and you want us to try and play it, you can send them to us on Facebook Messenger or whatever during the show. I know other people have done it. Afterwards, we'll tell you how to get a hold of us, right, Dave? But
we'll tell you how to get a hold of us if you want to send us anything, and that includes, I'll give you an email address. You can send anything to me. Well, just about anything.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to play.
When YouTuber and Vickers checked her trail camera in Caledon, Ontario, she noticed that it seemed to have inadvertently captured something rather.
The right upper corner. Hopefully this is going to show.
Oh yeah, the lights.
When YouTuber Ann Vickers checked her trail camera in Caledon, Ontario, she noticed that it seemed to have inadvertently captured something rather strange.
Hard to see.
When YouTuber Ann Vickers checked her trail camera in Caledon, Ontario, she noticed that it seemed to have inadvertently.
Sorry, guys.
She noticed
we blacked out on you.
She noticed that a woodland. I saw it, and she noticed that a woodland creature brought a UFO with it.
It brought something. It's hard to see, but it's a big bar.
You know what?
Go ahead.
I saw it, and you know what my conclusion is?
What?
I don't have one because you can't say it's real, and you can't say it's not real.
Liam says he's.
You can't.
Go ahead.
I thought it was pretty good, actually. It didn't look too fake. Yeah, okay, I thought it was pretty good.
Okay, so Liam says he's going to use the death finger next time he babysits.
That's what we were talking about before, yeah.
Well, it depends. I caught something. There was one video I was going to save, and I thought, oh, we're not wasting our time. Like the minute I saw it, it was supposed to be paranormal activity caught on camera. So you tell me, folks, if you do this. Maybe I'm odd. I don't know. This girl walks in all her clothes in front of her bed, and she stands there. Then she just kind of goes right into the bed. One sheet on the bed, nothing else except like a covering sheet, like the fitted sheet, right? And she whips it over herself, and she's immediately asleep. Next thing you know, the video fast forwards, and the notorious closet door swings open.
Of course.
Wait. Every classic freaking fake paranormal thing. Then, and they're claiming this is real. Then something comes out of the closet. You don't really see it, just a little bit of a shadow. And it grabs the corner of the one sheet and it yanks it off. It comes up over top like it's a ghost, takes one step, and it goes poof to the floor. Then she's rolling in whatever the video fast forwards, and she's laying on her stomach, kind of spread eagle on the bed. And I'm going, okay. And remember, she has all her clothes on. Next thing you know, something invisible grabs her ankles, pulls her off the bed. She doesn't wake up until it starts to bring her into the closet, into the abyss of darkness, and she's screaming. I went, you have got to be kidding me. I thought, are you serious? Like, who is going to fall for this? I know, Dave, do you go to bed with all your clothes on with just one sheet on your bed, nothing else, like nothing?
No, I don't. That's absolutely crazy. People, you know what? I was watching. I gotta say, the worst place to watch to get your paranormal stuff from that sucks is TikTok, because I one time, and I will never do it again. I went to the paranormal TikTok side, which is funny because I love the paranormal, but I hate when young people try to fake stuff, and it goes against all what we know. And it's like, you know how many kitchens I've seen with drawers opening now? It's like now when you see somebody goes, oh, I went in my kitchen, all the drawers and cupboards are opening by themselves. Really? Because there's like 50,000 other people having the same exact problem as you. And it's like it's become not normal anymore.
No, this is so fake. Like, I'm looking at this. I do go to TikTok. Okay, there's certain channels I follow, and I do try to be discerning. And sometimes I like to show fake things because I think it helps us, or those new to the paranormal or only been introduced, say, via TV, to have a discerning eye to be able to discern what to look for, why it could possibly be fake. But tonight,
that's what you do. Brandy, if Brandy is still on here, Billy was really good. Billy and Star, and they're paranormal investigators, and I've that guy. I can't to any paranormal investigator, the person who sits and watches the footage and listens to it. You have every bit of my respect.
People don't know how long that takes.
Oh my God. And what they have to do. I would go crazy if I had to look for that. And I am so glad there's people out there that do that. Like I said, I have so much respect for those people. Because they take the time and they go through it and they comb the evidence and they're really sure of it. I've seen some people, they'll get one EVP and go, hey, everybody, it said murder. Remember, listen, it says murder. And they'll say murder with it. And they'll keep saying murder until everybody goes, it is saying murder. And then they'll play it for somebody who they don't say anything to it. And they're like, I don't know, it's a grunt. It's just like, where'd you get murder from? But
so Lockbeard is here. We forgot to say hello. Hello, Lockbeard. And he's talking about the Yuki Onna, or in brackets, Snow Woman Chenu, man-eating giant.
Yum.
And then please forgive me for pronunciation. It looks like Irjarak, an Inuit shapeshifter. Very interesting. Nakalavi, he said two-headed evil centaur. Ooh, that would be.
I can almost get down with that one.
Okay, the Mohaha, Inuit version of a rake, maybe. Oh my God, tickles its victims to death. Now that sounds funny at first, but that is actually a torture.
That would be a torture, yeah.
So Dim Rogers, I don't know if you knew this or not, Dave and I have a problem with gnomes. We love gnomes.
Yeah, we love gnomes.
And the Barbergazi, a gnome with long white beard, huge feet, skis on their feet, and tunnels in the snow. Interesting.
You can better believe if somebody comes up and has a video and says, we found this evil gnome in the woods and all that, damn well it's like, oh, I'm going to go be his friend because I love gnomes. I don't even care if they're evil. Hi, evil gnome. What's up?
I have evil gnome footage. Because I download a ton of videos because I do the producing for the show. So I upload it just in case. And then we pivot where you guys want to go. We usually just start with something. And we know that after doing this it'll be a year before we know what this show, right, Dave? We podcast it forever.
Do you want to hear a gnome thing? So when I was little, when I was a very young boy, and this is really, some of you who are older, like Howie, I don't know, maybe Liam. Maybe you. We're about the same.
David, you're the same age as me.
When I was a very, very little boy. Now, when I was like right in first grade, fifth grade, I was drawing gnomes and stuff all over. I was drawing all kinds of little people. And it's funny because, like my mom said, we don't know where you even got that from. Because I used to draw dragons too. I was like, I don't know. I just kind of know what they are. But anyway, it was the gnomes, and I used to argue with kids and saying, yeah, they're real, blah, 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 blah. And, they'd make fun of me. And a certain song was written and came out. And I remember watching Saturday Night Live one night. And when I saw this video, I was like, they know what gnomes are. It's a video called Crackerbox Palace.
What was it called?
Cracker Box Palace.
Yeah, I've heard that song before. Poor
yeah.
Howie. Poor Howie. Poor Marie. Can't even see him. Cracker Box Palace. Well,
Yeah,
you're looking that up.
Who's saying Cracker Box Palace?
Okay. Well, you got to be careful if it's, is it we have a music license, but.
I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to play it.
Oh, okay. Dem Rogers, while you're waiting, you say, I am weird. I don't do TikTok. No, there are tons of people that don't do TikTok.
There's lots of people. But you're missing out on me. So, it's your problem.
And I went time last night on my own while I was waiting for Dave. And then I joined him. So you guys, if you want to see us, David is much more better. But I discovered that actually it was lucrative for me. Not that that would be the only reason for me to go live, actually, because I found out that actually, yeah, it was a fun thing to do. So we do go live on Wednesdays. Usually David is live there like all the time on TikTok, but we talk about this stuff. We do readings. We do all kinds of stuff like that. So, but we'll tell you at the end how to find us. So I'm trying to, so Howie talking while you're looking that up, Dave. He's
George Harrison.
Reviewing evidence. It is painstaking trust. Yes. And I have many friends as well, and Howie included, but I know when they bring out a team, and what people don't realize, what you see on TV or whatever, right? And you see that the place is wired up with all these cameras. Well, guess what, folks? They got to go through, each one member of the team or somebody has to go through painstakingly, sometimes frame by frame, each one of those cameras. It is hours and hours of review. Lots of coffee and sugar. Heather says that sounds like cheesy porn. I'm not sure what part that was, but I'm sure you'll let me know, Heather, or us. And you're talking about the paranormal evidence. You still looking, Dave, or did you find it?
No, I got it. I was going to find. It's very interesting. So it came out in 1976.
Okay, Liam said, didn't Dave have trouble gnomes in his home before?
Yeah, they don't. I have them around here all the time, but they don't. I mean, it's not really trouble. They cause funny things sometimes.
Same age, Liam. I'm 58. Dem Rogers says I am older than all of you. Okay, if you say so.
Yeah, Cracker Box Palace came out in 76, and when I saw it, it was, I think,
I've heard that song.
And in the song, it's George Harrison, and all these people are dressed up like gnomes.
No, I didn't watch that again. I don't like.
Yeah, you have to watch it. And the whole premise of the song, and the gnomes, it's supposed to be like a psychiatric hospital or something. And the gnomes are supposed to be people seeing things all the time. And then when you're a little kid and you're seeing gnomes and know what gnomes are, and you're thinking, why are they saying that people who see gnomes are crazy? I tell you, you got to be careful with kids. Kids see a lot more than what adults think.
Oh.
And then they make all kinds of weird stuff, and they freak out the kids.
Okay, so I was watching this video while I was looking for videos, and it wasn't in English. And this guy, speaking of old buildings found in the woods, was going with his dog one day. I'm trying to remember what language he was speaking. Anyways, he went there, he found it, he filmed it. It was weird, it was strange, and he got a bad feeling. So what does he do? He goes back a couple days later and he films it. And this is where I like to yell at the screen, because he's going in there and he's going, oh, in his language, like that was the English subtitles. And he's going, stairs, and the dog's booting all over the place. I'm going, dude, I think you're okay. The dog's happy. All of a sudden he finds a doorway and he goes in, and the dog is whining and crying. Feet are planted. Not going in. I'm yelling at the screen going, dude, listen to your dog. Because I always tell people, listen to your animals or your young children, especially, because I think all of them can see spirit.
No, they can't. When I was younger, my cousin, her name is Pam. She was with me when the plug came out of the wall and went back in, and she didn't like to come over to our house, my cousin. That's why I hung out with her as a little boy. And we had this old 70s fireplace with a little knob on the side, and you turned it and it clicked, and like the light came on and it had the fake fire in it. Well, she one day freaked the hell out because they were in this little room where that was the family room at the time, and it was quiet in there, and they were all, I think they were watching Hee-Haw or something. And as soon as I walked into now everybody had known that whenever I was in the house, there's all kinds of creepy stuff happening. It wasn't creepy to me, really. It was a little scary at first, but got over it. But I walked in the room and that fireplace started going on. went on. That wasn't the scary part. The fireplace was on for a minute until my cousin Pam looks over and she goes, "It's not plugged in." And
I hate when that happens.
And you want to know something? If you ever seen, there's like 5 of us kids in there, ranging from 14 to like 6 or 7. Everybody ran out of that room, and it wasn't stuff like that happened in that house all the time. And I'll never forget that. That fireplace was working until she yelled, "It's not plugged in," and it wasn't. It wasn't plugged in. We're like, "How is this going?"
And the spirits are probably sitting there laughing their butts
off.
off.
They're laughing their butts off. Look at David. They probably, when me and her went flying down the steps, we were playing a little kids like photograph thing, listening to Peter and the Wolf, which was my very favorite thing to listen to on that. They had all the instruments in the orchestra as the animals, you know?
Yeah.
And we're listening to it, and all of a sudden, we're just, you know, like this little kids watching it. All of a sudden, the plug comes out of the wall. Like, here's the wall. The plug comes out like that and goes. You see 2 kids. I don't think I touched a step with my butt because I think I flew down so fast. But that's what I grew up with all the time. After a while, it got to be old. It really did. After a while, when you're young, you're like, "Oh, stop it." So they're not hurting you.
Remember, I've talked about this before. From the time the snow melted till the time it fell again, and we had just moved into our new home. Nobody had lived there. It had been built from the ground up, and every night, without fail, 3 a.m., I could not breathe. And I don't know if something was choking me. I was terrified to go to sleep. They eventually diagnosed me with asthma. It never happened again after the snow started to fall again. But without fail, 3 a.m. I swear to God, my poor parents never got any sleep. But I'm going to go back to, so creepy stuff has happened to us since we were little kids. I'm sure many people, right? And a lot of us put it behind us or think it was our imagination, but I really do believe kids can see spirits. So Kathy Hanley says, Cracker Box Palace is the 9th track on George Harrison's 1976 album. I wanted to add this part, and then I was going to mention something about the Beatles. So Dem Rogers says, "Wow, so cool. We are all close in age. Thought y'all were like in your 30s or 40s. Nope."
Oh, thanks. Really good lighting, and I'll tell you.
No filters. No filters.
I used to drink so much, I think I'm pickled.
Before your ND.
My days, my partying days back in the day. Oh, the fact that I'm sitting here right now is freaking amazing.
Yep. He doesn't even look the same since like before his ND.
Yeah, I don't look like I used to.
No,
if you look at my old pictures, everything's different.
I have seen pictures. I didn't know you then, but I've seen pictures. And if you had showed me that, I would not look at that and go, "Oh, Dave, there's you." He doesn't, maybe the hair a little bit, but that's about it. That is about it.
Yeah.
Okay. So speaking of the Beatles, I mean, and I hate the term conspiracy theory. I really, really do. I like truth seeking. There is so many rabbit holes you can go down with the Beatles. And I don't mean in a bad sense, because they got into very spiritual aspect of things, right? With Hinduism and yoga and all this stuff. And I often wonder, what did they know that we didn't, right?
Well, John Lennon was into a lot of that stuff. I don't know.
So was George. And then I know you guys are going to think I'm crazy, but the more, I don't spend all time looking at this, but I really do think there is something to this Paul McCartney and Billy Sheehan thing, because I have seen a video clip, because again, my partner researches this kind of stuff, and we watched a couple documentaries, but the most convincing thing for me, long before deep fakes and Photoshop and whatever, there is Paul McCartney. He had been playing a concert, pretty old footage, I'd say probably from late 80s, maybe early 90s. And there's George Harrison there and Ringo Starr and their spouses. And they all come up to, and it's behind the scenes, and they don't call him Paul. They all say, "Hey, Billy, it's so great to see you." And they're shaking his hands. And so look into that one. That's quite a crazy story. I don't know if it happened or not.
Never know. Yep. Let's see. Where are we? The real Paul. Yes. Yeah, I don't know who's here or not. People are still saying Michael Jackson's still alive. They still see Elvis in trailer parks. They still see all these people. So
Nicole has a comment.
Nicole, we never know though. Speaking of dogs, Nicole says, I had a dog that would stand and growl at the door to our house. It would freak me out. It always happened when I was home alone after school. Dogs do that. I know. And did you know from the first book, one of the first books I read, which was what the show is named after, The Thing at the Foot of the Bed, which is a book from a little ghost stories and games. There's a section in it about they're teaching this. Okay, so this book was like when I was like 7, 8 years old, teaching kids how to see ghosts by looking through the ears of a dog.
I never heard that before. Interesting.
It's it's in The Thing at the Foot of the Bed. It's there's different things like don't ever kick a ghost and all this other stuff. It's a good little book, you guys. You should pick it up if you read it if you can.
Well, I did see a clip, and I've seen it before, where this lady has this pit bull, and it's at the end of her bed, and the kids are in bed, and it's just her as the only adult in the home, and the dog apparently never does this. This dog was seeing something. It was on her bed. And she goes, I looked outside. I've checked her security cameras. There's nobody out there. This dog was just standing there with the hackles up. It would be quiet. Then it just would go ballistic and like be almost like stopping itself from charging. There was something at that door. I don't know what it was, but I always ask people when I'm working with them with, like, say they need a bit of paranormal help or whatever. The first thing I ask them, do you have pets or do you have small children? Because cats, dogs, I can't speak for other animals, but I know cats and dogs in particular. What are they doing? What do you see?
And my little house, that little house where I lived in Dallas, Dallas, North Carolina, where the Lake Club came out. My cat Carmel, my cat Carmel's very cool, and every once in a while he'll scare me because I know this cat sees shit. But in that little house, he used to do something it would always put me on edge. I'd be like, Carmel, stop it. I'd be in the family room and I would hear a noise. He had his own bathroom. It was like it was off my bathroom. There was like a little attic-y part thing, and there's a curtain over it, and that was where his box was. Well, he would go in there sometimes and he would make noises that I'm like, that's not my cat. And then I would turn around the corner, I'd look over the corner down the hallway, and I'm like, Carmel, come here. And you would see him walking, and he would always, whenever I would hear the noises, he would walk towards me with his tail straight up, which is a cat sign for follow me. So it's like, whatever you want to follow you, don't bring it in here, cat. Stop it. It'd be like, but he would do that. Like he wanted it to follow him by me. And I'm like, no, nothing.
Don't you remember that one night we were off after a show? We had just clicked end stream. And we were sitting there talking, and all of a sudden it sounded like bang, 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 bang. And I'm going, Dave, what the heck is that? And we were wondering. We went to check on the cats. They were fine. And somebody was shooting from the front of your sidewalk across the house. Remember that?
It was right by the tree outside my window. That's why I heard it so loud.
We didn't know if it was a ghost at first or what. Yeah. It was so
I have heard rap. Yeah, it kind of startled me. I had heard rapping before from ghosts, so I'm usually like, but it was so loud, Lord Lee could hear it.
And God, it was so loud. And remember, we checked because you can hang out after you're done StreamYard, right? Like Dem Rogers in particular, you know how Joel, the host, always says to his guests when he ends a show, hey, just stay put, because you can chat afterwards, but it doesn't record it. So, because we checked just in case if we would have caught it.
Interesting. But I get all kinds of stuff. So does Laura Lee. You know what? I think it just makes life interesting, so I don't mind it.
I always say that what people think is regular, normal, everyday life, it is so infinitely tiny compared to once you open Pandora's box, open your mind to the possibility, and open the doors to what the paranormal is. And the paranormal encompasses anything, I always say, that just doesn't fall under the title of what people think is normal. That's it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's huge. I love this. Stargazer says, all you need is love.
Womp, womp, put it down. Howie had said, y'all remember the rapping on the show at the cabin. I don't know what that is.
Hang on.
I saw UFOs in New York City. You know who else got UFOs? Sammy Hagar has a UFO experience. He has.
Oh, does he?
Yes, he does. He is very open with it. I think Pink also has something with either a ghost or a UFO. I can't remember if it was Pink, but I
haven't heard it from Pink. But John Lennon, because for people listening, Kathy Hanley Little had said John Lennon saw UFOs. I think would she say 1974?
Yeah, 1974.
In New York City. Oh, I gotta hit this up. Dem Rogers, because is she in here? She is. Emmy Lou, come here, please. Emmy on Nuke's Top 5. Dem Rogers says, I think the German Shepherds that had the dresser drawers thrown at them, freaky. I don't know if I saw it. Speaking of German Shepherds, this is my baby. Hey, Emmy. I call her Emmy Lou.
I saw it. I didn't see a UFO, but I saw an alien, and that was 1970, 1971, around there. So there's a lot of UFOs and aliens in the 70s, man. There's a lot.
There was, but I have missing time, and I've met a lot of people that have UFO or strange experiences like that. Now, again, I've mentioned this, I think, on the Angel Rock, but the owner of the network, we'll give him a shout out because we love him, Joe Montaldo, who started Well, hang on, we'll get to Pink in just a minute. He runs ICAR, and it's called International Center for Alien Research. He's been doing a 20 plus year study. You can go to the website. It's icar.net, I think it is. And he's studying Rh negative blood, green eyes, and red hair, because that set of characteristics did not exist in human DNA before 70,000 years ago. So with the missing time I've had, and I'm going to get to that point, just what you brought up, I blinked my eyes and I lost an hour and a half. I was miles away from where I was and in the opposite direction. I don't have red hair and green eyes, obviously, or Rh negative blood, but my mother has all three. So go figure.
Mother does.
Okay, is that what you want me to start? Hi, Stargazer. I know.
Oh no, she got it. Stargazer said she's pretty sure Pink was a ghost. Yeah, I thought it was a ghost or a UFO or something. Yeah.
You know where to look for it? It's your buddy, David, and we'll just leave it at that. Blink with celebrity ghost stories with Kim, and we'll just leave it at that. I won't say anything more, Kim Russo. But there's also another one where celebrities tell their ghost stories of, like, I know Vince Neil from Motley Crue. He's had a lot of paranormal stories. The girl from was it not Charmed? What was the one with the 4 witches? And back in
the Witches of Eastwick?
No, she's got like a Polish name, Kezia something, and she was the villain in it. It was teenagers, 4 teenagers. It's not Charmed. It's something. Somebody will remember in the comments. She has quite a story. It's interesting to watch the amount of celebrities, and not necessarily A-listers, but people in the entertainment business that have had reported paranormal experiences. That's going to drive me nuts. Now I got to look that movie up. Oh, yeah, Liam, you'll have to leave the name. Liam says, thank you, Dem Rogers. Faruka Bulk was her name. I remember the name. I don't know what it was. A movie, and they were in high school, and she was head of the witches. And Faruka, she's very distinctive looking, and she ended up getting her just desserts in the end. So Liam says, yesterday I started watching a documentary on Rh negative blood and aliens. Oh, please either put the name down or send it to me, and I'll share it next time we're live. Yeah, it's for you know, I gotta look this up. Okay, let me see if I'm gonna say witch.
Ghost Whisper?
Nope. Movie teens Faruzia Bulk. Let's see if I can find it. I remember this. The Craft. That's it. The Craft.
Oh, The Craft. But you know what? I only like the original Craft.
What? Where would that be from?
Okay, didn't somebody redo it? Oh no, I'm wrong.
This is from '96. 1990s.
No, that's the right crap.
And Jackie Lane, everybody's throwing it in. What do we think about Jack Osbourne and his ghost stuff?
I don't care for it myself. I watched a couple. Not that I'm not downing it, but Jack Osbourne just kind of bored me, so I kind of turned it off. Plus the fact I'm kind of, for me, when a celebrity's kid who does a ghost show after his dad, who's a celebrity, is so big in the, Ozzy was in the, everybody associated Ozzy with the occult and demons.
They have
and
a
all
new
that
podcast.
stuff and biting the ball. And I thought, well, I don't know, but I did watch a couple episodes. I just didn't get into it. Was it good? Because maybe I should watch it. I mean, I don't want.
They have a new podcast. I haven't watched it. It's almost like a remake of the Osbournes back when they had the reality show. Sharon looks like she's fading away to a shadow. I think she's run into Ozempic personally, but anyways, I don't dislike Jack Osbourne.
Oh no, I don't dislike him.
No, but what I meant is I've seen some of his paranormal shows because Del has watched them. I don't think he's faking stuff. And I think he does dig. I mean, do I think I can't say I dislike him. Would he be my first thing to go watch paranormally? No, but say I ran into him on the street and I asked him to come on my show to talk all things paranormal, I would do it in a heartbeat because I think
no, I'm not saying anything like that. But you know what? I would like to see a show where they have an actual people, not celebrities, not Zach Baggin crap, not these paranormal TV show people that already got their series.
Careful with that. There's my boys that I love, Paranormal Nightmare. I love those boys, the Foreman.
I've watched a couple of theirs, and theirs was enjoyable because they were more real.
Plus, they are there to help families. They never charge. They have not taken one penny in years. They've been through their own thing. Their last episode, and I don't think this was fake, guys, because what they'll do, Friday nights, they put an upload if they're going to. Saturday nights, they will go live, and they will show you while they're setting up and filming. I know Josh was in tears, and it didn't really mean anything. It was a name of a street that came up on the ghost box. And he was crying, and it was so weird because he's not a crier. And they started talking about it, and there was something evil they claim in the house. They were helping this family, and they go to help families. They just don't go there to investigate. They go there to help them, and there's follow-up afterwards. I have great respect for people like that. I mean, these guys don't even take travel or gas money. And the thing is, the street that was brought up through the ghost box was the name of their childhood home where why they do what they do now as adults. They had a horrific paranormal experience as 3 younger children together. That's why they do what they do to help people. So I had to throw that in there. I love my
no, those are good. I wish people like the Zach Bagans and the some of those ones, they just need to take them off TV. I hated that show Kindred Spirits. I tried to watch it, but they capitalized off not finding anything to just discussing how it affects the family. I'm like, okay, don't call it Kindred Spirits. Call it Psychology 101 by amateur ghost hunters. I didn't care for it too much. I mean, I'm sure they're very sweet and very nice. And I loved, me and my mother watched the original Ghost Hunters when they very first started, when they were the Roto-Rooter thing, and it was fun. Like them. I enjoyed it at the beginning because in the beginning, they would literally go in there and debunk everything. And I'd be like,
why I didn't like them, because some people I think really needed help. And I get if they could debunk it scientifically or whatever, but there were some things I was seeing, living in an extremely haunted house myself, that I wasn't expecting them to say, oh, that's haunted. That's spooky. That's scary. I appreciate people that give truth, but I felt it was just a little bit too much dismissiveness. Like one in particular, I can remember the taps kept going on while they were in there, and they tried to explain it away for every other reason. And there was no reason for the taps to be going on. There was other things going on. So you could tell by some of the people's faces, they were very disappointed because there were no further.
Well, I'm only talking about literally like the first 2 seasons of the whole thing. After that, and then when they started to go overseas and started to have all these extra people and go from house to house and just everybody,
I don't care for that. That's why I watch YouTube.
Oh, please.
That's why I watch YouTube, guys. Like, don't get me wrong.
I'd really much rather watch YouTube, guys.
No, but what I was going to say, like, I usually watch Twin Paranormal, and I will watch the Paranormal Files. And I give Colin a lot of credit, especially. That guy puts out a 3-hour documentary I think the night is now Tuesday or Wednesday nights. And he films it. The only thing that drives me insane is he screams every time something happens. He gets so excited, but he investigates with his dad, who is very calm, relaxed. And he investigates with his brother-in-law, who was actually in seminary school, but I guess for whatever reason changed his mind. So I appreciate that, because these guys, and I've seen them do it, if nothing shows up, doesn't matter if they are at a notorious house. If nothing happens, nothing happens, because he does not.
Can you explain this, or do you know this, or anybody who's watching the audience? This is what always got me about
I wanted to add one more thing, though, Dave. So you go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You'll like this. He does not believe in demons. They actually had the conversation. They were back to the Sally house about it being semantics, that there is negative energy. Go ahead.
Yeah, and there is negative energy. It's just, I don't call every bit of negative energy a demon. Yeah, but yes, no, there's negative energy. I know that. But anyway, where I was getting to, the one thing that kills me about ghost shows is they always are sticking some guy in a room by himself. Like, that's the big catch. What is the proof of that? I mean, I don't understand where the proof of anything by putting somebody alone.
I do. I
mean, it's for television, because it doesn't do anything else. Because I know me I probably went to a lot of different places and investigated. Doesn't matter if I'm in a room by myself or a room with 50 people. I'm going to get the same stuff. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't. But for some, maybe.
Okay, but that's you.
But that's me, like you said. Yeah.
What I've seen, and if it doesn't resonate, that's okay. Or other people feel free to throw in your 2 cents worth. What I have seen is that sometimes, I'm going to use the Foreman brothers, for example. Okay. And each 3 of them obviously have very different personalities and energy. And they will find, as they're investigating as the 3 of them and filming, that if they're going to do a ghost box session or get some kind of response, and it doesn't always happen, but the energy may react to one of them better than the other. So it's also an experimentation to see what will happen if I'm in the house alone. Okay, now I'm going to go out, we're going to watch you go in, and we're going to see what happens. So it's like experimentation while they're filming it. And I've seen it that sometimes an entity, just as I think, especially if it's an earthbound entity or person, that they will interact with some people better in real life than they will with others. So that's what I have taken it for, why they put individuals in. With you, David, the other side knows very well who you are, as well as they would with me, and they know they can communicate with you. So yes, it doesn't matter if you're in a room alone or not.
It's not that one. I can understand, like, if somebody said, David, we need you to put you in the room alone with this box so you can ask it questions. Now that would be good for someone like me because of contamination. Other people in the room could contaminate something very easily. All you need, your stomach. Sometimes, have you ever been on a ghost hunt where it's so quiet and all of a sudden you're listening to the EVP thing and everybody's like, I heard something. Everybody's going through it. And then while they're listening to it, they go, did you hear that? I heard that. And then somebody's stomach growls and you're like, oh, it was your stomach.
I have a great meme that goes all through people like that.
But it's not, I'm not talking about those ones. Like you said, that's different. I am talking about the ones on there, because the reason I asked is because I was with my family who we were watching. I can't remember the name of the show. I wish I could, because I would totally slice and dice it right now. It was so awful. But the first thing they were talking about, they're going to put so-and-so in the room by himself. And my brother and all that, they're running around going, who are they going to put him in the room by himself? The ghost's going to get him. I'm like, oh my God, that's what they want you to think. And nothing's going to happen except a guy going, what was that? What was that? What was that? For like 10 minutes. That's the stuff I don't like. That stuff. I don't like the showmanship of it.
I don't watch that stuff because
it's not too
real
much.
life.
Yeah. It's like they're taking the credit. I think paranormal shows nowadays are literally sucking the credibility out of the paranormal.
That's why I bring up sometimes, like tonight, we're having, I think, a pretty good discussion, people. We really appreciate your input and your thoughts on this. So thank you. But you know, they've got a show to produce and there's expectations, and everybody thinks they're going to get rich making a show, putting it out there. So they think they've got to show something. And it's become so watered down. And my problem is too, that's why I say to you sometimes, I think it'd be good to put a fake video up, because there are people out there, not necessarily who's live here, but may watch the replay or hear this, and all they've ever seen is the TV shows, and they expect that that's what the paranormal is. So I think it's a good learning opportunity to look at something obviously fake that you may see, and why it's fake, and how we can debunk it. Just my thoughts.
We threw a party, and then I want to read Lockbeard's. Lockbeard,
I was looking at that too.
Lockbeard, that is so unbelievably yes. I agree. I'll read it in just a second. We did a and this is the weird thing. We hosted whatchamacallit, a paranormal thing where people came in. No, not a seance. People that go ghost hunting with us. And a lot of these people have never been on a ghost hunt before. Ever. Oh my God. It was the worst time. I was so angry because we had like 10 people every 3 minutes would go, I'm bored. Is there some place we can go eat around here? Where can we go? It was all night long. That's all you heard. And it's like, this isn't like TV. No, it's not like TV. That's fake.
But you know what? People that have seen our Paranormal Survivor episode, and I haven't looked in years, but I one time took a look at the comments, and I was practically falling off my chair because it was comments from like, well, you know why these people, I'm not making fun of people with an accent, but you know why these people have problems? Because they didn't get right with Jesus. And then the other part was, no, the reason why these two people have problems is because they never went and got married. They're living together in sin, and just on and on and on. Other people believing like everything we said in the episode was true, but the episode cut and sliced and diced and put stuff whatever way they wanted. It's not real people. Most of it, what you see out there. I'm sorry, but it's not.
I got a ghost kitty. Now I got 3 ghosts.
Oh, hi, Angel.
Angel snuck in. Lockbeard had written this, and everybody, please listen to this because I think it is very true. Well, the first part of it, I don't know about the second part because I haven't got that far. But Lockbeard says, because mainstream science has misinterpreted so much, they fail to figure out anything about ghosts or that they even exist. A node cooling effect is exactly what ghost cooling effect is. Yep, that's right. People are going to mess up stuff, and then everybody listens to science, which I love science. So I am hoping for the day that science and spirituality come together and we can agree on something and do stuff back and forth. And so many people are messing up so many things. Scientists at this point are just going, we're not even going to bother with the paranormal because there's too much TV about it. You know what I'm saying? I love, like Laura Lee, I love those little YouTube shows. Those are my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Because they're honest. Like, and they tell you, like I said, and Colin, if you're never going to see this anyways, but if you do, when he screams, he gets very excited. But this guy has been into the paranormal since he was a little kid, and very lovely parents. His dad used to be, I think, an ophthalmologist. We call him Papa. He's called Papa Spooks. His dad's is very empathic. You can tell this, but they've been very clear throughout all the years that if there's nothing there, they're not going to fake it. And I've seen them go to notoriously haunted places and get nothing. And I appreciate that. But Nicole has a good point, and I like what she said. She says she likes to watch the ghost hunting shows to see the toys and the ghost boxes and etc. And I think there's nothing wrong. Should you enjoy those shows, but watch them with a critical eye in the way that if something doesn't seem right, it probably isn't.
Yeah, you got to watch it. You know what? When we do watch, and even as a medium or a spiritual person, ask Laura Lee, I probably piss off so many people because the first thing is going in my mind is, I always say, I want this. I'm like, I want it to be true, but my mind says, I've seen so much, even my own NDE. You know how long I had to sit when I was writing out part of my book for my NDE that I sat there and I would literally go, okay, drug induced or NDE? And I remember I had one part of the story that I thought, oh, this is going to be really cool, my NDE story. And then all of a sudden I started getting hits from my guides. They're like, no, that wasn't this. That was something different. I'm like, really? Oh, you sons of bees. I love that one. That was my favorite.
I want to stop just for a sec, Dave, and give Bart Sharp a shout out. He is one of our fellow hosts here on UFO Paranormal Network. Please put the details. We've got so many hosts in the network on here. Bart, last I remember it was Wednesday, your show. But if it's move nights, please let me know. He's amazing. Check him out. He's located, I believe, in Texas, but he goes to France during the summertime. And yeah, he's got a really like spiritual type show, very knowledgeable. You'll love him. So check him out, please. And you can put the time and everything, please, Bart. I wanted to read Howie's comment.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
If it'll highlight for me. We're on, David, this is the fastest 2 hours.
I know, they go so fast.
I swear. And this is why we love you all, because if you weren't here, this would be, well, Dave and I do have conversations like this when we're not live. But my whole point is we love your feedback and the questions and the comments and everything you put in here. So thank you. And Howie adds, Dave, we made them, meaning the TV shows.
The TV shows.
That's the sad part. And I say it all the time in capital letters. And I agree with this comment 100%. He says we watch them and we idolize them, the general public, they do. And why, with multiple question marks and capital letters, when there is better people at it than them. We are the ones that made it popular. And it is true, because this is what happens. People, they just had a paranormal con and people were treating them like rock stars, a lot of the people. And
I am not going to say who I have to Laura Lee, but I'm not going to say it live because that would just be a terrible thing. I did a con in Kentucky, and me and my old business partner did readings there, and we were right across from a famous medium and 2 famous ghost groups down the road. And did you know every one of them were total jerks? Every one of them were idiots. And you know what? I don't know how they treated other people, but how they treated other paranormal people, they were jerks. And you know who was really nice? The small teams that were there showing their stuff at the tables. And they had the best stuff. They weren't signing autographs. They were like, here's some pictures we got of this. And they would explain it, and they were all excited about it. And it was beautiful. I loved it. And you walked over to the famous people's table, and they're like, do you have my autograph? Yeah. Is that where you guys want to go something? Yeah, whatever. I'm talking to this broad with the big boobs, you know, and then they just blow you off. It was terrible.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was like, and some of these people were people I have watched on TV and kind of liked. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
I know, but I think there's an important lesson in that we have to remember where we come from. Right?
Yeah.
When you're in the public eye and you're doing what you're doing, you got to look at, it doesn't matter what you're doing, that you're doing it for the right reasons, and you never forget where you came from. And Howie's agreeing with you, but I want to call Shannon out because we are almost out of time, guys. Shannon. She says, make the show 3 hours. I wish we could. But there's another great paranormal show coming up right after us. And it is the second night of the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche. Speaking of someone who's never forgotten where they came from, she actually was part of our Paranormal Survivor episode. Did not know her then. She's been on Canada's Most Haunted. She has been on so many TV shows, super knowledgeable, one of the most humble people I've ever met. And her co-host, Amelia Pisano. So they have the Outer Realm Wednesdays and Thursday nights. So you want to check them out. Stay tuned. They have great guests, great conversation. But I do want to shout out, I don't know if you're at work or not, Shannon, but she's the one that has the paranormal poopers. We did not name them, but they gather around the iPad to join us. So there you go.
I love that. Just gather around the iPad and listen to 2 crazy mediums talk about the dead.
Yes. And
what a beautiful Christmas story. What a beautiful Christmas story. But everything being set aside, I have the utmost respect for those small groups out there really doing the work, doing the real work, really trying to get that validation out there because it's important and it's part of what we do. Even the ones who are a little scared or whatever, I don't care. I love their stuff. That's the stuff I like. If you have to keep editing stuff on TV, I'm to the point in my life where I won't watch it anymore.
And the other thing I want to add, I think it was Dem Rogers, there may be others out there. If you've always ever wanted to go on a ghost hunt or investigate, check within your city, do your research. There are teams that do take people out, or they'll help train them. Whatever, especially around this time of year. So check it out, you guys.
Yes, that is your best around this type of year. Yes, you guys, exactly what you said. I want to reiterate. Call, find out the teams that are in your local area. Most likely those teams are down-to-earth people actually doing the work and doing this.
We are out of time, you guys. I wish it was 3 hours, but like I said, there's another great paranormal show coming up right after us. Like I said, The Outer Realm, so stay tuned. So David, where can they find you?
You can find me in my chair in my bedroom right now. No, I'm kidding. You can find me at theywhispertome.com is my website. If you want to know more about me, get a reading or anything else, you can find me on TikTok or Instagram at Medium David Hansel. I have a YouTube and a Facebook group, both called The Spirit Experience, where you can watch this show live.
There you go.
Morally.
There you go. So, and neither David or I will ever message you to do a reading or anything like that.
We never solicit readings. We never solicit readings. So a DM from our names is not us.
Yes. So Howie O'Dell says, and you can find great paranormal content on UFO Paranormal Radio. You indeed can. So if you ever want to get a hold of me to book a reading, I do energy healing sessions. I do mentoring and teaching. I do have a course coming up. We're running out of time. Dave and I talked a little bit. Both of us are going to be doing that separately, but different things. So we'll have to remind ourselves next week to talk about that. But we are going to have some paid courses coming up, not super expensive, to be able to help people if you want to learn more about this. Anyways, you can get a hold of me on facebook.com/The Angel Rock. Also, scary stories. Z-Sun Dragon, Kevin, he's probably at work tonight. He sent in a bunch already. You got EVPs, you've got pictures. We got to talk about this week because our Halloween show is next Thursday for sure, and decide what we're doing. We may do a panel. I don't know what we're going to do, but it's going to be amazing. So stay tuned. Same time, The Thing at the Foot of the Bed, 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern. Also, I have two groups on Facebook, Paranormal University for all things paranormal and the Angel Rocker Tribe for all things spiritual. Stay tuned for the Angel Rock. As far as I know right now, I don't have a guest Monday night, so it's an open thing. More of this kind of conversation. And then the following week, the Angel Rock Halloween party. After that, the 31st, I got the go-ahead from Michelle DeRoche, who is our station network manager, and I got to get that out there in the advert soon, the next couple days. Anybody that can attend from the network, we're doing a panel party that night, so you want to stay tuned, okay? We love you all so much. Stay spooky. There's Dem Rogers. Oh, what? Z-Sun. Here he is. I just say Z-Sun Dragon, and here he is. So you ready, Dave? Are we ready to do it?
Let's try it. 1, 2, 3. What's at the foot of your bed? We'll try. Okay, you guys, stay spooky. We'll see you soon.
Stay spooky. Send us your spooky stuff if you want us to cover it. We'll maintain your anonymity if you like. And if you are on TikTok, watch for us on Wednesday nights. We're usually live around 5:30, 6 o'clock, right, Dave?
Right.
Eastern Standard.
Absolutely.
And stay tuned for the Outer Realm up next.
You are listening to Fika with Vicky on United Public Radio, 107.7 and 105.3 from New Orleans.
I've got one. Rob? Yeah. I'm not getting any audio. Unless I'm not supposed to be included yet. No audio here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. I told you. It's always exciting going live.
Yes. Are we live on the air now?
We're live on the air right now. People driving in their cars can hear us.
As Jerry Lewis, anybody old enough to remember that name, as Jerry Lewis would say, "Hey, lady, you made a mistake there on that little horizontal crawl, the chyron. It says co-producer, capital co, capital producer. Then it says co-star, capital C, but lowercase s for star."
I know, but that did that did not look good on the poster. Well, you're supposed to let me do the introduction, Mitch. I said.
What can I say? I don't know how to restrain myself.
It didn't look so. I have to like get all the information plus look aesthetic on the poster. Vicky, and so I made it like that.
Kidding, Vicky.
And it didn't. No. I understand you're just kidding, but I need to defend myself. Okay, rewind back to the beginning. We have audio. Everything's good. Let's get started. And then I'll get to the comments that are already popping up. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fika. Our guest today is Mitch Markowitz. He was the co-producer and the co-star.
Emphasis on the star.
Of the hilarious House of Frightenstein, a meant for children's program that first aired on September 4th, 1971, out of an independent station in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. We've touched on the idea that book and television characters can have a great deal of influence on our lives, become a part of our lineage, in fact, and Mr. Markowitz is definitely a part that for me and others. How? Once upon a time, a 9-year-old Vicky came back from school and there was something new on her TV. In a rural area with only maybe 5 channels, it was colorful, musical, monsterical, and pure magic. In short, it was raw creativity. It broke the barriers of traditional television, and she was glued and would be for a very long time. Like up to yesterday, I believe.
We're not on today?
On today, but I was watching it yesterday. So, when she grew up and had a chance to thank Mitch, a pivotal part of this hilarious House of Frightenstein gift, he asked if she thought it had contributed to her life. And what she thought as she looked across at her husband on the other side of the aisle was, yes, I have one husband that I dress up in many different costumes. So yeah, it has and still does. And she also thought that Mr. Markowitz was a fine gentleman.
Excuse me 1 second. Are we not going to mention that your husband happens to be a good friend of mine and has been for years? The three of us have been like a family for years.
Yes. No, I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
She may have changed her mind about Mr. Markowitz being a fine gentleman in the time since then. So, okay. Mitch is a good friend. We've had dinner together. Families have met. He's always around, always been there. And we have to bring my husband Dave into this because they are buddies.
So we work together.
What's that?
You and I.
We work together. I'm getting there.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, I gave strict instructions. I said, let me finish the introduction and then you can talk all you want.
You just give me one of these when you're finished. Go ahead. Okay.
Which brings us to today. Mitch, look what you've done. And the legacy of a show that contributed to many lives. I know because having met Mitch, he became a friend. And continued to inspire me. I was given the opportunity to work with him at Comic Cons and other such events, and heard the stories of others who traveled bar and waited in long lines to thank him as well. And I watched as he took time with each of these once children, listening, asking questions, taking pictures, and signing posters, all for free. And so, Mr. Mitch Markowitz, I present you with the very first ever Fika with Vicky Legacy Award. But I didn't think of it till this morning, so I don't actually have an award. You're going to have to wait on that. And if you don't behave yourself for the rest of the show, I'm going to take it away. So thank you for allowing me into your life and allowing me to see that the magic that wasn't just for me, it was for everyone.
Oh my goodness.
And welcome to Fika, Mitch. And now go.
I wish I had my violin here in the room and I could do one of these.
See?
That's a heck of an intro there, Vicky.
I can't be nice without sarcasm.
Now, wait, in all due respect, I should say, that's a hell of an intro there, Ms. Vicky. Now, listen, I got to say one thing. I have to say one thing and one thing only, then I'm going to go watch TV. I'm watching CNN. Always. But I have to say how impressed I am with the fact that you've evolved and grown into this superstardom of yours.
No, I don't think so.
Having followers all around the world. I mean, that's when we met, that wasn't Vicky Benison.
That was 10, 11 years ago, and right. I was in a different place in my life. Life changes with the different places that you
Hallelujah.
Right?
Well, you broke on through to the other side.
The other side, and I'm still getting abuse from. I don't have followers. I just have people that listen to the show, and hopefully,
welcome to the world of being a celebrity, and you deserve that name and you deserve that title after having successfully done more than your 90-day option. I mean, at that which point, if they didn't like you, they would have flushed the toilet.
Well, Mr. Markowitz, what's wonderful words you use, like flush the toilet.
Oh God! You can call me M&M because I melt in your mouth, not in your hands.
Thank you. And thank you for all the encouragement along the way. And we're just trying to get people to see that reading and stories come in a lot of different ways, and they all work together to bring more happiness and joy to life, or scariness, or laughs, whatever. All the different things in life. Now, before we get started, I have to take a minute and say, mark through the ones that say I'm good. So Shelly Dawn Turner says hi, and she says she absolutely loved the show as a child and still loves this show. Jamie, we know Jamie, says hi, Vicky and Mitch.
Oh, hi, Jamie. How are you? What my favorite all-time artist in the world. The guy
right.
A genius.
Jamie does different illustrations of different shows and celebrities and things, and he's done quite a bit for the Hilarious House of Frightenstein. He recently did a librarian, which is my favorite character, picture, which is just wonderful. And just go on Facebook and knock him in there, and you'll see him.
He's a terrific guy, and all his Frightenstein art is available up there at J. Pruden Art.
I knew that you would know.
On Twitter, yeah.
Okay, this is Dave. There's a comment for you here. Are you? I don't think you. We'll let Dave answer that one. Okay. From Derek, Robin Sims says this is just awesome. Allison, that I think I met when I was at London Comic Con with you, says hello. Thanks for watching, Allison, and hello right back at you.
Wow.
Tamara says hello guys. Hi Tamara, thank you for listening. And oh my goodness, we've just been okay. So hi, Francis Ann Hopkins says hi. Brian Foley. Okay. Mitch knocked me off speaking properly. So Brian says hi.
Hand signals.
Al Little says, "Hey from the Hammer," which is where it all started, right? So, hi, Al. Justin Snicker says, "Hi from Dr. Snick with the music."
Oh my goodness, isn't that great? We're putting a nice party together.
We are having a Halloween party here. And Dr. Snick also does the music for The Outer Realm, another program here.
Speaking of Dr. Snick, by the way, and holidays, I did a song, a record with him called "It's My Halloween Party and You Can Die If You Want to." It's a blast. It's so funny.
We have a copy of that. Yes, it is.
I think it's available on YouTube, and it's so funny because when he approached me about this, I said, "Well, you're a good doctor and you're a nice guy, but I can't sing." And he just, and I said, "You know what, man? Don't worry about it. Just read the script that I gave you. I'll fix it from there." So he came over and sat down at my kitchen table with all his microphones and speakers and stuff, and I recorded my part. And he said, "Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye," and left me with a Dr. Snick T-shirt and went out the door. And the next thing I know, I heard the record. It's great. He makes it sound like I'm really singing, and I don't know how. I can't even keep time.
It is the magic. There is so much magic out there now that wasn't available back when
We're talking about magic. Back up a little bit. We're talking about Jamie Purdon. You got to be careful with that guy because when he's not creating art, he's a hypnotist. He does a hypnotist act, and he's real good at it. So if you find yourself standing on your head on the kitchen table, it's because Jamie said, "Vicki Sanderson, you are going to get on the kitchen table on your head and wave your hands back and forth." Just thought I'd mention that.
Okay. And there was a question here that I accidentally put up for a second about when the Blu-rays are coming out, but I felt like you didn't want to answer that question. So
No, it's fine. I'm happy to answer it because then it's responding to many queries I've had about that. And the answer is the group that we were dealing with in Los Angeles, they were Los Angeles based, they started working on taking all 130 episodes of Hilarious House of Frightenstein, upgrading the quality from 1971, which isn't too hard. I mean, we had ours with monkeys on a treadmill, and they were generating the power to run 3 cameras. So it isn't hard to upgrade that. So they started working on it. There was also issues as far as the music was concerned. The Wolfman segment was predicated largely on rock and roll in the background, and the Wolfman and sometimes Igor dancing to the music. Very psychedelic, very cool. And my brother forgot to license the rights to the music. And then he looked over at me, and I forgot. I thought he was licensing the rights. So neither of us did. And that was okay when we were on little CHCH TV in Hamilton, Ontario. And the audience was about 100 people. But then it got syndicated across Canada. Then it got syndicated internationally. And as soon as it got on the air in the US, which is a very litigious country, we started to get lots of feedback. And the lawyers all said, "Whoa, wait a minute, you want to use Sly and the Family Stone? That's going to cost you $200,000. You want to use the Rolling Stones? That's $250,000. And that was all bigger bucks than we were ever going to make on Frightenstein these days. And so they had to pull out the music in all those. To make a long story short, it was way more work than they had anticipated. And the owner of the company wanted to retire. So they just pulled out of the arrangement. And that was the end of the Blu-rays for that particular group. Now we are talking to other organizations who are interested in taking the show, the original series, and putting it on their screening service. They're a big company with deep pockets. They won't run out of time or money, that's for sure. And they're interested in licensing Frightenstein, perhaps for Blu-rays. And if and when that happens, on there somewhere, you're talking about my Twitter site. By the way, you don't have to be on Twitter if you don't want to be. All you have to do is go to Google, Twitter my punch in my Twitter address, which is at I'm TV's Super Hippie.
Coming
and
right
then
up.
you can keep track of what's going on. And whenever something new happens, I always post it on Twitter. And your dear husband is such a good guy. He always retweets it and puts it up on his Facebook. I mean, the guy's got 5 million followers or something. I got like 10,000. So Dave's a good guy, and he puts it right out there if he thinks it's newsworthy. And if I blew my nose, in Dave's mind, that's newsworthy. Let's put that out to the public.
He's keeping an eye on both of us. Mitch, he's making sure that it's out there. Okay, Brian, I apologize. It is Brian Fowley, and hopefully I got that right. Snick, if you're looking for Dr. Snick's music, it's Snick, SNIK, just to make sure that gets through. So there's lots of high
By the way, before you leave, Brian, guy's a creative genius. He and his partner Ed Mattingly, a really dear friend of mine, between them, they have creative juices flowing out of every pore in their body. And at one point, they took the directional sign that we used in the beginning of the show, and it's got like a little arrow pointing Transylvania this way and Frankenstein.
Oh,
this
yes.
And they created a replica of it that looks exactly like our original one. And it's all carved out of wood, and it's got a mechanism in the back. So if I press a little button, you hear sound effects and owls. And I mean, I don't know if owls make any noise, but it's a very, very cool piece. And Brian was one half of the partnership that created it, and he's a terrific guy.
No, I've seen that. I've seen that when I've come to your house. It's excellent, and it should be up. See now who's missing what, Mitch? That should have been in your background.
It's a little tight in here.
Here we go. So there's lots of well wishes, and I love your show, and all of those things, which just goes to start to show us how much influence you had over us all growing up, into it being into reruns for the people from the next 10 years onward. So you get to keep your legacy award so far.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes.
We should have a meter here. Mitch Behaving Legacy Award. It goes down.
You just make a mole with your thumb and thumbs up to Hilarious as a Frankenstein.
So before we get into everything else, I mean, I'll just do a quick synopsis for those of you who aren't fans yet. And why aren't you? The Hilarious House of Frankenstein had all different monsters that you knew from the movies and from books, and they all lived together in this castle. And
we have to set things straight, Mitch, before you scare you scare every potential audience member away from me. I say this to everybody. The Hilarious House of Frankenstein is a pseudo horror kids TV show. The key word is pseudo. Like, there's nothing really horror.
No. And well, let's go on with that. Yeah. My favorite character, obviously, is the librarian. It always was. There I was that night with the librarian. And so many people have said that was the scariest. They've come up to the table or whatever and said they were really scared of the librarian. That's the only segment that anybody was scared of was the librarian. Meanwhile, I was thinking, I want a house like that, and I'm purposely allowing cobwebs to grow behind me. I was like, why didn't I pick up a skull on the weekend? Like I was.
A funny story about those kids that were scared, by the way. The only character on the show, and there were 9 different featured characters, plus a bunch of other that were not featured.
Yeah.
The librarian, everybody agrees, was unquestionably the scariest character on this pseudo horror kids TV show. And lots of kids have told, well, they're not kids anymore when I meet them, but they say when we were kids, what would happen is we could sit on the sofa with my brother and sister. Like I ran into Jim Carrey's sister, Rita, one time. And she was going on and on and on about how her and her brother Jim and her older brother used to sit 3 abreast on the sofa watching the show intently, like, oh my God, this is terrific, until the librarian came on. And then lots of these kids had to go and climb behind the sofa. They could listen, but they couldn't watch.
I don't get that, but yes, all the other characters were Igor was like another kid, and you had empathy for him, especially when the sloth wouldn't let him have a pet. Like seriously, what was up with that? Okay, and Dr. Petvet was was just marvelous, and he brought all the different interesting animals in that. The Count was kind of, you felt sort of sorry for him as well. I've decided, yesterday I was watching it, I decided that Brucey is just passive aggressive, okay? He doesn't want anybody to move on. There we go. So okay, it was a take on, but it also had to have a certain amount of educational in it, didn't
Content,
it? Content to fit the Canadian
CRTC, Canadian Radio and Television Association. Yeah, very high standards they held us up to. I believe, if I remember correctly, the content had to be 60% educational content.
Right. Well, because Canada sort of took pride in its educational television for kids.
Yeah.
And so it did. It had all the librarian read was Aesop's tales. I just really liked, and you did use royalty free on that, and
public domain.
What's that?
Public domain.
Public domain. Yes. You didn't bother with the music, but you did get it. You did get it on that. And I want to get this right. Dr.
Snick.
No, not this Dr. Snick. The doctor on the show, the professor. Professor
Sumner Miller.
Right. We actually spoke. I spoke to people who entered the science field because of him.
Yeah, I spoke to lots of people who have said they opted to go into the sciences purely and simply because they felt he was so entertaining, and he was. I'll tell you actually where we found the professor. My brother and I were huge fans of Johnny Carson back then, and we used to watch a show every night, the late night, the Tonight Show, and he had our professor on, maybe a couple times a year. He was a big fan of his. And the professor would come on, do one of his scientific experiments, and Johnny would be awestruck at it. And then when we started to do Frightenstein and write it, well, we didn't do much writing. It was mostly ad-lib. But when we started
really,
when we started to do Frightenstein, we thought if he would agree, what a natural that would be, because he was such an entertaining guy and totally educational content. So we just reached out to him, and guess what? He said, "Yeah, I'll come." That was the good news. That was the good news. Wait, there was some bad news.
Oh.
The bad news was we arranged to meet him at the airport here in Toronto and take him to the station. So we got there. My brother and I went in a limousine to pick him up, make him, feel like a big shot. And we were followed by a station wagon, which was going to take his equipment. So he got off the plane, and we greeted him. "Hello, nice to meet you in person," shook hands, and blah, blah, blah. And we said, "Okay, now your equipment's going to go in that vehicle over there." That was the station wagon. "And you're going to come in with us in that big black limousine. Isn't that great?" And he looked at it and said, "No, I don't do limousines. I go with my equipment." End of that story. So he was old, and he didn't look like he was. It looked like this is the kind of guy you don't want to argue with, because he'll get back on a plane and go back to Boston. So we said, okay. And we left in the limousine, went back to Hamilton to the station. We got into the station wagon with the driver. And I don't know how this happened, but somehow the driver made a mistake and took him to London, Ontario instead of Hamilton.
That's a big mistake.
Yeah. So he called us when he got there, and we said, I don't know how that happened. But one thing for sure, if you would have come with us in the limousine, you would have been here now in backstage having Channel 11 coffee and donuts and all that kind of good stuff. Anyway, the guy got back in his station wagon and drove all the way back to Hamilton, and I taught Professor Julia Sumner Miller's story. Your turn.
So, thank you. I have the talking pin up. Now I forget what I was going to say about that. No, no, it's. I have a feeling that there was coffee drinking, donut eating. Like I have a feeling that backstage of that show was just a blast. Like there.
There was no backstage. The truth is, we used so much space for that set. It was the biggest set CHCH has ever seen. We used every inch of it. And so a lot of people, times we had to do the changing from one outfit to another right there on the set. I mean, it's not such a bad thing, but there was no sort of extra space. There was no green room. The donuts and the coffee were in the corner. And God forbid you get that mixed up with Griselda's concoctions. That was our witch, of course.
Yes.
Something made of bat guts and rat tails and all kind of interesting.
And I love the boxes with just tiger fur magic marker.
The whole process took 15 minutes.
So that's the thing. Here is this little show coming out of Hamilton, and with no budget basically, and not wanting to spend all the budget because you want to have some money afterwards. And it managed, as Brian here asked, to get Vincent Price, the king of horror movies, or one of them, anyways, that we would know. How did you do that?
Boy, that's a tough question. I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I was gonna say, you've answered it every other time I heard it.
Yeah, it's just kidding. The secret there was, are you ready for this? We asked.
Isn't that the thing?
And the truth is, for any of you Godfather fans, we made him an offer he couldn't refuse. And the offer was very simple. We got in touch with him. Actually, this might be a good opportunity for you to say, well, how did you find him? Did you call information or look in the phone book? How did you get to Vincent?
Okay.
Okay, now.
No, Mitch, it's one thing to say you asked him, but how does a regular Joe like yourself get the contact information?
Good question. We were having a talk at one point with a friend of ours. His name was Alan Guest, and he owned an animation business. Actually, he had the biggest animation company in Canada at the time. And we told him about our dilemma. We put our foot in the mouth and made it clear that we could get Vincent Price, that we already had him. Now all we had to do was get him. So our friend Al said, you know what, don't worry about it. I think I can help you. I'm friends with Fourier, his name is Forrest Ackerman, who owned a magazine called Monster Magazine, I think it was. This was 53 years ago. That's why I said I think. It was the biggest monster magazine in the world. And he gave his contact information to us. So we got in touch with him, told him we were trying to reach out to Vincent Price. And he said, well, and we said, have you got anything to sell or we could use? And he said, well, I own the rights to a whole bunch of black and white photographs, horror-oriented black and white photographs. So we said, oh, well, why don't we license some of those from you? And he said, oh, that'd be swell. So we licensed, I don't know, a dozen pictures or something. And he said, now, you want to get in touch with Vincent Price? I'll give you his phone number. And he did. And the rest is history. We made him an offer. And real quickly, the offer was, we told him, we know you're a busy guy. You're always shooting movies somewhere or another. We said, we'll get you in and out of town, do all your parts in 2 days. Now, it didn't work out that way, but that's what we said.
Still, it was like, what, 4 days?
Yes.
So all the Vincent Price was shot in 4 days?
No, all the Vincent Price stuff was shot in 2 days.
Oh, okay.
The first 2 days, we had just put him up on ice because there was a little problem there. The way he read the material was not exactly the way we wanted it. It wasn't scary. And I was on the floor. It looked like he was standing on a balcony, and I was lying on the floor below the balcony, handing him up a different prop for every bit that he did that I thought was appropriate. So we got about 10 minutes in. My brother was in the control room with the directors and producers, and he got on the PA, the public address system, and said, Vincent, Mitch, we have to have a meeting. So he comes running out onto the set. Vincent and Riff and I got together, and he looked him in the eye and said, Vincent, you're just not scary. We hired you to be scary. And Vincent looks him back in the eye and says, you want scary, you have to write scary. That shit that you wrote for me isn't even remotely close to being scary. It's funny, it rhymes, but it's not scary. And I'm not a magician. So we took him back to the hotel, put him on ice for 2 days, called the writers, said, you got to come back in and rewrite all of his material. And they got there 20 minutes later. And I locked them in a room and said, okay, you have to rewrite all of his openings and closings and all of his introduction bits to the various segments. And you can't come out, no toilet, no food, until everything is rewritten. Because we got Vincent Price sitting on ice.
I think they have laws against that now.
Well, yeah. There was no such thing as unions back then. I think it was onion, not union. Anyway, about 24 hours later, it sounded like that. Like that. 3 knocks on the door. And I went and said, yeah. And they said, we're done. And I opened the door, and they flew out of that room to the closest toilet. They hadn't had a toilet for 24 hours. And then they came back, and we had trays of little sandwiches for them. And they gave us the rewrite.
That was kind after starving them.
So
you had, but I mean, it must have worked because Jamie here says that the intro was the scariest part for him.
Yeah.
So it did.
Yeah,
but I'm kind of feeling sorry for them now because I was going to take something up with you. Then DJ said, Mom, they had to write 200 poems in like 20 minutes. But for the librarian, I wrote this one down. I'm not really taking offense, Mitch, but where is it? Vincent Price is reading the poem that those poor people locked in that room wrote. I asked the old librarian, what did he learn from life? He said the first thing was the rule to never take a wife. Though they make superb companions and reliable good cooks, women haven't got the knack, he said, of understanding books.
Ooh, not exactly politically correct there, is it?
Okay, in a lot of ways, this show would not fly today. But we have to take it into the context. And the fact that obviously I didn't hear that as a kid. I just saw the books and read. So we don't pick up on everything. But the point was, this was written by some poor people who were starving and had to use the bathroom. So I think we can forgive them for it. No. I wasn't making complaint. I was just noticing, like, oh my gosh, I've watched this show a million times, never noticed this. It had no effect on me, and it was the 1970s. So we can we can do it. But I was like, I'm understanding books, Mr. Librarian. I'm understanding books. Okay, just once in a while, I'm going to show something that brings up how people remember this. And Derek says, I used to eat Count Chocula and Frankenberry watching Saturday mornings. Thank you for the memories, Mitch. So
thank you for watching.
You're going to say that a lot. Robin says we learned a lot from the professor, and we did. I learned just rewatching yesterday. I learned a lot from the professor yesterday because I must have forgotten. But
I learned never go with the equipment. Just go with the people who are producing the show. You get a better ride. It's a better vehicle, and they know where they're going.
That's right. It's safer, and it's safer to getting to your. So that's like an Aesop fable moral of the story right there. The story of the station wagon and the limo.
That's a good one.
The moral is take the limo.
Yeah.
Dave is watching over us, and he says it's great seeing all the comments. So he's always there, Mitch. He's always there. We can't get rid of him. Brian says Brucey scared me the most. He was actually dead. Lots of laughs. I still think he could have been playing it up. Okay. He had all the power in that scenario. Why would he let it go? Everybody was bringing him everything. I mean, we hear the count go on about how much he's given him love and all of this, and he still won't come to.
No, it wasn't meant to be. As anyone in the comedy industry will tell you, there's a thing called a running gag, and that Brucey was a running gag. I mean, no matter what that count tried to do, and how much equipment he used, and how much energy he brought down from the skylight, and all that stuff, you're right. Brucey was never going to come to life, and if we would have broken that even once, and Brucey would have got up and started to yawn or something, there goes the running gag. So
well, and then I think maybe he Brian's right. Brucey probably would look kind of scary standing up, and because he's the only one that really looked like one of those monsters, right? Like,
yeah.
If he got up and all the kids would scream and leave and never come back.
Speaking of standing up, what a perfect segue you gave me. On the 28th, I believe it is, I'm going to be appearing at the Frightmare in the Falls, that's Niagara Falls, Comic-Con. And I'm going to be there all day Saturday, maybe Sunday, but I'm not sure. I can't guarantee that. But for sure, I'll be there all day Saturday from 11 to 6. And I'll be with my friends from the Butcher Shop. I mean, they create the absolute best special effects. I mean, you need an arm or a leg or a head or whatever you need, a monster created. They're the best. And they're my buddies, and I'm going to be sitting and working with them all day. So if you find the Butcher Shop display, I guess, or exhibit it's called, they have a big exhibit, I'll be one of the exhibitees.
Will you be signing autographs there?
Yeah.
Will you be signing autographs?
Absolutely. I'll be signing autographs, and like always, I don't charge for the.
Well, I was just going to say that. Would you please let me?
Sorry, I stepped on your lines.
I have such good things to say about you, and then by the time you finish, I'm like, I'm not saying that. No.
I'm sorry.
Having worked with Mitch, he will take time with each of you, taking pictures, asking you questions, listening to your stories, and signing posters that he supplies, this big, all for free. He's still the punchline because his fans are important to him, and that is why the franchise is still growing today because you take such good care of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, Hamilton Comic-Con dates and times again, Mitch?
No, not Hamilton.
I mean Niagara Falls. Okay,
right, I did the last.
Yes.
I did the last Hamilton Comic-Con. That was great. I had a great time. But the next one is Frightmare in the Falls.
Right.
I believe it's October 28th.
And it's the same people, so they're not going to get mad at me.
No. By the way, it's in the Niagara Falls Convention Center.
Right. And there's always a lovely group there.
Yeah, lots of big celebrities and are going to be there that day, and lots of vendors with cool stuff to sell or buy or whatever. It's going to be a fun day.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay. We have to have a nap once in a while.
I was reading and it didn't come up. Okay, somebody wanted to know, Robin again. Okay, he was wondering what happened to all the sets.
What the sets?
All the sets, for the show. They didn't have sentimental value then, so you just
no, it didn't, and we had never, ever, ever, in the farthest realm of our imagination, thought that this was going to be anything other than what it was, what was sold as. We sold it to CHCH. We said we would do 130 hour-long episodes, which took us 9 months. It would have taken any other normal people 4 years to do that much product, create that much product. And then we thought for sure it was going to die and go to television heaven. But as we all know, it didn't work out that way. It ended up getting syndicated across Canada, and then it got syndicated in the U.S., and it's still on now. Like you said, 53 years later, it's available on at the moment on Tubi, T-U-B-I, Tubi streaming service, Plex, P-L-E-X streaming service, Amazon streaming service, and we're in serious conversations with another big-time streaming service based in the U.S., but they're available everywhere.
Isn't it still on Crave?
No, that was a 4-year deal.
That was okay. So it moved on to the other.
If it was more than 4 years ago, I don't remember. But if it isn't, it might still be on, but it's not going to be on for much longer. We did a 4-year deal with them.
Okay. I'm going to take a couple more questions, and then, oh my goodness, time is going quickly. Tamara would like to know what your favorite memory was from making the show, Mitch.
My favorite, you know what? There was no favorites. It was unquestionably the hardest job I ever had in my life. Because it was an incredible feat. One of the writers once was interviewed, and he told the reporter that it was like we being my brother and I were operating a sausage factory. We were cranking those things out at an incredible rate. And he wasn't wrong. It was like a sausage factory. Mind you, lots of people out there thought the sausages taste pretty damn good, and you're one of them.
Yes, no, it was incredible, and it carries on the randomness. I remember telling my kids, "You've got to watch this show," and of course, they never watched it then because that's the kiss of death, right? So then we were at an event. And they were playing an episode, and I hear laughter from the back, and I thought, that's my kid. And the next thing I know, he's watching it on the internet at night with his friends, showing them the show because of the randomness. He's like, you just have to show it. Like, suddenly there's this horror picture, and somebody says, like, the cutting back and forth. It just really appeals.
I have a funny thing to tell you, a funny story to tell you about something very similar. My son is a very, very conservative guy. As he was growing up, he never told his friends, that his dad was in the entertainment industry and television and blah, blah, blah. And Doug Henning, the most famous magician in the world, I toured with him for 3 years, never told anybody any of those things. So when it was time for him to go to college, I was praying he would pick a college close to home so we could drive there in an hour or 2 or 3. Like, for example, anything in London or Guelph or Montreal or Hamilton.
Anywhere but.
So he came down from his bedroom one day, and he had been looking on his laptop. And he said, I think I'm going to apply at UBC, University of British Columbia. And I go, oh, my God. That's 5.5-hour flight from Toronto. And I've flown extensively. Not my favorite form of transportation. Anyway, we didn't say no. We let him go ahead and apply, and we didn't even get a vote in it, to tell you the truth. And then, sure enough, a couple weeks later, he got a scholarship in the mail. So very, very smart, conservative but smart. And so anyway, we took him to Vancouver. Spent 3 days there, getting him set up in the dorm and with the school registration, blah, blah, the whole thing. After 3 days, we left, came back to Toronto, and he called us the next day and said, my room in the dorm was on the 4th floor. The day after you left, I was wandering down to the 3rd floor, walking around, and he was sitting in the archway, the entrance into the common room. And there was a bunch of kids in there sitting on chairs and sofas, watching a big screen TV. And sure enough, they were watching Hilarious as a Frightenstein in Vancouver, British Columbia, the other end of the world. And he didn't say a word. He just stood there in the doorway. And the next thing you know, I went flying by in my super character, upside down, sitting on high tension lines, pretending I was stoned, because it was the early 70s. Hippie, get it? So, and he blurted out inadvertently, oh my God, that's my dad. Guess what? Next 3 years at university, he was treated with a whole different
and the respect you get when your dad is super hippie.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you. I was going to take a closer look at the front of super hippies. Is it just a regular Superman T-shirt? Did you make any alterations to it, like the emblem?
Yes, the designer created a new emblem that says SH on it.
Okay.
Okay,
so you can't get. Also, you're okay with rights on that one.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, it's a different shape too. The real Superman one is like a diamond shape, but with corners flat corners.
Oh, that one's more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whereas the super hippie logo is a straight triangle with S and H crammed in.
And when I watch that, you are so young. And I think we all have to remember that you were only like 5. No, you were only like 21 when you made those shows.
No, I think I was closer to 24, I think, around that.
But still a lot of pressure for someone that young to be like, because how many months did it take to do all 130 episodes? 9 months. So for a year, your life was Hilarious House. Okay,
I didn't have a life. I was locked. My brother was living in a big house in Etobicoke, in the west end of Toronto, and he insisted that I come and move into that house while we shot the show, because I had a bad habit of sleeping in, and I'd miss a call and I'd get there late or whatever, and there was just no time for that.
So he decided he was your guardian.
Every night he locked me in the bedroom and they let me out in the morning. Occasionally the staff threw in a girl or two, but and they had food for me. That was about it, though.
And the show is rated PG, but this one may not be.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just gonna go through some of these comments because, oh my goodness, we want to get to what you're doing now. Okay, so you're gonna have to go through this and watch it again. I'm sorry, so you can see the comments because people are just sending you love. Derek says he'll see you the Friday of Frightmare, so you have him coming. No, Dave, I'm not telling Mitch that. Something about delivering body parts behind your house. Kathleen Grant Walker loved the show, and it's definitely a favorite in her house. Thank you. Monica Moravan says she's going to add to the Mitch love. You're kind, genuine, and take time with anyone who ever stops to chat. Definitely. Thanks for keeping Hilarious House of Frightenstein alive and bringing new memories to a new generation. Deep River says, so awesome. Mitch is such a great guest. Colleen Scott says, sorry, I missed this. Will Mitch be at Frightmare this year? And yes, he will. Okay. A Canadian classic from Mike needs more. Classic needs more love.
Wait. Needs more love?
The show doesn't need more love. The world needs more love. Oh, the show needs to get more love.
I got more love. That's a perfect segue there. Billy Van, who was, as everybody knows, he played nine
of the characters.
9 characters on Hilarious House of Frightenstein. And he was recently nominated to be inducted into the Canadian Comedy Hall of Fame. And we are all very excited about that nomination. And we're just praying every day. And actually, I'm confident that he will be inducted. The nomination will take him to being inducted there. I think they're going to be inducting 4 or 5 comedians, and Billy's in good company.
Oh, there's everybody who's anybody on that list.
Yeah.
That we know. So definitely, it's got to be the first year they did it. I didn't look that up, but to have all those people, I mean, who's left to have one before? They're all on the list.
They did have it before for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years, but this year it's growing exponentially. And they're having, I think, 4 different events over the course of a week in February, where they're going to have talent and handing out the awards and things like that. It's all very exciting. And then they're planning on having a bricks and mortar Canadian Comedy Hall of Fame, an actual building that you could go to throughout the year. And that's even more exciting news.
Well, aside from poutine and butter tarts, Canada really is known for their comedians. We've sent several of them to the United States, and the perfect segue to you recently acted as a radio announcer yourself on a movie with Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase called Zombie Town.
I did. I had to put my hand up like this and my microphone like this and
and do the voice.
Yeah, it's a great movie. It was produced by my friends at Trimuse Productions, Canadian-based company, but they own the rights to, I don't know, a couple dozen, I think, horror films. And whenever they negotiate to license those films, they always make sure they mention that they have the right to authorize the use of Hilarious House of Frankenstein vintage television shows. So they've been good company to keep. So they produced this movie called Zombie Town. It starred Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase, as you mentioned. And I have that little part in there where I'm a radio announcer. And it's now, I believe it's already had its theatrical run, did very well across Canada and in the US. And it's now on...
it's on Tubi in the States.
No.
Yeah, I read this morning. It said... based on the...
oh gosh. Hey, no, I forget the name of the streaming service. You know what? Just Google. Anybody just Google. Sorry. Just
You're
Google.
sure it's not Tubi?
No, I'm not sure. Hulu.
In Canada, however, you can get it through Roku. Because you can't get Tubi in Canada. That's what I read this morning.
No, Tubi you can get Tubi in Canada for sure.
Can you get Tubi? Well, you can get it through the Roku
yes.
streaming.
Yes.
And sorry, I have to segue here. And you can also listen to Fika with Vicky on Roku. Watch Fika with Vicky on Roku using the UFO Paranormal Radio and United Public Radio channel. See? So I know it was Tubi because I was working that one out in my head. Okay. What else is new, Mitch? Oh, he froze. Okay, so I'm just gonna start talking about some things here for him and leave the phone on because there was some internet problems earlier today. So he also has licensed a couple years ago through Headspinner Productions the rights to produce and distribute The Happy House of Frightenstein, which is an animated series, and it goes out to children 3 to 7. So he inspired one group of children, and now they're inspiring another. It has won 2 Canadian Screen Awards, similar to the American Emmy Awards in 2022, and won another Canadian Screen Award in 2023. Mitch said that he had an amusing story for that, and hopefully he will get back in time to let us hear that. But even so, we've loved our time with him. It's also, I would like to point out that while he was filming the Zombie Town, which is based on our R.L. Stine book, he's spent some time at the opening with Gowan of Styx fame and one of my favorites because I love Strange Animal. They're in the very early stages of producing a feature film about Hilarious House of Frightenstein, and not much more information on that, but we will see if we can get more information about that. His documentary is close to being, well, the industry is getting near to being done. And he's worked on a couple of other movies that I hope that he will get back to talk to us about. I'm going to tell him to make sure that he rewatches this so that he can see all the comments and all the love that you sent him. I just have the phone on in case there's a call or they're trying to get back in. So, why, you ask, Vicky, does this end up in a book, a show about books? Because we want to encourage reading in any way we can. And when we take a very prejudiced view on where the sources of that inspiration comes from, we miss out on a lot. So I, for example, have loved books my entire life, and I loved Hilarious House of Frightenstein, the creativity behind it, the images of those classic stories. And we'll bring that on to the other day. I was in the dollar store thinking about Frankenstein and Mary Shelley, and I had just seen an episode on the X-Files that was based on Frankenstein, and I found graphic novels. dollar store if you're in there, $1 of the Frankenstein story, and remembered that my teacher had a bunch of graphic novels in her classroom that you would get to read if you finished your work early. And so I was introduced to all kinds of these classic stories through this. And if a child becomes interested in Count Dracula or whatever, due to a show like this, it's going to lead to more reading of those things, as well as the poetry and the poems. Just wordplay is always important. So I'm not sure whether I should say goodbye at this point or wait till Mitch comes back, but we are definitely going to ask him back another day and take into consideration all these comments, which I'm sure he'll want to get back to you on. And there he is. Okay.
Here he is.
Okay, so while you were away, and don't tell me what you were doing, it's your business now.
I went grocery shopping.
While you were away, I talked to them about the funny House of Frightenstein, the Happy House of Frightenstein, and how it had won some awards. And you said you had a funny story about that.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not funny actually, but my niece is a teacher, and she gave her kids an assignment. These are 6-year-olds. She gave her kids an assignment where she played a few episodes of Happy House of Frightenstein, which is an animated version of our hilarious House of Frightenstein, and it's aimed specifically at a demographic from sort of 3 to 7-year-olds.
I gave them the background.
Right. So she aired a couple of episodes for them and said, "Now I want you to write something. Pick whoever is your favorite character on the show and write something." So I have in front of me.
Oh, the writing.
Exhibit A, and each kid got one of these pieces of paper. They drew, in this case, for example, it's "I love Grizz," which is what Zelda. They call Zelda, right? Because she makes potions. Okay, here's one from Andrew. This picture right there, and it says, "I like Grizz because she makes potions." Oh, I think somebody was looking over somebody else's shoulder.
Grizz is a favorite. Well, potions is messing, right? And mixing things up, and that's like a favorite thing to do.
Instead of their Wolfman character, they call it Wolfie, and it's a female, not a male. More diversification in place there. And it says,
or more politically correct than the original.
I like Wolfie because she is cool. Okay.
If she's anything like the Wolfman, she most definitely is.
And this one is a character with 2 angel wings on, and it says, "I like Grizz because she is a witch." Yeah, that's true. Ooh, here's a creative one. Very cool. There's the picture, if you can see it. And this says, all really well printed here, "I like Grizz because she is cute." Oh. That's one thing nobody ever said about our Griselda.
I need to get a chance. So, and you can watch this show on YouTube Family Channel, right?
Family Channel Junior YouTube, and Family Channel Junior on without the YouTube, just Family Channel Junior on streaming. That's a streaming service, I believe.
It's not on Disney?
I think so, isn't it?
I think it sounds like it would be on Disney. So, and I was just talking to the people about the idea that this creativity, shows like this, encourage reading and writing, and that we shouldn't be prejudiced towards that because we're missing out on a big chance. And you just proved that point by showing that the creativity behind the Happy House of Frightenstein is now encouraging the creativity of those kids and to write and to get into things. So, okay, I did not talk about the 2 other movies that you made. that you?
Oh, I didn't make them. I'm just I'm in them.
Well, I meant, yeah. So you helped to make.
Got it. You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah,
That's okay.
One of them is produced by a friend of mine, Anthony Mann, and he has a company called Bleak December Productions.
Yeah.
And I did the movie called Bug-Eyed Monsters Invade the Earth. That was fun. And then we did a sequel called Bug-Eyed Monsters, not Control. What was the word? Take Over the World. I forget exactly what it was.
Conquer the Earth.
Thank you. Conquer the Earth, yes. And I played a different part in that one, and that was fun. I did another movie recently for a friend of mine, John Migliori, and this is a movie about Sasquatch or Bigfoot, some people call it, and I play a hunter, and I'm out there hunting a Sasquatch in a forest.
No. You just do what they tell you. No. Go ahead, Mitch.
It's so funny because after he wrote me and offered me the part, and I said, sure, I'd love to. I wrote him back the next day and said, by the way, don't have to worry about wardrobe. I can supply my own. I have a camouflage coat like down to my knees. Looks just like a hunter would be wearing. I have a hunter's cap. Looks just like a hunter would wear. And then I went and rummaged through some of my son's old plastic toys, and I sent him some pictures of his rifles, and he just said, well, and then I found Julian's, my son's BB rifle that he had. It was an official Daisy special edition BB rifle. And I took it out of the case and took a picture of it and sent it to John, and he said, that's it, you nailed it, it's terrific. It looks just like a real serious weapon. So I took that and all my clothes and everything and changed there, and we spent the afternoon in a forest just outside of Hamilton. Just
walking around the forest, chasing the Sasquatch.
Chasing the Sasquatch. And anytime people would walk by on the trail, we would hide the gun, and because we didn't, that's not politically correct these days either. You don't want to be walking around in a public forest.
Well, it's not just as now that would be scary. Now that's something which we didn't even get into the one thing we were going to talk about. And so I'm going to do another children's program, Romper Stomper Boo here, of everybody that's come, all our friends that play. And then if you want to, after, you can look at the thing and hear what they all have to say. Okay. So we talked to Catherine, Tamara, we talked to Monica, Deep River, Colleen, Derek, Mike, Brian, and Tamara, Mark, Andrew. Oh, hi, Andrew. You know, Andrew helped you move. Hope all of us with you, Mitch. Yeah. He doesn't mention me. Thanks. And then and here we go again. And Jamie, yes. Dave is now saying read some of the comments. Oh, I think because I was out of air. Yeah, but I can't read the comments and answer questions that are meant for Mitch, Dave. So
what is that? Your director husband?
Yes, he's in the comments saying read the comments. I had thought about that while you were away on your, but if there's questions that's directly to you, I can't answer them.
He's a good guy, that husband of yours, by the way. I'm so happy. I'm so happy he lent me his sweatshirt so that I could wear it today.
All his wardrobe, our hilarious house. When we had to get the new car, the important thing was that we could get another hilarious house sticker for it or to put it on. He's a promoter, Mitch. He's a promoter.
That's for sure.
So you are going to have to come back another day so we can talk about all of those other things. Tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow I rest. And now I'm going to be stuck watching the other 70 episodes of Hilarious House of Frightenstein that I didn't watch yesterday.
I would be happy to come back whenever you like. Invite me, because I'm honored to be in with the kind of company that you keep. I mean, you've got every major author in North America, in the world, actually.
Major author.
Where they're all, no, they are, actually.
Wait, let me rephrase that. Every author I have is major. They are all contributing, and the indies have an independent voice that we need to hear today. Okay, sorry, I had to do a disclaimer. So thank you, and I want you to know that it's not, and I want everybody to know that reading is not this highbrow activity. It can be fun, it can be group oriented, and it can start with the hilarious House of Frankenstein.
Oh, hallelujah.
So thank you for that and all you've contributed. And I'm going to say goodbye for now. And we're exhausted, Mitch. We've just tired ourselves out. And yeah, we'll be talking again.
The party.
And thank you everybody for listening. And I hope you all had fun at play. And I'll just say,
and thank you for all you guys that called in. That was so nice of you.
It's nice to be able to have people talk and be a part of it, and
Make sure you tune into more of Vicky's shows because they're all interesting.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Markowitz, for saying that. Okay, we'll talk to you later while we're still talking. Bye.
Bye.
And thank you all for listening. To everyone else out there, I'm just going to take the comments down now. We can go back and listen to them later. I have to do that so I can do the other things here. And right in my background. Okay, so I will see you all again next week. Until then, may your coffee be hot and your story sweet. It was fun, guys. See you later.
Welcome to the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano. Airing live on the United Public Radio Network, 105.3 FM in New Orleans.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday night segment of the Outer Realm. We're broadcasting live on the United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, 105.3 and 107.7 FM from New Orleans. We're fully sponsored by the amazing people over at Folgers Coffee who have been a part of our journey since the very beginning. And that's like probably about 4 years worth of beginning. So we thank you, Folgers, Amelia, and I appreciate you so much, and it just wouldn't be the same without you. Also, big thank you to Dr. Snick, aka Justin Snicker, the sonic surgeon, for his contribution of his time, his music, and his voice for our intro that you just heard. He's an award-winning composer of Halloween, horror, sci-fi, and dark wave electronic music all year round. Yes. And it's available on any of your favorite music streaming platforms. So check him out. Also, big thank you to Steve McGinnis, the artist behind the banners and logos here at the show. Check him out on Facebook and Instagram. Also specializes in the horror genre, and he's quite busy this time of year doing phenomenal commission pieces as well. So tonight, we welcome Ryan Pitterson, the author of The Final Nephilim and The Judgment of the Nephilim. Basically, we're going to be covering things like who are the main characters, of the Old and New Testaments. He's going to answer a lot of questions about some of this stuff. And are these people still around? Maybe just role-playing, heads of government, things like that. I don't know. But in order to participate, you guys are going to have to come into, our regular chat rooms. You know the drill, right? You know the drill. And we're going to wait for our guest to come up. We're going to play his documentary trailer. And, it's going to be really interesting. I've watched the documentary. It's fabulous. He's extremely knowledgeable and very versed. He's very versed. I don't think I've ever seen it. Well, I mean, I have periodically, but he can quote scriptures and stuff like bam, bam, bam. And that's kind of cool because I can't quote one. No. So anyway, but people are chiming in. Well, look who's like first on the docket tonight. Hey,
Yeah.
Zizan makes it. Marketti, hello, hello. Tamara, hello. Yeah, everybody's going to slowly start chiming in. It's going to be good. I see like the different chat rooms are filling up slowly, so that will be good. And looking forward to having him on. Be very cool. He's got this very melodic type of voice. It's just very relaxing and soothing.
Oh, my dad was like that.
I like it.
My father's was like just zen. He was always calm and talking like this, and it didn't matter if he was in a hurry.
I love
He
it.
just
I
always
know.
talk like this, and it's like, even if he was angry, he never raised his voice.
Right. See, I
Ever.
like that. Hey, Susan.
Yeah.
Hey,
I didn't
Whitney.
take after him. I took after my mom.
I know. I know. I know. I think that's, I don't know.
I look like him, but that's where it stops.
Yeah. You end up being just like,
I'm the only child out of 5 that looks like him. But the rest look like my mom. But yeah, that voice is soothing. I miss that voice.
Yeah. I like the calm.
You know,
My
calm
daughter is very funny because she talks very low and calm, but you can tell when she's on a professional call or if she's agitated because I can be pretty robust in my speech, which comes from a lot of public speaking, I guess.
Yes.
But she's very, very quiet and she's very tiny. And all of a sudden from the other room, you hear, "Wow, wow, wow," I was like, oh, Peanut's mad.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's just this very big voice that comes out of this little teensy little person.
Yeah, it's hard to believe because she's so tiny.
She is really tiny.
Yeah, Sabrina's soft spoken too. I call her Mumbles because I can never understand what she's saying.
Same. It's
Yeah,
the
I'm like,
same.
Mumbles.
Mom needs to have her hearing checked. No, you just need to speak the hell up.
No, I think it's because we're so loud. They're quiet.
It's a
I think
generation,
that's why. I don't know. My mother was loud.
I'm saying so.
My mother was loud. My brothers are soft spoken. Not my youngest brother. Sorry, Fernando. You're not soft spoken.
Yeah.
But the other two, yeah.
Whatever. So I know we're just waiting on our guests while we're
easy now.
So I mean, we've all heard of the Nephilim or Nephilim as he calls them. Pretty much giants. We've talked a lot about giants on the show in the last probably handful of months. They just seem to be coming up more and more. There's discoveries, and not just like they're finding giants, but they're essentially just finding a lot of, I guess ancient artifacts, or finding locations are surfacing that just seem like out of place with respects to size and things along those lines. And there's a lot of research going into this, but we don't really think about it with respects to going back to biblical times. But when you think about it, David and Goliath, there's one.
And Tamara brought up a point last week. I believe it was Tamara because she always has like right at the tip of her head. She's incredible. About how the Marines have come back from wars and have sightings, but they always get dismissed as PTSD. So it's easily dismissed, which is terrible because they probably really are seeing something.
Well, out in the Middle East, especially out that way, there have been sightings, and I remember reading about them. I think they actually took one down.
Yeah, it's very.
It was
easy.
very
Yes,
aggressive,
yes,
apparently.
yes.
But I mean, was it aggressive, or were they just terrified and started shooting and asked questions later?
I don't know, but I I think as if you put yourself in their position, not that you ever really, really fully could, but put yourself in their position where they're fighting a war and all of a sudden, this giant with some beans comes out of the desert sand. Like, I can understand why people would be skeptical and say it's PTSD, it's stress, and why they would start shooting because it's something they don't know what it is. They're like, what the hell, right? Most people in the Marines they're not studying about Nephilim and
Well, no, because I mean, Nephilim is pretty much a Christian term. I think it's the only place I've technically seen it. I mean, otherwise they they just basically call them what they are, giants.
yeah.
I see right here. Yeah. Reports of red giants eating soldiers. See,
Like red, like they're red skinned.
red skin, red hair. What is it exactly?
I
And
don't
where?
know.
Do you remember, Tamara, where that was?
Hmm.
And when? Most
Yeah.
importantly,
When
would be good. When and
Well,
where?
it's not like we're ever lacking in the WAR department. I don't want to say words that are going to get flagged, especially at a time like this.
Yeah, I'm with
So
Z-Sun on
anyways,
that. What about the friendly giant? Yeah, I liked him.
yeah, like I said, this one could have been carrying beans, but they didn't see it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. All I know is that we're coming, I think, to a point in time where the earth is giving up, or the planet is giving up her secrets. With the technology we have, like such as LiDAR, they're going over, they're able to look through large, dense forest canopies. They're able to look, through landscapes that have long since been buried over,
Mm-hmm.
and they're finding these places.
Well, they could see long before they told us they could.
I
So
completely agree with you. And then you're look about all these mounds that are out there, serpent mounds and such. There's some of them, like I know in upstate New York, because a friend of mine studied mounds, and they're not allowed to touch them. They're not allowed to do anything with them. And there are
yeah,
museums that actually show giants in the museum. So they do definitely discuss them, right? So the definition, of course, of the Nephilim are the fallen ones, the watchers. Logic says yes, giants. But I think, Ryan will get into where do they all come from?
well,
What
10
happened?
years.
Why? 10
That's a
years
whole
ago,
different war.
red hair
Yeah.
giants. But you see, it's the area again. You're looking. Let's think back, even when you're talking about the times of even in Iran. I don't want to get into flagging a bunch of names on YouTube, but
No.
even the dictator at the time that they took down, or Iraq, sorry, he was very active in archaeology. Like, he was very interested in finding ancient sites. Maybe he wanted to see, wealth. Who knows? I'm sure there was something attached to it, but apparently had a very healthy interest. Unlike a lot of countries that are a little bit, a lot of these type of countries, and again, I don't want to get political,
No, he
where
could
they
have
want
just
to
been a history
they
buff.
want to destroy the past.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily want to bring it to the forefront and go against maybe some of the teaching or upbringing that may have, like their own traditions,
Mhm.
right? So I think that's pretty cool, but it falls in and around this area, right? Friend or
Yeah.
foe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because during wartime, all you were looking for is friend or foe. Exactly. And if something comes at you that large,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to shoot, especially if you've been there for a long time. I mean, if you pay attention, if you've ever seen Deliver Us from Evil, the story that Ralph Sarchi told about how he was a homicide detective, and you see the story of the Marines that come back, and they come back possessed.
Right.
They opened up a cave they weren't supposed to be in, and they were looking for someone else who was sacrificed there. So when you see that, you can understand that why wouldn't this be a possibility?
Mm-hmm.
And why is it? Because these lands are so ancient. That's why they're
Mm-hmm.
so ancient. That's why
Mm-hmm.
there's ancient beings there. But don't think that they can't travel. So,
Well, especially when you have that kind of a wide step.
well, that and I
But,
mean, like demonic spirits and things like that, they
or
travel.
dimensionally
Yeah,
speaking, as
there's a
well.
portal. There's portals. So I think about. I remember I told you about the Pope's exorcist. How he says 200 were sent to Earth to be punished,
Mm-hmm.
and they had one, and then
Mm-hmm.
199 were to be found. Now that's Father Gabriel Moore. Now
Mm-hmm.
that didn't mean they all went to the United States. That meant
No.
it's an
Yeah.
international thing. And where there are one, there are many. If you haven't learned that from us,
Mm-hmm.
you haven't been listening to the show.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I think anybody, you've even heard Lorraine Warren talk about Legion. You've heard about many exorcists talk about Legion as well. Any hardcore, I think, researchers, there's just so, you're not going to have just one. I don't think these guys are going to do a lot of the dirty work themselves, so to speak. But again, we're making a lot of assumptions as to how the whole system works. Unfortunately, I think we know very, very little about how it all works. I mean, it's warfare in the way you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, with that being said, Ryan will be, instrumental in talking about that part of it. This just so everybody knows as well. A lot of this is going to come from the biblical part of all of this, because essentially this is what people think the Nephilim are. They are fallen angels that procreated, fallen angels who came and procreated with the daughters of man, as they say, and they had these offspring called Nephilim, these giants. So be prepared. This is what this is essentially going to be about, and it's going to be, a lot of scriptures and things of that nature. But it's
There'll be a lot of
fascinating.
controversy with it too, because scripture from which book, scripture from which Bible.
Mm.
So
Well,
everybody's entitled to their own opinions and thoughts.
yeah. Well, I mean, it stems. It's a big Christian thing. So, of course, this is the standpoint or the way you have to come from it. But it's always been fascinating to me, only because of the fact that you do have these little questions. Well, how can that happen? Right, being one
Yeah.
of them. How could that happen for real? It's just like, well,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
good point, or things, what are
I'm
we
always open to anything listening wise. Like I'm always open.
Everything to me is knowledge. It's always a learning experience. There are people who spend a lot of time researching this, this sort of thing for sure. I mean, there's all kinds of books written on this sort of thing. But when somebody takes the time to spend years and years researching and writing about it and talking about it, I'm always curious to see what they have to say, because it's a constant evolution of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, and we are still waiting. Just saying, we are still waiting. I'm really hoping he can connect. Otherwise,
I
people
think
were
he
having
would
a
have.
Q&A.
Yeah, he would have contacted you if he couldn't.
I would think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would think so. Hey, Chris.
Hi,
I've got
Chris,
his
don't
agent on it.
worry.
I've got his agent on it. We'll see.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I think, Chris, if Ryan makes it, which I hope he will, I think this will be right up your alley. This is
I agree.
probably the show you've been waiting for, without me giving it all away. So, Wayne.
Wayne says, from what I understand through my research on the fallen ones, I am understanding that they can take on the image of anything they wish. He's continuing it. We'll wait for that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I agree.
You're quiche. Okay, I'm coming.
God.
I'll eat anything. Yeah.
I think if you are an interdimensional or dimensional being, which is
Yeah.
what the fallen ones they are, so they're angels, right?
Mhm.
They're not of this place, but they are a creation nonetheless. So that with that being said, we are to assume that they can project, can they shapeshift, or can they project anything that they want us to see? I believe that they absolutely can. So, and then Wayne goes on to say,
The firstborn of these fallen ones had attributes of both the human female and the fallen angel. What? Sorry, I missed something.
okay, the
Both the
firstborn, the
human
fallen
female.
ones had attributes of both the mother, being the human female, and the
Yeah.
fallen angelic
Angelic
beings.
beings. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, I absolutely agree on that as well. So only, well, I mean, I don't know. When you look, we've showed pictures before, okay, of what real archangels are supposed to look like. Okay, I'm going to look. Bear with me, okay? Because
There's a lot of
I
controversy to
want
that.
to see how this is a thing. Hold on, real. Okay, because not everybody knows. Not everybody knows. Apparently, we have our own visions, right? But apparently, they can be pretty not what you think.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of blonde archangels, and the only one who's blonde to me is Haniel.
Okay, hold on. All right. Okay, where did this guy go? Where did this guy go? Come on now. I completely lost it. Okay, so let me just come in. I'm going to screen share. Okay, 1 minute. I'm going to stop this screen because I'm going to present another one. Okay. And this is what apparently I'll have to do it in another one now. Bear with me.
It's
Okay.
okay. Someone in my house just made coffee, and I'm like,
you're smelling it? That's hard. It's hard, isn't it? Okay. Let me just get up another screen here so I can actually share. Okay, hold on. Because when you see this, it makes you wonder how the heck does one look like this? Okay, 1 minute. Okay, no, not what I want. And this is apparently a description. I'm just going to try to go through different ones here. Okay, here's a good one. Okay, here we go.
Probably is Folgers coffee, Wayne.
Okay, hold on. 1 minute. 1 minute. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, here we go. So this guy right here. This is apparently what.
Funny kind of looks alien, doesn't he?
Right? Like, I mean, I'm just kind of wondering how do we get giants out of this? How do we, I mean, see? This is what apparently
Maybe
real archangels look like.
Their height.
The biblical ones.
Yeah. Their height. And see, to me, that reminds me of stuff that you see on Arrival, the film Arrival. They look like giant octopuses, like
they look like
octopi. Sorry,
they look like a big moth. I'm sorry, but
no, I'm saying from the film Arrival when she goes to communicate with them, and you see them, and they have suction cups on their hands, and they're making they look like them.
Yeah, I mean, when you start getting into some of these,
okay, the middle one looks like a tarot card, but that
well,
one there,
I think they're just trying to the gist of it is how do you get look at me all the eyes, how do
I would be afraid of that.
Well, yeah, but how do we when we look at that, and that's apparently what a real archangel looks like, a fallen one.
Fallen angels. Okay. So not archangels. No, I know not archangels. They wouldn't be archangels if they did.
Right. But again, still angel. This is what I conjure a picture of angels. It says here, this is one of the, hold on, let me bring it up. I'm not just saying. This is one of the biblical depictions of angels and heavenly beings. This angel in particular, let me see if I can open this up. Okay, visit. Hold on. Let's see what he says. Okay. Is there any information that I can take?
See,
Oh, is known as the seraphim. So
because of all the wings.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
aren't they nasty though?
Most
seraphim?
artwork will show them at least with with a body.
Yeah, and they show them
So-
in gold, which is hilarious because aren't they nasty?
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, because I'm sure you can hear me right now, but
Yeah.
just you have a bad
Hold on.
reputation.
Okay, so we're just gonna come up here.
Okay.
I'm gonna stop
Sure,
this one
I
here.
can
Okay.
read this one. As to the idea, this is Wayne Mallow speaking. As to the idea of being giants, it's possible that it's taken out of context in that these beings are smarter, stronger, and have higher technology. So they would be seen as giants among men. That's possible. Yeah.
Okay, so are we to? Okay, we'll take this in a little bit of a different direction because this looks like it's looking like it might be turning just to be an open mic here.
Ooh, spooky.
So okay, so basically then, are we talking maybe, are they a form of another race, ET,
I gotta find the Muppet.
that
Yeah.
sort of thing? Are we looking at that perhaps?
Oh, Stone Hobbit, how are you? She said, I'm gonna pull that one a little bit closer to me.
Yeah.
Okay. Stone Hobbit, hello, my darling. Says, my light being came in as a ball of orange energy, then morphed into human form, then morphed into two beings, back into one, and then took on skin texture, shoulders to eyebrows. Oh, so maybe there is a lot to say about how they reflect themselves on to make you comfortable,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Right.
So,
The God's guides, etc., often are 10 feet tall. Similar ideas.
oh,
Yeah.
love quiche. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a tough one. It's a tough one because it's like anything else. Everything, it's hypothetical. We don't really know. We know what's in
Mhm.
the scriptures, but again, when you think about, there's still, I mean, Old Testament, they were still written by man. So when I look at, even the book of Ezekiel has some of this stuff in there. It's like, you look at the stories of Ezekiel's wheel, I mean, it's full on extraterrestrial experience.
Well, we also presume that the Vatican's got this in their vaults as well.
Well, for sure they do.
Yeah.
Including alien technology, alien skull. They've got that. It's already been confessed to. So
That makes sense. So, and once you know energy, you could take on any form, tall, short, wings, hooves. It's just alarming to see what people have seen them as, because those are obviously visions that people have had and drawn, right?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's hypothetically say that, that we're dealing with Nephilim as giants. A lot of people look at them as, if you go into even a book of demonic dictionary of the demonic, you have entities there that are allegedly the Nephilim. Asmodeus is a big one. They have,
and that's the first one that they mention with Father Moore.
See, well, I mean, if you look
I
at
think
the
that was
movie,
an entertainment value.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be.
Just a little
Could be.
too. I find that, I mean, although in the film they show that he was in life chased by this demonic entity, followed,
Right.
ever present.
Right.
But
I mean, I think this is the easiest one. He seems to be, and going back into my own experiences and working with families and individuals who have had attachments or who have brought something into the house, he seems to be a popular one. for whatever reason. And also, if you go to a place like Rennes-le-Château in the south of
Oh,
France,
country like Reno.
right?
I'm like, Nevada? This was going
The
through my head. Okay.
Rennes-le-Château,
Okay.
the demon Asmodeus is right at the front entrance of the church in the chapel in Rennes-le-Château. He's also the same demon that allegedly fooled King Solomon
It makes sense.
and was
that-
able to escape by tricking him into giving
Excuse
him his magical ring, which I'm sure is, I'm sure it's a lot of it is metaphor. But it is fascinating how he seems to be the one that surfaces a lot. So let's go through some of the comments.
Oh, I guess until an actual angel arrives and sits us all down to have a wee chat about life and its origins, it's all guesswork.
Ah,
Numerous options.
exactly. Yeah, right here. Yes.
Yes. And Chris says, I suspect that Goliath was Nephilim. He was a giant.
Hmm. Exactly. Yeah, the fellow in the foyer at Rennes
In
Chateau.
Reno.
Yes. And
That
Reno.
was funny. I'm like, Nevada has a first
I
of all,
know.
Nevada has a church. I thought that was the casino.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. All right. Hold on. I'm just trying to. Okay. Good. I can't. I cannot keep communicating. Just trying to figure out. Hoping our guest is okay. I really
Yeah, I
hope that
hope
our
so
guest is
too.
okay. So, so
Yeah,
anyway,
because he was under the weather last week when you got a hold of him. So hopefully he's
yeah. So
overcome it.
yeah, there we go. So it's possible, but he's been very communicative. So I'm really hoping that nothing bad has happened.
Maybe got the wrong time. Maybe got the time wrong. Is he in a different time zone?
I don't think so. I don't know. I don't have everything in front of me,
No,
and they
I
don't
don't know.
all tell you, where they're technically from. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
see here, but you know what? Again, we'll have to obviously reschedule because we definitely want to share the documentary and share the book and the information with you guys. So
Yeah, you
without
need the
giving it
full 2
all
hours.
away, I know I'll have to just change some stuff up. But
Well, guess what's on Netflix now? The Fallen Ones got him. No. No.
so this is more along the lines. I think we're just having an open mic session and we can concentrate on some of this stuff. But there is a good movie on right now.
It's a
Keeping in
documentary.
tune with
Yeah. It's a documentary though. The
And
one
it's
with the Warrens you're talking that I told
yeah,
you
yeah, go ahead.
was
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
It's called the Devil on Trial. And it's the Warrens discussing a case in Connecticut. Of course, in Connecticut. Y'all are haunted AF in
Yes.
Connecticut.
Yeah.
But yeah, I started to I put it on just to see. I always have to have the TV or a radio on in the background.
Right.
That's me because the voices and the noise and everything and the distractions. That actually keeps me, at a level
Right.
frequency.
Dun, dun,
So
dun.
I had it in the back and I looked and I went, let me just catch this trailer. So I watched the trailer and I went, this needs my 100% focused attention, my focus right on this, because this is a documentary. These are pieces and clips of interviews of the Warrens as well. They are sharing, which I don't know how I feel about this part. I don't like when recordings of exorcisms are shared. I don't believe in it. It's against my beliefs. It's against the way I work, the way I feel about something like that. I feel like it never dies. It's that energy trapped on tape and you're releasing it. And it just, for me, it's just wrong on so many levels.
It's called a bleed through.
Yeah.
Even most researchers, when they're listening to that sort of thing, will do it with earbuds or headphones. So it can't bleed out into the atmosphere for that reason. And I have seen it happen where it's come out and people ended up having an issue because they were doing recordings and then just played it out loud. And I think we worked on one of those places in Ohio. If you remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was just like when I listened to that thing, it was
Yeah.
essentially, it sounded huge. It sounded, because it had this long, just big, deep rumbling voice.
Yeah, it makes you really get a feel for the size of
Well, it
it
was all
when
in
it's
air.
like
You
that.
do,
Yeah.
and your spidey senses sort of kick in and go, "Ooh, that's old."
This is a little
But it was
different.
all in Aramaic too, people. Like it wasn't. It was an ancient, very ancient.
That just adds to the
Yeah.
heebie-jeebies. You know, yeah, recordings get to me, but this is a little boy who was possessed, and we'll put those
Right.
air quotes on it
Yeah.
because I
Yeah.
haven't seen the entire documentary, so I don't want to speculate or assume anything or put out false information, fake news.
Right.
I don't want to do that.
Right.
So, but what's different about this is he is a grown man who recalls this. That is not common in possessions, that
No.
they recall any of it. He
Mhm.
remembers where he first met this. He remembers how he felt the first
But people are
encounter.
not always in a. Just to back up one quick minute, so
Yep.
people are aware, because we can go back to the story of The Exorcist. They're
Yep.
not in a possessed state the entire time, right?
No, but he remembers the state. He
Like
remembers
everything.
things. Not all of it because I haven't seen it, so I
Yeah, I
can't
get,
say that.
and
But
we don't
there's
want to blow it.
pieces.
We haven't seen it. No, I
No, we
haven't
haven't
seen
seen
either.
it
Yeah.
either. Like I haven't seen it. I caught the trailer and that was it. And that's when I messaged Michelle. I'm like, oh my God, they're playing the recordings from the actual. I wouldn't say it was an exorcism. What I heard was a deliverance. I don't know if they
Right.
play the exorcism, but it's interesting. I'm going to tell you, not for children, not for children, not for the faint of heart. It's not a slasher film, but there's some serious stuff that's in there.
Do you suggest, because we've done a lot of these. I mean, I spent 20 years doing it, and you and I spent 4 together doing it. Do you recommend? I mean, do you even watch it if you have children at home with the threat of bleed through?
No,
Like
because
I
that can
feel the
come
threat of,
through. Yeah.
yeah, the bleed through.
No.
I feel whether it's coming through the actual recording that was taken and that you're listening to, or if it's bleeding through television. There's a lot of people who believe, and I always say hypothetically because everything's hypothetical in this business, but
Absolutely.
there's a lot of researchers and people that do believe that this stuff can bleed through and just right through your living room. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I don't know.
I worry about that. And I worry about children who get up for water and come towards stairs and maybe hear things and are, invited, because this gentleman who, I don't know how old he is. He has to be up in age because he was about, I think it was 11 at the time or 13 when he met the
Right.
Warrens. So this is a long time ago.
Right.
And he discusses the
Right.
different steps. He calls them differently to,
Right.
to lead to possession.
Right.
And they do talk about Ouija boards and how they thought that was it. His was an encounter at a
Mhm.
home that his sister was buying, and they were there to help clean it out. The family was there to help clean it out, and he was left in the, I will just say this because it's on the trailer.
Yeah.
He was left in the master bedroom. He was asked to sweep the floor, and that's when he was pushed onto the bed. And that's where it all started.
Right.
And he immediately wanted to leave, and he didn't know what it was, but he sensed something when he arrived.
Mhm.
They all did. They all said there was something off with that house.
Right. Right.
So think about that. So here
Right.
we go with another house, Amityville, Harrisville. Here we go with another house, Georgia,
Mhm.
and the
There's
funeral
all-
home, Connecticut.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're starting this again, and this is something that just hit Netflix in Canada. I'm not sure about the States, but
Yeah.
it probably
They
has
usually
been
get
in
it
the
ahead
US.
for us. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes my paranormal nightmare was here before, or vice. No, it was in the States before here,
Before.
and it was
I
supposed
know.
to be here.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember filming that, and it showed there. And my worst nightmare is the one I think of too. That one was here
Yeah.
first. I
Yeah.
don't know that I agree with this statement, Chris. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't agree with that statement, Chris.
Yeah,
I think you have to
I
do a little bit more research.
I don't believe that somebody who's grieving and thinking that they're, talking to a loved one because they're tricked into
It's mimic. Yeah.
bringing something in. I don't believe that a small child, because I've worked with many children and families. I don't believe that a small child who thinks they're tricked into being deceived, playing with another child or having a very benign encounter, um, basically states that, this is an invitation. Invitation, you know, an invitation is where an attachment starts when something comes into your house, one way or another. An invite to communicate, perhaps. I mean, some people move right into a space where it's
So
already there,
easy.
but
Yep.
something along the lines brought this thing in. And if that's what you're talking about, then yes, it starts with an invite of some sort.
Yeah.
However, a request to be possessed, I don't believe that's how it works. This could be maybe a religious belief with some religions. I've worked with many different religious, belief systems. I've worked with rabbis. I've worked with, the Catholics. I've worked with Christians. I've worked with Buddhists. I've worked with many. So this is a first for me. But yes, we can definitely agree to disagree. No problem. We love you too.
Yeah, no problem.
But that's what this is about. That's what open mic is about. Just communicating and bouncing ideas around. And Lorraine partook in a lot of exercising where she was present, not where she partook, but where she was present.
I'm not sure if that's the story.
Yeah.
I know what he's talking about. Chris is talking about where they show a little bit. Hi, Alex. They show a little bit about her being in seeing something at the exorcism of a young boy. But I don't know if that's the boy. I can't remember the name. And I
Right.
don't know if they gave the real name when they did the film
I'll
The
tell
Conjuring.
you.
There's so many
There
many
is.
liberties they took in that film, and you can ask the parent family and they will tell you it's not accurate. So and her family didn't look for them, they looked for the family. So there's a lot of different stories because they have to make it entertaining. In fact, their real experience was so traumatic they couldn't rate it, so they couldn't tell it. So anyways, this is a documentary about the family and what they went through.
I'll tell you, I mean, I've met Lorraine a couple times. I've been to her home. They had some interesting footage. One was a footage where it happened in Canada.
I'm laughing at Alex.
I
Yeah.
know. I don't even know Alex. I don't
The
even
devil
know.
on trial, because this
Yeah.
this story is about someone who murdered and the devil made me do it. It's one of those stories.
Right.
It's on Netflix, Alex. It just came out today.
Right.
So
25 ago, I called it. Okay, blah 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 blah. Oh, I think he just got yeah.
Time wrong?
Yeah, no, the date. The date thought it was
Oh.
tomorrow, yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
It's today. So that's okay. We'll have to do it another time. But anyway, the footage that I saw was a man in Canada going back in the 70s.
In Montreal.
Yes, you know the one I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
that's the one they referred to.
He ended up, I believe, killing himself, which was very sad. But they have close-ups of him wearing a white shirt. And when they look at the eyes actually slit and close. And then he starts drooling, like just salivating. And it's all just white drool. And when it hits the shirt, it all goes red. So I thought, holy crud, man, there's just stuff out there.
They have writing on the inside of his belly as well.
Yes.
That's the one where she saw things and it scared her and it took a piece of her. That was the case she did right before Harrisville.
Yeah.
So it was that one. There you go, Chris. It's not the one.
Yeah.
From this documentary. This documentary is involved in murder.
Right.
How someone was influenced or whatever. They're using that plea, but this man was possessed. That I do know. But I don't know anything else because, like I said, I just watched the trailer because this is something, I think it's 90 minutes long. It's something that's going to require full attention because it's interview after interview, clips of the Warrens interviews, and interviews after interview, and evidence after evidence, and trial clips and news clips. So you can't watch this half asleep. This is something that you're going to have to focus when you're watching it. It's
Right.
both paranormal and criminal,
Okay,
which is fits right. It's right my niche, or the way Joe would say niche. Jojo says niche.
Okay, I think he's gonna pop on very soon. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, because I'm available. It's like, okay, good. Come on in. We won't have
Okay.
a whole lot of time, but we'll take it a little bit. We'll take it a
Yeah.
little bit longer. So I'll just let
Can you
the
spin in a
producer
twinkle of
know.
an eye?
We are going a wee bit longer.
Yeah.
Being late. Okay, just so we can get it all in there. Okay, just so we know, and then he's good. But
Will it cut off for SoundCloud though?
no. Oh,
It'll
no,
be
it won't.
okay?
It won't. It's whatever we put on. It'll be fine. Yeah, I just can't. I won't be able to do a full rerun with it ever because we'll be over the 2-hour mark.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, but Clipper. Yes, that is the one.
You give consent, Chris. You're not hearing what Michelle's saying. You're listening, but you're not hearing. I love you, Chris. You give consent to something you don't know. That's the problem. They mimic, and they will. They're tricksters. They'll trick you into it. We're not saying there isn't an
Permission-
invitation. We're saying there is no such. You don't say I permit you to possess me.
Permission
like
on
that.
some level is the invitation we speak of, somehow inadvertently inviting into your life. You could do that with a voice recorder, by the way. It's not just Ouija boards. It's any sort of request to communicate is pretty much an invitation to bring into your life. And then from that point on, I believe all bets are off.
Even thoughts. How many times have you stupidly said, I would give my SOUL for that?
No, it's true.
That's an invitation. You know it's not, but to them it's clear. It's like, hey, I'm right here. What do you need?
There doesn't have to be any fine print with them.
No.
You know what I mean? So but it's permission is an invite. It's an invite. It's not permission to be possessed. To me, in layman's term, black and white writing is, I give you permission to take possession. That's not the case. It's the case is invitation of coming in. It always starts with an invitation. I mean, Lorraine and I had spoken about this before. Lorraine has been very avid about it. Most researchers, Bishop James Long has talked about it. Reverend Bill Bean has talked about it. He'll be on the show next week. Hopefully he'll be feeling better. It's the same idea. Somehow that invitation to communicate, or invitation or challenge, whatever the case may be, those are invites and they're legitimate. But the people who get tricked into it, there are ways to get out of that quite easily. Believe me, I've worked with families and I've done it. You can rescind those invites. We're dealing in a gray area in wording is what I think we're doing. So, but with that being said, I think that we, so I'm just sitting here looking to see, waiting on our guests. Okay. But
Alex says he's possessed Monday through Friday.
Right.
I think, Alex, you're possessed when you drive by Bar Burrito.
Maybe. So, but yeah, man. I mean, I think it's a really fine line. I think there are things out there that wait and prey on people who are just in a bad way. It's not just, challenging. It's like we talked about this before. It's people who are grieving. It's people who have addictions, people who are depressed, high levels of anxiety. I think just different.
Yeah, I got a big fat fly on my screen again.
Nice. I can
It
see it.
never fails at
I
this
see
time
it
of
buzzing
year,
around. I
right?
know. I know.
Never fails. It's a slow fat.
I'm not frustrated. I'm just saying I think we have a gray area just in terminology is all.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
difference between invitation and permission.
Yeah. You know,
You can go for hours explaining that one.
I know.
It's
It's a gray area. Permission and invites, yeah, it's just in the wording. But again, you know, infestation and possession. Possession is the last state of a demonic infestation and oppression. And, you know, it actually doesn't happen often.
no.
But full
A
possession
lot less
doesn't
than you
happen
think.
often.
I think
Yeah.
Bishop James said that 3% of cases. I'm not quoting him because I don't know if the number is right, but I know it's less than 5%
Right.
are actual possessions.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Okay, I'm just waiting here. I've just got the guess going. Okay. I'm just ready. Let him know he's got the link.
He's
And
probably getting his stuff ready.
yeah. Well, he'll have lost a good hour.
Yeah.
But we'll try to carry it through separately.
Yeah.
And see. But yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, I think we're in and we have been for quite some time in a day and age where there are things out there, whatever they are, whether they're considered to be demonic, whether they're considered to be, multidimensional, interdimensional, dimensional, whatever the case may be, extraterrestrial, terrestrial. There are beings out there that just wait. They lay in waiting, and I think maybe we need to ask ourselves where they come from.
That's one
outside
thing
of religion.
Yeah, that's
because,
one thing that makes me want to read Father Gabriel Marth's book.
Yeah.
From beginning to end, because we don't know after his story is told in a Hollywood fashion. Let's not forget that, why this thing pursued him as long as it did.
Well, there is that theory, and I know I've mentioned it before, where they do know. They do know who you are. And if you're doing damage out there, they do know. And they can pursue. I mean, let's face it, they don't have limitations when it comes to time or space. They can outweigh you. They can go your whole life. They could go through family lines. They could go through thousands of years. Let's face it. I was once asked out in an interview, do you think you know who you are? And I was like, no. Who am I? Who's little old me? But then I saw a medium in the chat room, and she goes, oh, they know very well who she is. And I thought to myself, God, it was a frightening moment, because I just sort of sat there and thinking, oh my God, this is just sort of scary to think about, that there are beings of this nature who technically know exactly who you are. And they can infiltrate your life at any given time. And they do. They do. I've had.
That's why I want to check the book out to see if he mentions it in the book, and they didn't on film.
Chris
says, as an ex-Wiccan, I've known how to protect myself from very real spiritual beings. Had I grown up as a Christian, I might have had a different view. I don't agree with that either. Because as a Roman Catholic, you call on Archangel Michael. So I don't know about that. That's been my route before understanding my gifts, and it never failed me. So,
Well, what I find interesting, though, is, again, in your case with remote viewing, you can see clearly in a different way No, but
I
in a
didn't know
different
that then, though.
no, no,
Yeah.
but it's in a different way than just psychically, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that is a very plausible
I'm laughing because
plausible thing. Chris is like, wow.
Remember when I said to you, I grew up, I always wanted to be psychic. I just thought I was giving great advice. I'm serious. I always wish that I could do this. Now I'm like, what were you thinking? I always wish that I had this gift. And then I used to just think, oh, I just give really good advice. Like everybody wants to talk to me. They want to know my opinion, how to do things. I seem to tell them, like, lead them the right way, and they feel comforted by me. Little did I know I was an empath, I was a medium, or I was a remote viewer. I didn't know. I knew that something was different. I knew that I could see.
Right.
I just thought everybody else could.
Okay.
I thought I could see.
Okay, my emails are not going
I
through.
knew I could. No?
No.
This is bizarro.
It is very bizarre.
This
So
is bizarro, weirdo kind of
I'm
stuff.
going to do it this way right here.
Very October, though. It's
Right?
very October of you.
Oh.
Thank you, Chris. I love you and I respect your opinion as well. You can agree to disagree. It's okay. I believe also, as Michelle states over and over, that mindset's a big thing. If you feel in your mind that this is what works, then it works for you.
Right. There we go. Oh,
That, and
God.
I've got about 100 medals around my neck. I'm not lying.
All right. There
That's
we
the
go.
part of me of Roman Catholic that I still keep.
Yes.
Yes.
That's oh
Just, it's because of Alex. Just kick your
God's
computer.
sakes, Alex, I just bought this one. I don't want
Oh
to
my
kick
gosh, this one's new, Alex. Like
I
literally
know.
a couple
I
months.
know. Wait a
Not
minute.
even.
When my last one went down, were you in the chat?
Oh, that's probably why you said it.
It's like, holy crap. So yeah, this is where I think that again, mindset is very important. And I believe that you should go with whatever gives you strength, whatever makes you feel powerful. Sometimes I find with religion itself, it also puts a lot of fear.
Yeah.
So some of it can be pretty fear-based, and I don't think that that's a really good idea, because not even just now, you should never have fear of the creator. You should always it should always be very, very relaxed. You should always feel good about it.
Safe.
But when we've just encountered, and I know I've spent 2 decades of it, you have spirits who are stuck because they're afraid to move on, because their belief system was so staunch that they were terrified to leave this place in fear of what would wait for them. But being taught, no, like your God is all loving. It's like, but yet you have this belief system. You don't do this or else. It's like, shit, I'm staying here.
Exactly. And I believe that that's changing, and that this generation, when it comes time for them to ascend, will have a different route because their eyes are a little bit more open. Their minds are a little bit more open than it was before.
Exactly. I agree, Alex. That's
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
It was absolutely. And it's very sad.
I've said
but
the same with Christianity or Roman
yeah,
Catholicism.
I can still find bits and pieces in the Catholic religion that I agree with, and I hold that to my heart, but that's mostly prayer. It's not the doctrine of it. It's mostly the prayers make me feel stronger.
Right. Again, because that's your belief system. You feel good about it. It makes you feel good. It gives you strength. Here's a question for you.
Yeah. Chris, since I'm not Catholic, do you think it's okay that I pray the rosary? I mean, I get what the rosary is. Absolutely. It's prayer. It's prayer. Yeah, it's prayer. I have the Hallow app, and I don't go to mass. I use it because I like the meditations on there, and I
Right.
like learning about the saints. There's historical things, there's different reasons for things. I don't like to be forced into anything, any belief or any system. I have to feel that something is right.
Mhm.
And that's it. Like I believe in the saints, I believe in the archangels. Those are
Mhm.
my beliefs. They're Christian beliefs as well, but it's not necessarily because I grew up Roman Catholic. It's just I do believe in the archangels and the saints.
Mhm.
There's
Right.
Christians that do not have saints.
Mhm. Yeah,
I think the
exactly.
Baptists don't either, right? Do they? I don't think so. I think because I've been in a Baptist church, I never saw anything like that. You go into an
They're
old
just
Catholic
very
church and you will
hardcore.
see saints
Yeah.
everywhere. But
Like the
and churches are
Orthodox are
named
pretty
after
staunch
saints.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a beautiful Greek Orthodox church down the street from me. My gosh,
Yeah.
is it ever beautiful?
Yeah.
Wow.
I love the old architecture.
Oh,
I've
this is
spent
new. It's
yeah.
shockingly beautiful.
Anywhere I travel in the world, I always gravitate to the old, like Gothic church. When I was in
Absolutely.
Glasgow, in Scotland, they had the oldest Gothic church in all of the UK there.
My
Spent
goodness.
some time in there going, oh my
Must have
God.
been stunning.
Oh
Did
my
you
God.
lean against the wall, say, take me, take me?
I'm touching everything.
Yeah, I would too. I would want to connect
Touch
with all this.
everything.
You have to remember, you have to think back that far with no
Yeah.
education, no nothing except generation to generation and learning from mistakes, the creativity, the passion in their buildings. Their buildings had meaning. Every
Mhm.
stone was placed a certain way. It's magical,
Right.
regardless if you're of that faith or not. These
Right.
houses, these churches,
Right.
cathedrals are magical. I mean, you can say we can say whatever we want about the Vatican, but you go to St. Peter's and you're in awe.
Mhm.
A man is on his back painting this great ceiling.
Mhm. Yeah, I
The
know.
Milan Duomo. Duomo means cathedral.
Mhm.
You see that every little placement of every little peak tells a story and brings it up to the heavens.
Mhm.
You have to know the history. It's just how it's so magical.
Yeah.
You must have just been like, you know,
Every
white
time.
light everywhere.
I've been to cathedrals, mostly because I'm a fan of architectures. I was very fortunate to spend quite a bit of time at Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, before it burned down. And you realize now that when history is lost, it's lost. When that architecture is lost, it's lost.
Very
And
sad.
there's something looking at a building that's hundreds, if not thousands of years old, that is just spectacular, whether it be a church or cathedral, or whether it be a castle, or whether it be, some of the buildings that we've have, on this side of the world. It's just, there's just a lot there, a lot of history. Workmanship isn't the same anymore.
No, and Notre Dame that rebuild will not be completed in our lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Michelangelo went blind from painting the ceiling, so I think he was going blind anyways. I think they just fit that into his story, because back then they wouldn't have known about like issues with the cornea and things like that.
Right.
Because there's a lot of painters that didn't go blind. Van Gogh cut his own ear off
Mm-hmm.
because to prove his love, and
Yeah.
I believe he was murdered. But they were not greats until they died. They were nobodies when they were building. And that's my
Yeah.
ancestors included, were nobodies till they passed away, and Pisa became a big thing.
Yeah.
That's just the way it was then. And they would do things for the church because they were fed and housed. They weren't paid.
Yeah.
That's how they did it.
One second here. I'm still
Dragons is a
trying.
higher power, but have many guides that are like gods, really. I'm with you, Dragon. I'm the same. I like to take bits and pieces of everything and put it together, and it fits right now for me. I don't judge anybody.
Yeah, I'm just talking to the guests.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll keep
yeah.
talking. I can do
Yeah.
that. I can do that. Tamara says, when I die, my painting will then be worth money. Well, if I can see it, I might be able to sell it for you. Michelle and I
Yeah.
are great salespeople.
Yeah.
You don't want to be up against us if we're trying to bid on something, though. I cut people off at their knees if I want something at an auction. I'm just like, and I'm
Oh,
really good at it. I'm really good at it.
yeah.
Thanks, Wayne.
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh.
But,
So Wayne, if my niece wants to order your books, will you sign them for her? Would you mind?
yeah. Wayne.
Wayne, she wants to read
Wayne.
the books. She's a
Wayne.
big avid reader. She's always reading, always constantly reading.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I have a feeling we're just gonna have to.
It's
yeah,
already like 40 minutes to end
Yeah,
time.
I know.
Yeah.
So that's that.
Why would she want one? She wants all of them. I know the mailing part is the crazy part.
Yeah.
The wait.
Or you can just go to you.
I can print my name on crayon on the inside. She'll love that. When I told her what the story was based on, she's just like, I need to read those books. I said, you need to buy them because I don't share. I'm not that person that lends out books.
So there.
No, I'm not that person that lends out books because I support artists and writers. So that's why I don't lend a book.
Yeah.
I used to a long time ago when I was very young and poor. I used to do that. And, you swap out whatever. But I haven't done it in years. And I lost a lot of great books over the years lending them. And I refuse to, especially when I know the author, I refuse to lend my books out. I've never lent out Jeff Mudgett's book either.
No.
I've made everyone buy it. Cece, I've made everybody ride that book. I am going to read the first one. I will. I have to be focused too.
Well, that helps.
Yeah, being focused helps. I can't focus on anything. I can't focus on even a sitcom. Like I can't. My mind is everywhere with my daughter right now. She's still not stable, right? So it's like that's in my head constantly.
Yeah.
I haven't bought a real book in years. All of my books are ebooks this day. I
like the smell of a new book.
I like the smell, but I like to hold the book, and I like Wayne's books are so thick, and I love that struggle that you're getting to the end, but then
It's
you're
a good
sad.
quality paper as well. So.
It really is, and that's a big deal.
Yeah.
There's no strain on your eyes when you're reading his books.
Yeah.
My whole thing with books, I collect them. I've got leather bound, just hand sewn.
She does.
Books.
She really does.
So yeah, so it's a different thing for me. I will buy ebooks on not silly things because for some people it's important to them, like numerology, like new age things. I will not spend the money on books on new age. I'm just saying right now.
See, I love really old books.
That's me.
Like really old.
I have mechanic books. Like I have so many old books. Like it's just crazy.
Yeah.
I also have newspapers that date back to the 1900s. Thank you, Dragon. Thank you so much. Take positive vibes and prayers. We love them.
Yeah, love it.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Oh, made in Canada.
Yes. And that's important as well. Yeah. Old bookstores are the greatest, aren't they?
Makes you feel like you're going back in time. Like
That's
you're
one.
You're going to Hogwarts.
That's one thing I didn't do in Boston. And the Hawthorns and Edgar Allan Poe. What was I thinking? That's what I have to do next time I go.
No, exactly.
Yeah. What star is Asterix coming at you, Bubbles? Oh, thank you. I understood. Thank you. I seen it. Thank you, Wayne.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's been a frustrating.
I know.
Frustrating. Is he having trouble connecting?
No.
Okay.
Just long story. We're going to reschedule because it's just not going to be enough time for him to come on and talk about everything he needs to talk about. There's so much information, and I want to make sure that we do him justice with the proper with the proper amount of time. So we'll retitle the name of the show and
I will do that for you.
Yeah. So of course we're coming into, we'll switch gears a little bit here. Of course we're getting into, this is spooky month. And
my favorite time.
I know. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Wow. Hello. Oh, no
Oh
sound.
no! Microphone.
No sound.
Microphone.
Yeah. Oop. Nope. I know. Did you give StreamYard permission to use your microphone? It could just be in your settings. You might have to just go in and click it to the mic.
It's not muted either. So
No,
maybe
we know
your
you're
microphone
good.
is muted. Check your microphone. If the light's flashing, then it's muted.
Yep. Nope.
Oh, is that a Shure? I don't know.
I don't know. Probably in your settings. Nope.
Thanks, Wayne. Yeah.
Did you give did yeah, I know we can't get you at all. Did you give StreamYard permission to use the microphone?
Yeah, you have to do that.
Okay.
Maybe jump
So
out.
do that again. I'm going to knock you out. Yeah. Okay. We'll do that. All righty. Try that. Hold on. There we go. Okay. My God. It's a crazy night. Do we have like something planetary going on or something?
Yeah. Hi,
Or...
Dolly. I didn't see you there. Hi,
No.
Dolly. Hello,
I know.
Dolly. Well, hello. Dolly.
I know. We're starting extremely late, but we'll see if we could go a little bit later anyway. But spooky month is the time. I know it's the time of year where allegedly the veil
Night,
is
Alex.
thinner
Yeah.
and hauntings amp up and the spirits find it easier to communicate. I used to get so crazy busy this time of year with haunted people, and I'd be just like, what is it about this time of year? I think it's mindset.
I agree.
Right?
Yeah.
Horror movies, wanting that experience, going out and looking for it. I don't know.
And they're the 1 month out of the year people. We do this year round. So it's balance. It's balance, baby. It's balance.
Yeah.
And then a lot of people, they get heavily into the horror films and the podcasts, and they want to see all these psychics on TV, and they want to, like you said, they want to investigate. It's like there's communication. But remember what I said to you about my mom would say the veil was thinner at Christmas?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's believed it actually is closer to Christmas and not Halloween. But that would throw a lot of people into a tizzy.
See, and I think that's why they put the birth of Jesus Christ in December, was to kind of ward off the evil that was happening at the end of the year. Because my mother would say that it was an unfortunate soul that was born at the end of the year. You want them in the new year. You don't want them with the burden of that year on their shoulders. Right. That was something she would say, because I was due Christmas Day with my first, and it upset her. I'm like, well,
not funny.
You got your wish, because I lost the baby, but Gabrielle was due Christmas Day.
Yeah, see, crazy.
So, yeah. And my mother was just like, I'm happy that you're expecting. I'm just, can we got to try and get you to hold off 5 more days. I'm like, what?
5 days?
What did you stitch it up?
I know. What?
What are you talking about? And I said to my dad, what kind of drugs is she on? Like, I want some.
Mom's got some shenanigans going on. Fix her.
You can't, whatever you do, you got to hold out till the new year. This was before she went in for surgery that she passed from.
Wow.
She said that to me, and I was just like, the hell?
I know. Like,
and my brother's laughing. He's like, oh, Mom with her superstitions. I go, no, Mom's not superstitious. My mother was not superstitious. Right. She didn't care. We had a black cat. My dad was a builder. We walked under ladders all the time. There was always a ladder in our house somewhere. My dad was doing something. Right. Like, come on. But anyways.
Yeah.
How's
I don't know.
There?
I do think that, this is a time of year where people want an experience. People want to be there. People go to haunted events and haunted locations and maybe some ghost tours and
it's
putting
like Christmas.
themselves
People want to be nice, but they're not.
Well, I don't know. I mean, come on. If you think about it, what are the chances? You go on a ghost walk, It's pretty benign for the most part. You go to a haunted event or
I've never
function.
done that.
Really?
Well, I watched you
I
and
did ghost
Wayne
tours
speak.
for like 10
I
years.
watched you and Wayne speak. I've never gone. I was supposed to go on the last one that Lorraine Warren did in Toronto Footpaths, and I
A friend
didn't
of
go
mine did
because
that
I
one. I
was
was at that one. Yeah.
yeah. I would have met you then. I was
Yes, you
sick
would've.
and I didn't go, but I
Funny.
was
It
supposed
was
to
a
be
friend of
there.
mine who put that on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
when she was coming, I thought this is the only chance I'm going to get to meet her. She's elderly, and she did
Yeah.
pass a few years after that. So,
Yeah.
but
Well,
yeah,
she did. Yeah, I was fortunate. I went to her home 2-3
or
years
you're going to
before
see
that
King
too.
Tut. I saw King Tut when I was a little girl in school. So
Yeah.
when you
Oh,
go to school in the big
okay.
city,
We're gonna try again.
okay, how's it going?
Is it any better now? I can
That's
hear
a
you.
that's a dreamy voice worth waiting for. Let me tell you, that's a great voice. That was worth
Welcome.
waiting for.
Wow. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. The whole faux pas for the 19th. All the rest of our communication showed the 18th. I thought I must have had just a little brain shoot there in one moment.
It's okay. I just, like I said, I was just going off that. So I was home tonight. I was home. I was just in
Yeah,
the
well, we
house.
originally had you. So
And,
promo was out. It's
I
like,
had
oh
no.
my
It was just.
God.
It's good. And the funny thing was that my daughter is doing physical therapy. So tonight was her first night. So we were in the living room on the floor doing all these exercises. She had surgery on
Yeah.
the foot a couple of months ago.
Oh, I hope she's
And
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
And and I was playing music. So it's just something I just normally I'm not like on the floor of my living room at 7:30 with music loud. Otherwise, I'd had my phone by and I would have seen Mark's email saying, "Hey, where are you?" But
Well, that's okay. We're
I
gonna
was
go a
totally
little
planning for
bit. We're
tomorrow.
gonna go a little bit later tonight. We're gonna
Yeah,
try to take it an extra bit just to make sure we can get all this
understood.
in because there's so much information. I did watch a documentary.
Oh,
I
cool.
thought
Cool.
what I thought I would do, if it's okay with you, is start off by playing the trailer.
Sure, absolutely.
Does that work okay? Okay, give me one
Yeah,
second. Let me
sure.
go in and grab that puppy right over here.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, we're gonna share this up. Bear with me, guys, because I'm a little bit off my game right now. And let's play this.
We're missing his sound.
I love it.
Okay, I didn't have any sound on that at all.
What?
That's why I was waving at you. I
I'm
had
waving
no
back.
sound. There's no sound on video.
Say bubble. Oh yeah, it was like
Yeah.
full on sound. Did
Yeah.
everybody hear it? No
No,
sound.
no.
Everybody say no sound. What is this?
Did you hear it, Ryan?
No, I just typed it in the chat. I couldn't hear it either.
Yeah,
Oh,
see, it was only on
wow.
your end. That's why I was waving you down. I'm like,
Oh,
no sound. I wasn't
I've
saying
got
I'm crazy.
full
We
on
all know.
sound, like
We all know I'm
theater
not.
sound.
But yeah,
So
yeah, no
okay.
sound, no
Well, maybe we'll
sound.
just try it again. I don't know why it was like full
Okay,
on, and
if there's no sound, I'm gonna wave you really high.
it
Okay.
was well yeah well okay, we'll see if we can try it again afterwards. Darn it, God Almighty. Okay,
Yeah.
well I should have said that. God Almighty, why? So anyway, so I thought it was a really great documentary,
Thank
and
you. Thank you. I
you
appreciate it.
know Yeah, it's really hard to know where to start with everything. So because we don't have a full 2 hours, I'm going to just hand the floor over to you and let you just go. And Amelia and I will just jump in as we go because I
Yeah,
want
that's
you to
fine.
get out as much info as possible.
Okay. All right.
Take it away. So what
Okay.
prompted you to write about
Yeah.
the Nephilim? What was
Yeah,
it?
sure. So my journey to becoming an author on the Nephilim, really, it was all God. It was really all God guiding everything because I knew I grew up a Christian and grew up in the church, going to church, believing the Bible. And however, I was really not a student of Bible prophecy. I didn't study Revelation. I mean, I knew about Revelation, but I wasn't a big student of Bible prophecy or the supernatural so much. And it was really once I was done with school and working that I started just stumbling upon different ministries or shows or websites that were showing how world events were converging with Bible prophecy. And so my background, I was a political science major in college. I was very much into politics. I worked for a summer in the Senate when I was in law school. So politics was definitely my thing. And when I saw that connection, then I really started getting interested and started going down lots of rabbit holes about just the end times and one world government, one world currency. This is all like 2007. So it was like the Bilderberg Group, the Continental Foreign Relations, all these things, right? And it was just amazing. And then there was one ministry that I used to buy lots of DVDs from and books from. And whether it's L.A. Marzulli, Billy Crone, Chuck Missler, all these people. And they sent me a free DVD on the Nephilim, and I really knew nothing about the Nephilim at that time at all. And it really just blew me away, changed my perspective on the Bible. Like I really say it's like going from like black and white to like 4K UHD, like seeing, understanding the Old Testament. And then it was like where God really played a role. God led me to that. And then also with my background, I just wanted to research this and go down as many rabbit holes night after night as possible. And what I started noticing was, I'm like, there are a lot of things in the Bible that connect to these two bloodlines, that this war of these two bloodlines that I'm not seeing in any books. And that's what led me down the path of researching and writing and saying, okay, I'm going to actually write a book on this myself. And one, to show that this is the story of the Bible. This is, just as we talk about the Bible is a story of salvation, of redemption, this is a key part of it. And it goes through the whole Old Testament. It's not just Genesis 6. It's not just David and Goliath. It weaves its way all the way to the birth of Christ. And so I wanted to really show that, and then also make a book that you can show that the Bible supports this. It's not just from the apocryphal books. It's not just from mythology. It's in the Bible itself. And that was kind of the whole origin of it.
So let's back up then.
Yeah, sure.
Who are they? Where do they come from? Because a
Yeah.
lot of people think, it's commercial, but I don't think they really get it.
Yeah, and I understand you, and that's the thing. As I'm sure both you ladies know, this is not something commonly taught in the church. I mean, there are people I know who've been in church for decades and say to me all the time, "I've never even heard of this before." And so the Nephilim, they are, in short, they are the hybrid, half fallen angelic, half human giants that were first born in what we call the days of Noah, Noah's Ark, probably one of the most famous stories in the Bible. Everyone knows Noah's Ark, but the reason for the flood, and goes back to the importance of it in the biblical narrative, the entire biblical narrative, is that when you understand what was taking place at that time, they were the reason for the flood. And to really figure out and determine their origin, it really goes back even 3 chapters earlier than Genesis 6 to Genesis chapter 3. And that's where I start from the Nephilim, which is with that chapter in particular in Genesis 3:15, which I call the ultimate prophecy. And that's really what sets the stage for everything that happens in the days of Noah, because of course the story of Adam and Eve sinning, which again, everyone knows that story of them sinning in the Garden of Eden and God punishing them. However, in verse 15, we see the punishment for the devil, for Satan. And that's when God, excuse me, speaking directly to the devil, says that he is going to put enmity, war, aggression, a battle, a conflict between the devil's seed and Eve's seed, and then prophesies the first messianic prophecy that the seed of the woman, a child born from a human woman, was going to conquer the devil one day, right? And so that is what I challenge the reader to do in my book. I say, consider God saying this from the perspective of the fallen angels. Don't think about it from the commonly know the story. When the devil and the fallen angels hear this, it's really something revolutionary, right? It's radical that God the Father who's talking to the devil is not going to punish Satan directly. It's going to be a child, a kid, a baby's going to be born who's going to have the power to actually beat the devil, probably the most powerful of all the angels. And so now, not only was it shocking in that way, it also gave the devil a target, because now, in order to stop this from coming to pass, I got to either destroy this child, prevent this child from being born, or corrupt this child to prevent this prophecy from ever being fulfilled. And so that's what we see. And so the devil's target became humanity. And what I throw out there is, even looking at the first two sons born, Cain and Abel. And I say, again, thinking from the fallen angelic perspective, not what we learn in Sunday school, Cain, who was the first son of Adam and Eve, he could have been the Messiah, right? He was the first seed, offspring, baby, child.
That's true.
And so the devil, of course, goes on the attack and lures Cain into sin. We see the account where Cain kills Abel, his brother, in jealousy, because God accepted Abel's offering and didn't accept Cain's. And from that perspective, it was like a 2-for-1 shot on the messianic bloodline, because Abel also could have been the Messiah. Like, right, one of these two sons could have been the Messiah, and the devil was able to get two of them out of the way.
You kill one and corrupt the other, essentially.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so then this is where it turns into, like, what my friend L.A. Marzulli calls the cosmic chess match, right? When now God and the devil are going back and forth, making move and counter move on the chessboard of the human existence, basically.
Right.
God responds by banishing Cain. He banishes Cain from Eden, which allows the messianic bloodline to grow, right? Adam and Eve have more children without Cain's influence, criminal history, murderous ways. So now they can grow without violence, his violence. And so the bloodline continues. And what does God keep saying to every human being, every couple? Be fruitful and multiply. Have lots of kids. That was God's plan. Fill the earth up with babies, right? And so what did this mean? The number of potential messiahs now has increased exponentially, right? And so this is what sets the stage for Genesis 6. And when you go back, and I love to really, I would say, I'm a very slow Bible reader. Like, some people can do the Bible in a year plan, and some people do that every year. My wife does it like every other year. And like, God bless everyone who does that. I go really slow.
Right.
And I love the little details, because when you get to Genesis 6, in verse 1, the context of the whole birth of the Nephilim, it says, when men began to multiply upon the earth and daughters were born to them. So it was the human population growing is what led the devil to now say, I got to launch a wide scale attack to knock out a whole bunch of the human race, if not the entire human race at one time, because I can't go one Messiah at a time anymore, because the human population has grown too much. Right. And so what this attack, what I call the nuclear strike on the human race, was the incursion of the fallen angels. There's a subset, a faction of the fallen angels who rebelled with the devil, entered the human realm, took human women as wives, and fathered the Nephilim hybrids. And that's what we see in Genesis 6:4. It says, the sons of God saw the daughters of men, that they were fair, and went in unto them, right? This is the language of reproduction. They were getting it on. This is literally what the Bible is saying. And conceiving, and they
corrupting them in a sense
Exactly.
as well, right?
And this is
Yeah.
what they were, because the plan was to introduce the fallen angelic DNA and genetics to corrupt human genetics, our genome, to prevent the birth of a fully human Messiah. And this is the funny thing, is that there's a lot of science in the Bible. God has a specific genetic order. And when you think about it, Jesus Christ, who is fully God and fully man at the same time,
Mhm.
salvation, his salvation on the cross is just for humanity. It's not for anyone. It's not for the fallen angels. It's just for us. And so
Mhm.
that was very important. And the devil was clearly aware of this and thought, if I can just corrupt humanity and make us something other than human, something other than image bearers of God, I can then prevent this Messiah from being born.
Right.
And we even see further confirmation that this was a genetic battle taking place with the introduction of Noah. Now, of course, Noah is who God chose to basically reboot the human race and continue us after the flood. However, there are two important things we see with Noah's introduction. One, God says 3 times when he speaks to Noah, all flesh has corrupted itself. That even the animals, that something took place that caused all of humanity to be fully corrupted. And it was the introduction of this fallen angelic seed, this hybrid program the fallen angels were running, that was literally turning all of us into monsters, right? And so that was the one thing. But then when it introduces Noah, it says Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations. And that term for perfect in the Hebrew is tamim, which means a physical perfection, not morally perfect, that he was physically perfect, that he was without blemish. It's the same term used for the sacrificial lambs at Passover. That has to be a lamb without blemish, that has no physical defect. And what did that mean with respect to Noah? That he was perfectly human. And in fact, not only him, but of course his parents and his children, because it says in his generations, his lineage was still 100% human, no Nephilim DNA, no fallen angelic DNA, which is why, of course, and he was a believer.
Right.
Which is why he was chosen to be really the father of this, of rebooting humanity after the flood. And so this is how we see further confirmation that this is what it was really about. It was a plan to really prevent our salvation, to corrupt us and prevent our salvation, our Messiah, Jesus Christ, from being born.
Sounds a little bit like just hindering evolution.
Exactly.
So I have to ask, how does an angel, because I mean, there's a lot of different depictions of angels.
Yeah, sure.
And how does an angel connect with a human female? It's almost to me like, and nowadays in modern times, how would you connect, shall we say, with an extraterrestrial?
Right. Yeah.
Like
right. Very similar.
like
Very
like the
similar.
genetic part of it per se.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Apples, oranges, maybe.
yeah. So excuse me. So yeah. So great question. Very important question. Right? How does it actually happen? Right. That they're conceiving a child.
Right.
And so I looked to several different parts of the Bible that I think when you look at the totality of the evidence, it makes it clear how it can happen. So the first thing to think about is that angels have bodies. They have a physical presence. And this is really important. We see this throughout the Bible. Because a lot of times we think of angels like a ghost, where they're just ethereal and they have no actual physical body, but they do. And we see in Genesis, God and 2 angels go to Abraham's house and he prepares a meal for them. They eat. He has his servants clean their feet. So they're physically there. They can be touched. They're eating food, right? The Israelites, when they were eating, received manna from heaven in the wilderness,
right,
to survive. In the Psalms, it says, man did eat angels' food in the wilderness. So the food they were eating is the food that angels eat in heaven, the manna. So which means that our physiology is close enough to an angel's that we can eat their food and they can eat our food. I mean, if you think about it, right? You can eat dog food and get sick. But we can eat angels' food and survive, and they can eat our food. So they have bodies, they have a physiology, they touch people, they can fight people, and they can appear human, right? I think angels can change their appearance, but we know they can appear human. Many times they're referred to as the man. I saw the man, but it was an angel. In the book of Hebrews, we're specifically told that you may have an angel come into your house and you don't even know it's an angel.
This is true. And there's a
Be
lot of
careful
stories
how
of that
you
happening.
would be kind to strangers and how you
Yes.
entertain strangers, because it could be an angel.
Right.
So they can completely resemble a human being.
Right.
And then you get to a chapter in First Corinthians, chapter 15, which is an amazing chapter. There's a ton of supernatural doctrine in this chapter that the Apostle Paul is kind of breaking down. But he gets to a section where he's talking about the body, and he's referring to the body, what he calls a celestial body, which is the immortal body that angels have, and the body that Christians, believers receive at our glorification at the rapture, that are immortal, that we have forever.
Mm-hmm.
And the terrestrial body, which of course is the body we have now that will die and turn to dust.
Right.
And he's going back and forth contrasting them. But then he makes this interesting statement. He says, unto everything that God has given a body, he has given a seed. So he's clearly saying that in the context of talking about the body an angel has, a celestial body, he says that they have seed, DNA, reproductive materials, right?
Interesting.
And so I take the fact that, so now we know they have bodies, right? They have an actual physical body. They have a real physiology. They eat food. They can eat our food. They can totally take on a human form to look just like a human, that we can't even tell the difference. They have seed. And again, Genesis 6:4 and the book of Jude in chapter 1, verses 6 and 7 specifically says that angels went after strange flesh for fornication. I mean, it's saying it plain as day.
But yeah. Oh,
the sin is fornication. This is what they were doing. And they were punished for it, that subgroup of angels, by being put in the abyss. That there are angels right now who are in hell, under chains, in darkness. This is what Jude says in 2 Peter chapter 2, confirms the same thing as well. I mean, think about that. The devil is not in hell, contrary to popular belief in TV. The devil isn't in hell, right? The devil told God in the book of Job, I'm just going to and fro on the earth. I can go wherever I want to go, right? He can still access heaven. But yet there was a group of angels who did something so bad that was such a violation of God's law that he sent them to hell immediately. And who was it? It was the Genesis 6 angels, the sons of God, the Benai Ha Elohim, who committed fornication. And that violation, that attempt to literally corrupt us and prevent the Messiah, God sent them to hell immediately. And so when you put all of that together, that's why I said taking one verse is hard, but when you look at all the evidence together, I think it's clear that this is what took place, and that the Bible confirms that angels have the ability to reproduce.
Right. And you make mention of one called the Assyrian.
Yes.
That was a curiosity to me because I've never heard that. As I'm sure many people haven't. It's not stuff you're taught about.
Yeah,
So,
no. And, even when I was writing the book, I was still living in New York at the time. I live in Texas now. My pastor at the time, at the church I attended, he knew I was writing the book and working on it. So I showed him that chapter, and he said, he'd never even heard anyone preach on that chapter. He's been a pastor for 30 something years. He goes, I've never even heard someone preach on this chapter, much less connect it to the Nephilim. So it's not a common interpretation, but I think it's really important. I think it does connect to everything that we're talking about. And so who is the Assyrian? So I believe the Assyrian was the angel who led this group of angels in Genesis 6. He was the preeminent ruler of the Genesis 6 angels. And again, this is not the devil. The devil did not commit fornication in the days of Noah. He did not participate in this. And so this angel, who is different from the devil, is, I think, in view in Ezekiel chapter 31, and he's called the Assyrian. He's mentioned throughout the Bible, throughout the Old Testament, as the Assyrian. But that chapter specifically describes his rise and fall in the days of Noah. And the first thing to understand about it is if you go to that chapter, which again is not a commonly discussed or studied or preached on chapter, I call it an esoteric passage. So it's right in line with what the more commonly known esoteric chapters like Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel chapter 28, where God is addressing a king. In Isaiah 14 is the king of Babylon. In Ezekiel 28, it's the prince of Tyre. But he's not really talking to that person. He's actually addressing an angel. And in both cases, I believe in Isaiah 14, where he says, Lucifer, son of the morning, I believe he's talking about the devil, and says, and goes through the 5 aspirations. I will sit upon the top of the congregation. I will be like the Most High, where he's addressing the devil, even though it says the king of Babylon. Similar pattern is found in Ezekiel chapter 28, where it's the prince of Tyre, but God says, you are perfect in wisdom, in beauty. He even says, thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God. So now we're not talking about the prince of Tyre. He's talking about the devil when he was still righteous. And he says, you had, every precious jewel was that covering. He lists 9 jewels. And those 9 jewels are 9 of the 12 that he instructed Aaron, Moses' brother, who was the first high priest, to wear on his breastplate to enter the tabernacle, the most holy place. He had to wear 12 jewels for each of the tribes. Well, guess what? Satan had those 9 of those jewels on his chest. So again, this is going way into ancient history, but it's technically addressed to the prince of Tyre, but you're really talking about the devil.
Would those be the same jewels that the temple priests of the Kingdom of David would have on their breastplates, their chest
Exactly.
plates? Same. Oh, okay. So that's interesting.
And David even consults them to discern God's will at one point, but
yeah, so it keeps going down the line, which is
supernatural properties, right? And so because I believe that's also referred to as the Urim and Thummim in Scripture, which is used to actually discern God's will. If you want to know God's will, they could actually use, like David used it at one point, and Joshua as well. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah, no.
So yes, that's Ezekiel 28. But then you just go 3 chapters later. Remember, this is the same prophet, and we see another one of these passages, but it's talking about the Assyrian. And when you look into the context of how the language is very poetic and metaphorical, but then it can be decoded.
Right.
So it starts off by saying that the Assyrian, he was this cedar in Lebanon. The Lebanese cedar can grow to 100 feet. And he uses this metaphoric language of comparing this angel, this fallen angel, to this mighty tree that had branches and fruits. And it says all the nations dwelt under his shadow. So he ruled. He was a global ruler in the days of Noah. And in fact, it's very similar. The language of Ezekiel 31 is very similar to Daniel chapter 4, where Nebuchadnezzar has a dream and says, I had a dream and I'm not going to tell anyone my dream. You have to tell me what I dreamt and then interpret it for me. And Daniel, of course, can interpret it. And it's about a tree. It's very, very similar language. And Daniel said that was mighty, it had flowers, and all the animals were under it. And Daniel said, the tree is you and represents your kingdom and your might and your power. So we're seeing the exact same metaphor being used for this angel. But the difference is, it again, like Ezekiel 28, says that not only was he a great and mighty king, it says that all of the other little trees in Eden were jealous of him. So it starts making all these references to the Garden of Eden. And I believe the fallen angels took over the Garden of Eden before the flood happened. And so it goes on to describe that he grew to a great height, he was powerful, and then he describes his fall. That just like the devil, he became prideful, he exalted himself, and God destroyed him. And how did he destroy him? With a flood. It actually references the flood waters at the end of the chapter and says that the water that God cast him down to the nether parts of the earth, to Tehom, the abyss, exactly where Jude says those angels are right now. It says that's where he took the Assyrian and all the trees of Eden, which I believe is a reference to all the fallen angels, and in the days of Noah. And the last confirmation I'll give that really connects it is that it says that in the days that when God judged him with the flood, says he destroyed his kingdom, and it even says that his offspring died before him. because that was the judgment of the Nephilim, was the flood. The Nephilim giants died. The angels were dragged down to the abyss alive in the floodwaters and then imprisoned.
Right.
But the crazy thing is, it says that God punished the Assyrian with the floodwaters. It says that he was sent to hell in the days that the waters of the flood abated. So when was that? Well, when you go to Genesis 8 and you look at the chronology of the flood, it says after 150 days, the waters abated. Remember, water came from the sky, but also from the ground. And so the waters returned back to the fountains of the deep. And I believe that's when the angels were dragged down to the abyss in a supernatural whirlpool after 150 days. Because that's what Ezekiel 31 says. That they were brought down into other parts of the earth. So keep that number in mind, because what happens is the book of Jude says those angels have been dragged down to the abyss. They are imprisoned until the judgment of the great day, the great tribulation. When you go to Revelation, in Revelation chapter 9, that same abyss is opened. And when the abyss is opened, suddenly these creatures emerge who are called locusts. But what are they? They're hybrids. It says they have the face of a man, hair of a woman, teeth like a lion, these grotesque, very bizarre looking beings. I believe those are the fallen angels from Genesis 6. And when they are released from the abyss, they're finally released from their prison. It says that they are instructed to torment, to torture everybody living on earth, every human being who's not a believer. It says who does not have the seal of God in their forehead. So now they come out to torture people and torment people. It says they will torment them for 5 months, which in the Hebrew calendar is 150 days.
Right.
They were tormented by the floodwaters for 150 days and then dragged down to hell. And when they are released from the bottomless pit, now they torment unbelieving humanity who are worshiping the Antichrist for 150 days. So it really connects, as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be.
Right. Right.
Coming the Son of Man.
Right. Almost a little bit like what I believe that we're going through even in current times. It's like, let's face it, there's a lot of tormenting going on, shall we say, without getting us flagged on YouTube. There's a lot going on for sure.
And the efforts to even change our genetics, right? I mean, there's so much of that today with transhumanism, things that alter DNA, RNA, all these things, right? These are all the birth pangs. It's not a coincidence, right?
Yes.
And Jesus pointed, and this is another reason why understanding the Nephilim is so important. In Matthew 24, Jesus, he points to this time and says, if you want to know what the world is going to be like before I return, it's going to be like the days of Noah. So if Jesus is making that statement, something important really happened. And we need to understand what was going on in the world at that time to really be able to discern the end times.
So how do they get back? Because we know the Nephilim came back. I mean, there's evidence of giants being found, bones and all kinds of stuff all over the world. I mean, it's no hiding it. But there were giants walking the earth up to even 100 years ago.
Sure. I mean, there's so many stories, right? I mean, it goes from ancient accounts, right, in different cultures way outside of Israel, right, in South America, in North America, all over the world, and then also up to newspaper articles, right? So, like you said, like in the 1800s, and so,
right.
Excuse me. So, how did they come back after the flood? I believe that the DNA of the Nephilim made it through on the ark and through the wives of Noah's sons, and specifically through the wife of his son Ham. And there are two reasons I'll give that. There are many reasons, but two main reasons I get into in judging the Nephilim that I think prove that are: one, I look at the giants after the flood and the different giant tribes that the Israelites are instructed to go and battle and war against, like in the book of Joshua, and they are all traced back to Canaan. The common thinking is that when Joshua and the Israelites went on this war campaign, they were just killing everybody. But it wasn't. God told them, he said, 7 nations, and he names them. Right. He says, who are mightier and stronger than you. That's who I want you to fight.
Right.
and they're all Canaan's descendant. Of course, Canaan was the grandson of Noah through his son Ham. So and if you think about it too, the crazy thing is Canaan is like, to me, one of the most mysterious people in the Bible, right? Think about it too, because in the Old Testament, the promised land itself, Israel, is called the land of Canaan.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Right? Because he's never quoted in the Bible and he's never described.
Right.
You never even see like Canaan ate breakfast. There's nothing about him that actually describes him doing anything in the Bible, yet he's mentioned 164 times in the Old Testament, and the promised land itself is named after him.
Right.
So those are the things that for me, that gets me.
That's a curiosity.
Everything starts binging for me. All my sirens and alarms are going off. I see a discrepancy like that. It's like, okay, they named this whole land after me. The center of the universe, everything we're fighting for, even till today, was named after this guy. And yet there's nothing about him in the Bible. So there's something, again, God is saying there's something significant about him. And what I think is that he was the forefather of the Nephilim after the flood. And again, when we think about this cosmic chess match, what does the devil do after the flood? He goes, I'm going to put my giants right where I know God wants, his land, his mountain. And all Caden's descendants, which is why the land is named after him, because all his descendants filled that land. And so it's called the land of Canaan. And so one, they can be traced back to him. Two, there's something interesting about Noah when it comes to him having his own children, his 3 sons. So when you look at the genealogies of the patriarchs before the flood, who were Noah's ancestors, lifespans before the flood were longer. People lived to 700, 800. Adam lived 930 years. And most men had their first child at 50 years old, 60 years old, 70 years old. And I believe that because of those prolonged lifespans, I believe people actually
but hundreds of years.
Started puberty later.
Yeah.
So you're marrying and having a child much later, your first child much later.
Yes.
However, when you get to Noah, he doesn't have his first son until he's 500 years old. Now, why does that matter? He gets on the ark at the age of 600. When God appointed him to build the ark and commanded him to build the ark and told him he was going to be the person to preserve humanity, excuse me, God said, yet 120 years, and then he's going to judge humanity. So he gave humanity a 120-year probation to repent while Noah was building the ark. And if they don't repent, the flood's going to come.
That's some repenting, just building that ark. That's hard labor, man.
No freedom 55 for Noah.
No.
So how do we know that this is really 600 years and not 60 and they're just counting differently?
So I think, great question. I mean, I think one, it's said. Well, so it's a great question. I think what divides it from the lifespans we have now, the flood. After the flood, lifespans go down immediately.
Yes.
Right? To like 100 years, 130, 85, 75 years, right? And so I believe what scripture is telling us is that prior to the flood, I think the environment was completely different. I think the actual environment of the earth was like a hyperbaric environment, which would block UV rays, one, which is what actually ages us, right? 90% of aging is just caused from UV rays. And two, it promotes faster healing, right? Even athletes today will sit in hyperbaric chambers for hours when they have an injury to recover. And we're also told, there's an interesting detail in Genesis before the flood that it never rained, right? It says that there was a mist that came from the ground. So it's a very different physical environment that I believe prolonged lifespans. There's a great book by a man named Gaines Johnson. He has a great website on this where and he's a geologist, and he gets really deep into what the environment would have been like and why that could lead to a much longer lifespan. And then when you think about it too, in the millennial kingdom, right, which when Jesus is going to restore the earth, it's called the restoration. He's going to restore the environment, right? It says that the world will be like Eden again in the millennial kingdom when Jesus rules for 1,000 years on earth. And what do we see? Excuse me. prolonged lifespans.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's what happens when you're talking.
Yeah, well,
Taking in air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the book of Isaiah, in reference to the millennium, it says that if someone dies at 100, they're cursed. Right. So again, why? Because the earth is now returned back to that environment where you do live to 500 again, or 700, or 1,000 years, right? And so I think that's why it's not just like an exaggeration or metaphoric language. I believe they really did live that long, and that will happen again on earth. And so when you take into account Noah, by the time Noah had his first son, it was 20 years after God told him to build the ark and said, all flesh has corrupted itself. So then you fast forward to when his sons are adults and ready to marry a woman. The odds of finding 3 women at that point who have no Nephilim DNA is like almost impossible, because God says everything is corrupted on the earth. The animals have been hybridized. Everything is getting infected by the Nephilim DNA and the fallen angelic DNA. And when you think about Ham, who we find out later on doesn't really care about the prophecy, God, like he kind of, he commits a really bad sin with Noah in the tent. And there's lots of debate over what happened there with him. All we know is Noah was drinking, he was naked, and Ham committed a sin against him in the tent, right? But the interesting thing is, even though Ham did this to Noah, when he sobers up, and it says he knew what Ham did to him, how does he respond? He curses Canaan. He doesn't punish Ham at all. He curses Canaan, I believe, because Canaan was already showing that he had this, that he was carrying the Nephilim DNA. I think he was actually manifesting it. Now, that's my conjecture. That's not in the Bible. However, I think there's no other. I think again, I like to put evidence together, and it's like, okay, so Canaan had nothing to do with it, and he gets punished. All his descendants are the ones God specifically says to exterminate, who filled the promised land and are now, God says, the harem, the band.
It's
take them out. And I believe it's because that's how it passed through in the ark.
And just to point out, back then, even into the 16th, 17th century, people were drunk a lot because it was safer to drink wine than it was to drink water.
You're not wrong.
Yeah. So I wonder about how many of those scriptures are just a little off. But because there was a lot of alcohol going on. I mean, my husband would be like, they were drinking a lot of vino, especially the Italians. So, the French, I mean, they drank wine for centuries because it was safe. And beer, yes.
Beer, yeah.
And even Jesus, right? Jesus says, "I will not drink of this till I drink it with you anew in my Father's kingdoms." I mean, it was a part of the culture, And this is real wine. It's not Welch's grape juice. This is like alcoholic
it's pure,
wine, right? Fermented grape,
and probably really young, so it was loaded. Yeah.
So I have to ask, while we're on the topic of DNA. So what do we make of? Because we have 2 blood types. We have, we've got the positive blood type and the negative blood type.
Yeah.
So how would you differentiate the 2? Would you consider one to be, the proper lineage and one to be the Canaanite lineage? Like, how do you differentiate that?
Yeah, I don't think it's that broad. I think that the remnants of that DNA is very now in 2023 is very limited.
I had to ask because it's there.
Was that?
I had to ask because it's there. It's
definitely. It's a great question. What I think is where I see more of it now, right? Because the thing about again is we look at the end times and today, right? Daniel chapter 2 says, "They shall mingle themselves with the seed of men." Right. So who is they? Like, there's a prophecy that in the end times, there's going to be an attempt again to mingle seed. And so where I see more of this coming back is with things we see with the UFO phenomenon.
Yeah.
Right? Even like you mentioned earlier, we were talking about conception, right? How some people even talk about
Enoch and Ezekiel talked about extraterrestrials. Jesus Christ himself talked about extraterrestrials or UFOs.
Yeah, and so I think that's where to me, it's no coincidence that so many of the abduction accounts talk about, you know, surgery on your reproductive organs, implanting things in women, right? Taking seed or sperm, like that's where I see
hybridization,
a
essentially.
lot of this. That's where, to me, today is where a
Right.
lot of this is taking place.
Right, right. So Dolly made a good point also, which is true. Every 6,000 years, the planet goes through a water event or a flood. Are we nearing that time again?
Absolutely, you know, and so
So we should be worried.
yeah,
Wow.
you know, just think about it, right? So
Yeah.
this is more of what I cover in my second book, right? In the final Nephilim, which deals with the end times, the future. And I
Right.
start off talking about in the beginning of the book what I call the scroll of time, right? That God, right, existing outside of time, that time is not linear for God. It's like a scroll where,
Right.
you know, in a scroll, like Jesus says, I am Alpha and Omega, beginning and the ending, right? He's the beginning and the ending at the same time. Like, what does that mean, right? Very confusing statement. But if you think about a scroll, the beginning of a scroll and the end of the scroll are the same thing. It's all rolled up. And so things are just repeating. And I believe that's what God does, is that he repeats events through time. And he can do that for various, I think he does to prove that he can tell the future, right? God uses prophecy to prove he is God, but also it's informing us because God wants us to know what's going to happen in advance. He says, I've told you everything beforehand. So
Right.
you know. So, and
Right.
so in that same sense, the events of ancient history are going to repeat. It is all, I believe it's all a cycle. And I even get into a lot of quantum physics in my new book, because there's such an overlap of events in history, like what we call in the Bible types and shadows,
Right.
and these previews of future events and quantum entanglement, that things are connected through time, that similar events all affect each other. So yes, I believe it's a cycle, and yes, I believe I wouldn't be surprised to see another water event happen.
Right. Well, I think if you're, you know, because now you have a lot of, I mean, a lot of my Christian friends will say, well, we're getting nearing the age of, you know, revelations. And it just seems interesting how it ties in with potentially another flood. Like a timing thing for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And if you think about it too, even some people even look at human history as a week, right? You know, because the Bible says a day with the Lord is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years in a day. And it's like, oh,
Yes.
we're coming up to the seventh day, right? So what's going to
Yes.
happen, right? So
do you think we're in that 1,000 years where we have, you
we're
know,
getting close. Yeah, I do think so. And what I look to when you think, because I get asked that question all the time. How
Right.
close do you think we are to the end, like the real end, everything kicking off? And I actually, my perspective on that is to look at like technology, right? So John, I believe Revelation was written in probably 96 AD, somewhere around there.
Right.
And if you look at some of the things that John writes, it's really crazy things he's writing for the first century AD, right? He talks about the two witnesses who are going to preach for 3.5 years, and then they're killed. And he says that when they're killed, he says their dead bodies lay in the street for 3.5 days, and everybody on earth sees their bodies. And he wrote that in 96 AD. And up until probably 15 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. Now everyone can just, you know, it could just be, whether you're on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, you know, just pick your social media app. It's very easy for 1 billion people to watch an event right now.
Right.
With the technology easily, right?
Right.
On your phones, right? And so, and of course, the mark of the beast again, right? Even 20 years ago, that wouldn't seem possible. Of course, now with RFID chips, we have RFID tattoo. There's numerous ways that we can track buying and selling on your body pretty easily now. And so there isn't much left that can't be achieved that's described in Revelation. So that's
well, what doesn't help is you have all, you know, the faithful people who read the scriptures, but remember, some of those faithful people are in pretty high positions of power. Do you feel that perhaps events are being created to hurry this along, maybe, or to make sure certain events happen? I've always wondered about that.
Yeah, I mean, because you think about it, right? It's nothing's really changed in time, right? Like it's like God always has like it's like the wheat and the tares. Like God has his followers, the devil has his that are planning, and God says, let them all grow together and I'll sort them out in the end. So there are people I think who want to usher in the end times events for bad reasons. I think people are praying for the return of Jesus for good reasons. So it doesn't surprise me at all. And the devil, Satan is just an angel, right? He's not God, right? He needs people. He needs support. He needs fallen angels. He needs technology. I think he actually is going to need technology to succeed, which means he's going to need people who are working with him and who are conspiring. And you know, and again, these spirits are out here now. Angels are here among us now. We just don't see them, but they're here. They're at work. Demons are at work. So there's all these influences, inspiration. I was just saying this last week in Oklahoma City. The president, I'm like, even look at the word inspiration. It has spirit in it, right? We are, you know, we talk about the idea that all scripture is God breathed. That's breathed. So we are breathing in all sorts and receiving frequencies, vibrations from depending on who you are aligned with. That's where you're getting your inspiration from. And it doesn't surprise me at all that there are people conspiring to usher in the end times because they have a different agenda.
Right. So when you think of a holy war, do you see this as a what's going on in the planet right now, just with humankind on average, or do you think it's really like hell will arise and heaven will descend, that sort of a situation?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely see it as the latter, right? So when you think about as it was in the days of Noah, I think the biggest kind of signifying trait of that era was that what I call the veil between the human and the spirit realm was removed, right? You had in the Garden of Eden, God, Adam and Eve speak to God, right? They just talk to him. They talk to the devil, right? The devil's like, everyone is just, everything is just open, right? So there's no barrier separating the divine from the human realm. And of course, then we see later on, angels are marrying women, having children, leading, ruling kingdoms. And so I think that is what is going to, so I think what we're seeing now is a very small preview, like the wars we're seeing now and all those things, like what Jesus calls the birth pangs. This is just the warm up. I believe what we're going to see in the Great Tribulation is going to blow people's minds, because you're going to see supernatural beings openly manifesting in the earth. Like they're not going to be, there is no more invisible realm anymore. They're going to be right in front of us. And, you know, the amazing thing is, I quote a book in my second book. I quote this book from the 2nd century, right? 2nd century by Hippolytus. It's called On Christ and Antichrist. It's the oldest writing that exists on the book of Revelation. And the amazing thing is he talks about the return of the fallen angels in Revelation chapter 12. It says that there's a war in heaven and Michael casts out, he evicts Satan and his fallen angels, and they're out forever. And then it says, woe to the inhabitants of the earth, because the devil has come upon you, because now they're here. And Hippolytus, you know, writing about that, he says, when he says, when those angels come, he said, they're going to be beautiful. The fallen angels. And he said, they're going to be singing beautiful hymns, floating in the sky, dazzling us with light. And then he says, and they're going to point to the Antichrist and say, like, here's your savior. And to me, that's how I see it, right? That's how I see the end times. Like, it's going to be, one, supernatural, but two, a deception like no one's ever seen before. Because I don't think they're going to come guns blazing with fangs and blood dripping and trying to kill us. They're going to come to try and fool us into saying, we're here for you. And that, and to me, if we're going to see like the culmination, if we ever see a culmination of like the UFO phenomenon, it'd be so easy to say, yes, we're from another planet. We're here to help you evolve. We seeded you on Earth 7,000 years ago. And now we are back to make you Homo novus, Homo sapien 2.0, and all these things, right? And so I think what's going to happen in times is way beyond what we're seeing today. It's much more out of like an Avengers movie than the wars we're seeing today.
Right. It's so fascinating, you know, that you even say this. When I was 14 years old, my aunt had a friend who was a Catholic priest, and he was a cool priest, right? Everybody loved this guy. He was young, and he was just really open-minded. And of course, my aunt was always so worried about my wild ways, meaning I was disobedient. No, I'm going to hang out with my friends. I didn't really do much more than that, but but I was defiant. So they had Father Don speak to me, and he said to me, clearly similarities to what you're saying. He said, do you have any questions about religion? I said, not really. I just didn't have an interest in it at all. But it's not that I didn't believe, it just was the age. I was 14, And he said, he started talking about end times, and he said, people will be fooled. Don't be fooled by all the talk of UFOs and extraterrestrials. And I'm thinking, what an odd thing to say out of nowhere, because back then I was, I was an experiencer, but I didn't have any recollection, and it was nothing that was talked about. I didn't even remember most of the time. But he also started talking about different signs that the Pope would see, that only the Pope would see, that people of faith would see and experience, and how you had to be very cautious. And and then he tried to scare me. And he's like, hell will arise, heaven will descend, you have to run for cover. And I'm just going, but what if I don't run for cover? Because you really are defiant. But it was just interesting to me that you mentioned the UFO phenomena. And this is something, because I'm not going to age myself, but I'm aging myself by saying when I was 14, that's not something that you would have really spoken about. So they were obviously trained about, like, for this very early on.
Yeah, absolutely, and trust me, he was ahead of his time. I mean, that's to be taught to bring that up so quickly in the context of the end times, but because now we're seeing so much, right? I mean, there's so much disclosure, Congress having hearings, right? We're being prepared for some important announcement. I think there's so many military officers saying they've seen UFOs, on a regular basis, or UAPs. And so, but I think tying it into scripture, that's what it's about. I think that I agree that it's much more of a deception, and it's much more presenting themselves as the saviors, right? At the end of the day, even the title Antichrist means substitute Christ. It's not someone who wants to just hurt Christians. He wants to replace the Messiah for Christians. That's his goal. It's all about deceiving and tricking and standing in the place. And I think even offering, right? I think even when you look in Revelation, it says that the Antichrist, that he receives a deadly wound and is healed, that he's going to die and come back to life, right? So he's going to mimic everything about Jesus. And that's in the world is like, whoa, who's like him? No one can make war with him. There's nobody like him. And if he has all these fallen angels and interstellar alien beings saying, yes, he's the one, well, what's the world going to do? They say, yeah, he's got to be the one.
Right.
And so I think that's much more what's going to take place in the end times, rather than like someone putting a gun to our head and saying,
No, for sure. Right. Any thoughts on who the mimic will be in this day and age? I don't want to put you in the hot seat or anything, but curiosity.
Well, I'll give you an interesting theory on his identity, since I believe he is the final Nephilim. So, which is my second book, right? So it's all about
and we'll have you back on for that.
Yeah, but I do. So I'll say that, right? So what I do is, you look going back to the start of the Bible again. God told the devil about the seed of the woman, but he said, I'm going to put war between her seed and your seed. So I think literally the devil is going to have an offspring, right? And and I believe his actual son is going to be the Antichrist, and that he will literally, just like in Genesis 6, he's going to literally, what happened, Jesus said, as it was in the days of Noah, what happened in the days of Noah, you had angels conceiving hybrid offspring. And I believe that's what he's literally going to do to birth the Antichrist. So I don't know his name and who that might be, but I believe that his origin is going to be as the literal seed of the serpent.
In the movie The Omen, it's Damien But
isn't that amazing? Isn't that right?
That film is based on the story of bringing him back. So
Yeah, isn't that right?
yeah.
Or Rosemary's Baby, right? These were movies. I mean, isn't that, you know?
I can't watch that movie. It's so silly.
Yeah, right. You know, yeah,
But yeah, I
but
understand.
the concept, right?
Yes,
That's the
yes,
concept of the
yes.
film,
Devil's
right?
Advocate did a better job at it, but
Right.
the
There you
same
go.
story, the
Yeah.
same
Yeah.
story. Yeah. And his son's
Yeah.
perfect in every ways, never loses a case, nothing goes wrong. It's like, yeah.
Exactly, right. And so, you know, and it's no coincidence that that story is repeated, right? Every few years or 10 years, we get another story about some woman being selected to have the devil's child, who is the Antichrist. And I think, again, like many times, Hollywood's like ahead of the church and telling and figuring things out, right? And I think that's where it's ultimately leading.
Right. Yeah, I believe you. Yeah. You make, because I know we're slowly inching on our time, you make reference to Jesus in the film. What did you find out about that interaction?
Yeah, so what's great is, you know, when you study again the wars, right? So we see the Nephilim come back after the flood, and in the book of Joshua, the interesting thing, again, when you look at the little details, is when the Israelites are getting ready to go fight a war, God's commanding them, tells Joshua, be of good courage, and all these things. But when it comes to the actual battle, it is God going first. God is literally fighting the enemy Canaanite armies, and the Israelites are coming in behind it. It says the angel of the Lord. Well, I believe that is Jesus. I believe that is a reference to the pre-incarnate Jesus in the Old Testament, right? You know, God says, we see the angel of the Lord speak to Moses at the burning bush, and 2 verses later it says, and God spoke, right? God says, I'm sending my angel. He can forgive you. Believe in him. He has the power to forgive. Only Jesus has the power to forgive. So I believe that's Jesus literally fighting and waging war against the Nephilim. And you think about it, this is another way we know this is what happened in Scripture, because every time the Nephilim are present, God like intervenes directly. Whether it's the flood, the wars in Canaan. Before they get to Canaan, they're fighting against King Og and King Sihon when Moses was still alive. And they say King Og's bed was 13 feet long, which means he was probably 11 to 12 feet tall, right? And it says that God went and slew his armies, and then the Israelites come in and kind of just get all the people who were retreating and clean them up. And so that's why I call Jesus Christ the Nephilim, because Jesus is the one fighting them, right? And what I also explain is the spirits, when a Nephilim dies, their spirit, those are the demons in the Bible, right? A demon and a fallen angel are completely different entities in Scripture.
Okay. So
And
that's
explain
interesting.
those differences. Yeah, like we talked about, right? Like earlier, we talked about angels having bodies, right? They eat food, they get their feet washed, all this stuff. Demons don't have bodies.
Right.
They have to go find bodies. Which is why they're always trying to possess people, right? They don't have their own bodies.
Right.
Angels, even fallen angels, are always spoken of with respect, right? The Apostle Paul calls them principalities, powers. In the book of Jude, it says that the archangel Michael and the devil were arguing over Moses' body. And it said that Michael, who's an archangel, wouldn't dare make an accusation directly to the devil. He said, the Lord rebuke you. So even he respected Satan, and he's an archangel, right? And so, whereas demons are called filthy, unclean, we can just tell them, get out of this person. Like,
they're potty mouths. Yeah, absolutely.
But the amazing thing that connects it all to Jesus is, what do we see? And in the Gospels now, when Jesus is on earth, and notice when Jesus is on earth, there's a ton of demonic activity. Demons are everywhere, right? So it's how it's going to be right before he comes back, right? The veil is getting removed when he's on earth.
Yes.
What happens when someone's possessed someone's possessed by a demon and Jesus comes? They say, you're Jesus, you're the Christ, you're the Son of God. They know who he is immediately when they see him, and they're scared to death. Why? And I always wondered that, even as a child, I'm like, how do they know who he is? They immediately say, you are the Son of God, you are the Christ. And they're like, basically, don't punish me. Have you come to punish me? Because he was the one who killed them 3,000 years earlier in the land of Canaan when Joshua had his armies there. So that's how they know who he is. They know exactly who he is. And they're scared to death of him, right? Because he was the one who killed them in the Old Testament as the angel of the Lord. And so it's just amazing that they have that the story of the Nephilim really connects all throughout the Bible, even into the New Testament.
In deliverance and exorcism, it's always the power of Christ compels you.
Amen. Right? It's the name, and right, and that name, the name of Jesus scares them. And isn't it interesting, right? When you thought, I'm so glad you brought that up, because isn't it interesting when you look at the man who was possessed by thousands of demons, right? When they said, "My name is Legion," because we are many, right? Alone means thousands of men. So you get thousands of demons in him, and Jesus cast them out. And first of all, they say, it's very interesting. First, they say, don't put us in the abyss, right? Which is where the angels who fathered the Nephilim are. So they were like, don't send us where our dads are. We don't want to go to that prison. And Jesus, what does he do? He puts them in pigs, right? He casts them into swine. And what do those pigs do? They run into the water and drown. It's like a reenactment of the judgment in the days of Noah. They go and die in the water.
Now this is killing me, twisting me, because I didn't know that. And in the story of Father Gabriel Morth in the Pope's Exorcist, he casts a demon into a pig.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
And it's I'm not going to say the name.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never repeat the names. I start with bits. I'm just not. I don't do that.
No, I understand.
I don't like to give credit to anything. But
there you go.
Yeah.
Well, we'll say
he's
Nephilim.
Yes.
He was Nephilim, obviously, you know.
He was the first of 200. Like the first, he
Oh,
was the
wow.
first of 200 that Father
I
Gabriel
got you.
Morth.
I'm with you.
Yeah, he set up the School of Exorcism at the Vatican.
In the movie, they use that name?
They use the name, and I'm like, this is Hollywood.
Wow.
This is
They
Hollywood.
really know. Wow.
That's why I said to Michelle, I'm dying to go back to his book to see if he says anything there, or if it's just something Hollywood put there. But he
if you
talks
think
about
about
the 200.
that same being has been through history. He was the one who fooled Solomon. He was the one who sits at the entrance of a church in the south of France. There's a statue of him.
Wow.
Like there's a very
photo with him.
significant in all of that, you know, like they're key players through history and through time and through lineages, and it's fascinating. But one last question: there is a theory. It is talked about by some theologians and people who find the study of or the research of the demonic or the fallen ones, especially the fallen ones. Do you think there's any remorse? Because there's a belief that there is remorse, and some of them do wish to find a way back.
Yeah, sure. So, I kind of talk about this. And the way I talk about it is right, when we talk about the sin nature, right? That we have this sin nature in us. And, the Bible says something really fascinating, right? That we actually inherit it, right? It says, in Adam all die. That we literally are inheriting this propensity for sin in our flesh genetically, right? And so, and I think that's exactly what the Bible's saying, that it's literally passed on in our flesh, this desire to be wicked in every human being.
I'm going to use that at next confession. Just saying. I'm kidding.
And so,
can you imagine? But Father.
And so, and what I say is like, because why were the Nephilim so evil, right? Like, why are they so bad? Because God, if you look at the world before the flood, it says it's filled with violence. There's war everywhere. And I believe that in a fallen angel, when they fall and they become flesh, because it says man also is flesh, that their spirit that gets corrupted and depraved is way worse than ours. because they were more powerful than us. And so I think that's why the Nephilim were so evil. I mean, think about it too. As we became more corrupted with Nephilim genetics in days of Noah, look what it says. There's an interesting statement in Genesis 6. It says that the thoughts of man were only evil continually. I mean, think about that. 24. I mean, think about like for example, for me, I love good food. I love sports. Like there are lots of things I think about that aren't godly, but they're not evil either. Right.
Right.
And so it's like, but thinking about 24/7, you're just thinking about hurting somebody, stealing something, robbing, something bad. Like that's a really powerful statement. And so I think that it's I would submit that it's way harder for an angel to feel remorse than a human being.
Right.
And then you look at the one example we have, the devil just doesn't stop.
So they gave away narcissism at the gates.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And still thinks he's going to win, right? Till now, still thinks he's going to win at the end of the day and rule heaven and earth. And so I think it's much harder. I think their nature,
the
and
king
that's
of
why
all
the Nephilim is so
narcissists.
bad, because they're the offspring. They have like a double sin nature.
Right. Well, because I mean, they were they're close to God.
I'm sorry?
They're so close to God,
Exactly.
all
So I think
loving.
Well, Lucifer was his favorite. He was very disappointed in him. He was his favorite. That's why he named him Lucifer. He named him Light, which is Luce. So yeah.
Right. So we're there. We went, we went longer just for you because we had to do this.
Okay. It's all good.
So
thank you for being here.
Tell us where to find your book.
Yes,
Where
that's
can
my
they
book,
purchase
Jerry
it?
Nephilim. Thanks for putting the cover up.
I just
And
can't
you
get
can
this
find
beautiful.
it thank you so much. I appreciate that. At judgmentofthenephilim.com, which is my website. You can find my books there. I have study guides for the books. I do lots of research. So people came to me at conferences and said, you got to make study guides. So if you want to get deep into the content or study with your church or your small group or alone, you have that. And then if you want to get the book in a night, I have documentaries on both books. So Judgment of the Nephilim, Secrets of the Pre-Flood World, and the Final Nephilim, Battle for Heaven and Earth, which are on digital on demand and in DVD. It's also on Amazon. And then all my socials, my Instagram, my Facebook, my YouTube channel are all Judgment of the Nephilim, one word.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Beautiful cover.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for
Yeah.
coming on and joining us, and still got a good amount of time in there, thankfully. But I will be in touch with you because I would like to invite you back on both of our behalfs to talk about the second book and do a full 2-hour segment on
That'd be great. I would love to come back on. You ladies will get me for the full 2 hours. I promise we'll make it happen. Yes.
No, I love it. I love it.
And tell your wife thank you for letting you go for an hour unexpectedly
Yeah,
to us. We're sorry that we interrupted, but thank you.
It's all good. It's all good. This is great. This is great. I really appreciate this. This is an awesome program. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Oh, pleasure.
Thank you. You've been wonderful.
So I will be in touch.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Take care. Have a great night.
You too. Have a great weekend.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, that is the end of an extra long segment of the Outer Realm, and boy, it was interesting topic of conversation, and I would love to get into part 2 because it gets into stuff that's going on today. We may actually have to go to private mode for that.
I think so.
Potentially.
Yeah.
But anyway, so thanks to everybody who hung in with us. Part 1 was an interesting open mic. Part 2, of course, was Ryan Peterson, who was speaking, of course, about his book, The Judgment of the Nephilim. The next book is The Final Nephilim. So that's going to be super interesting as well. So look it up. In the meantime, go to Amazon or go to his website and get the book. It's sounds like it's full of twists and turns and a lot of fun.
A lot of information in there.
Yeah. So big thank you to Folgers Coffee for sponsoring the show. Big thank you to Dr. Snick, aka Justin Snicker. Big thank you to Steve McGinnis. We appreciate you all so much. I am tongue-tied and tired. I appreciate each and every one of you, as I know Amelia does. We love seeing you in chat. You make the show that much more fun and interactive, which is very important to us. So thank you. Tomorrow night, we're going to have fun with this one, Bubbles. Tomorrow night, we welcome for the very first time Pat O'Connell. She's going to be talking about her book called Bleed Through, a true story of aliens, demons, and pure evil in Texas.
There you go.
So
Perfect.
it's a true story with a twist so shocking you'll never see it coming. For 3 years, Texas aircraft repair shop owner Clay Wheeler witnessed an array of paranormal phenomenon at Sparks County Airport that make the events at, catch this, Utah Skinwalker Ranch pale by comparison.
Oh my goodness.
Including UFOs, aliens, poltergeist, demonic possession, and plain old murder.
A lot of airports. We
I
have to bring
know.
that up with her tomorrow.
Right?
A lot of airports.
A team is forming to finish the investigation and find out what, if any, evidence is really buried out there. It's got everything. So excellent for Spooky Month. So, guys, thank you for tuning in, and we shall see you tomorrow night. Good night.
Sites, feel free to contact me at 636-278-2272, again 636-278-2272, or visit my website angelathomas.org. I'm considered a psychic, so I provide accurate and detailed psychic readings for individuals as well as groups. Remember, no matter what influences your life at the moment, live life to the fullest. Stay in gratitude, count your blessings, and prepare yourself for more opportunities around the corner. I'm Psychic Angela Thomas, and my website is angelathomas.org.
If you are listening to the show and wish to join us in the chat room, visit paltalk.com. Go to the social issues, select other, and enter the UFO Paranormal Radio Network.
The UPRN family of shows would like to take a moment to thank our loyal listeners for tuning in to uprntalkradio.com along with 107.7 FM New Orleans. Broadcasting on multiple platforms like Live 365, Ustream, and Shoutcast has made the UPRN the longest-running, highly rated, and best source of quality, unique programming that is not afraid of the status quo in alternative media. This station has a solid course of shows and hosts that refuse to get stuck in a rut or be overrun by a groupthink mentality, because station owner, host, and iCar founder Joe Montaldo knows the value of letting his talented stable of hosts grow uninhibited. In this genre, that's an accomplishment which many in alternative radio are striving for, but are left consistently wanting. This is all made possible because of you, the listener, that tunes in live every night, who can tell the difference that independent thinking makes. The best way to show our appreciation is to thank you and continue to allow our listeners the ability to download the archives of all the shows free of charge on iTunes, Podbean, and SoundCloud. No monthly fees, no cost to download individual shows, and none of the constant hassling for donations. That's the uprnradio.com difference. So stick around, there's much more to come with new shows on the way. For now, feel free to join your favorite show live in the Pal Talk chat room, easily accessible off uprntalkradio.com, and share the experience of listening live with other listeners from around the world. So thanks for listening, and thank you for being a part of the uprntalkradio.com family of listeners.
Tune in to The Mind Cemetery with your hosts Chip and Nicole every Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern.
Exclusively on the UFO Paranormal Radio Network. We delve into UFOs, abductions, ghosts, aliens, conspiracies, and cryptozoology.
And how could you ever forget about those creepy topics you won't hear on your local news?
This is where I would insert my obligatory skeptical statement. The Mind Cemetery, where the paranoia about the paranormal comes to rest.
Follow us on Twitter and subscribe to us on Facebook. Also, check us out on our website, mindcemetery.com, for show updates and the critically acclaimed Mind Cemetery blog.
It's not critically acclaimed, but you should check it out anyway. mindcemetery.com.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Benetti, and along with Joe Montaldo, we host News on the Flip Side. Come join us every Saturday night at 7 p.m. Central for our 3-hour program. We have opinions on everything, and we're not afraid to share them. False history gets made all day, every day. The truth of the new is never on the news, but you can find it here with News on the Flip Side. Remember, don't be politically correct. Just be correct. Join us.
Welcome to News on the Flip Side with your hosts, Stephanie Benetti and Joe Montaldo. Remember, don't be politically correct. Just be correct. Welcome, everyone.